Well, it's lovely to be out on such a sunny evening in Edinburgh, but it's a shame that we have to be out tonight protesting against the two-child cap and the rate clause. Well more than a year since Alison Thulis, my colleague at Westminster, first spotted it in the small print of a Tory budget.
Very glad to see such a huge demonstration today and so many people still coming along 1 year after the rate clause came into force to show their opposition to this vile and despicable policy. The UK government have never been able to justify this policy, and we saw that this week with Esther McVeigh's pathetic attempts to say that the rate clause was somehow double support for women and that gives them some kind of chance to talk about the most appalling and disturbing experience of their life.
As you can see behind me, we're at the very beginning of the All Under One Banner rally. You can obviously hear the pipers behind me as events are about to kick off.
It's time to aim high, look resolutely outwards, and never, ever accept second best. Above all, it's time to believe that we can. We can build that better country we know is possible. And friends, we will.
If you enjoy watching our programmes, please help us to be Scotland's independent broadcaster by signing up to become a Broadcasting Scotland supporter.
Wherever you stand, get the fresh view of what's happening in Scotland with iScot. Celebrate everything about our country with intelligent, in-depth insight from lifestyle, culture to puzzles, and all the opinions you'll need. Whether it's digital or by post, subscribe now to iScot.
Order, order. Questions to the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Neil Coyle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Number one, please, sir.
E. Minister Stephen Hammond.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And with your permission, I'd like to group this question and answer questions 8, 17 and 19. The NHS employs more staff now than any time in its it needs.
And Neil.
Guy's and St Thomas's is based on offers globally renowned first-class healthcare, but the Trust has seen a massive drop in applications from other EU member states, including almost 90% in midwives alone. All vacant posts across the NHS run risk of longer waiting time down for patient safety. So why did the government not publish the workforce strategy in the so-called long-term plan? When will it appear? And will the government reinstate nursing bursaries to address the shocking staff shortfall across the NHS?
Minister.
As I said a moment ago, the long-term plan sets out a framework to ensure that over the next 10 years, the NHS will have the staff it needs. To ensure that that detailed plan that the honourable gentleman wants, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, has commissioned Baroness Harding to lead a rapid and inclusive programme of work to set out a detailed workforce implementation plan, which will be published in the spring.
Helen Jones.
50% of the staff the NHS will need in 15 years' time are working there now. Yet 1 in 10 nurses is leaving, 80% of junior doctors report excessive stress, and 6 out of 10 consultants want to retire at 60 or before. Does the Minister not accept that this government has presided over a disastrous decline in morale in the NHS? And what is that workforce plan going to do to address it?
Minister.
Nurses are at the absolute heart of our NHS. There are now 13,400 more nurses since May 2010. We have announced the biggest expansion of nurse training places, with 5,000 more available from 2018. Alongside that, we're opening up new routes. And as the Honourable Lady will know, at the heart of the long-term plan is workforce. And as I've just said, a detailed workforce implementation plan will be published in the spring.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, a 14-year-old boy lost his life in my local community. And yet, in September, when the department wrote to us in my local community asking about ideas for mental health provision, I wrote back to the ministers asking for an urgent meeting to talk about how we could get mental health workers into our schools to work with young people who might be at risk of being involved in gang violence and youth violence, with 1 in 10 mental health workers in this country in shortage. Can I now finally have that meeting with ministers so we can urgently talk about how we support these young people and save not only money but lives?
Minister.
The answer to that question is yes. And my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Under Secretary of State, will be delighted to meet with you.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The most recent CQC inspection of the Royal Oldham Hospital said that in maternity they failed to meet safe staffing numbers. In surgery, they only had 85% of the required staffing contingent in surgery. Now, there is a human cost to this. We see list after list where people have died, including children, because of unsafe staffing numbers in that hospital. So where's the urgency required to really address that? And will the Minister meet with me about this particular hospital to see what more can be done?
Minister.
The Honourable Gentleman is right. I recognise that the overall CQC rating was that it requires improvement, and I recognise that the funding that has gone into that has been more than adequate and is improving. But however, I do recognise the concerns he raises, and I will be delighted to meet with him and have a discussion on that.
Mr. David Tredynick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my honourable friend congratulate Conservative-controlled Hinckley and Bosworth Borough Council's Health and Wellbeing Board in its approach to NHS workforce shortages, and the fact that they have for several years been working on collaboration between GPs and community services in line with the 10-year plan but would he look at the registers of the Professional Standards Authority, which are not mentioned in the long-term plan, and see if he can make better use of the 80,000 properly regulated practitioners on those registers?
Minister. Well, my honourable friend is right that the community provision is at the heart of the long-term plan. He's right to recognise that there are a number of health service professionals that make up that community provision. And if he wishes to write to me about the issue about registers, I'd be delighted to respond to him.
Victoria Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister knows about the difficulty we've had to recruit obstetricians, which has led to the, we very much hope, temporary closure of a full obstetric service in the Horton Hospital in Banbury. We're doing everything we can locally to rectify this. What more can he do to help us nationally?
Well, I'd first of all like to pay tribute to my honourable friend's campaign and the tireless work she does on behalf of her constituents. Figures from the Royal College of Midwives show that there are over 2,000 more midwives on our wards since 2010. The NHS plans to train 3,000 more midwives over the next 4 years. And as of last September, there are over 5,000 more doctors in obstetrics and gynaecology than there were in May 2010. So the NHS is hoping to fulfil what she wants to see.
Minister confirm that since the Brexit referendum in June 2016, there's been an increase of 4,000 EU nationals working in our NHS.
Minister. My honourable friend and I don't always agree on everything about the EU, but on this particular matter, the numbers and the statistics show that he is indeed correct.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly it's important as we move forward with the NHS to train more doctors and more nurses. So what is my honourable friend doing to encourage young people to start training to become nurses, doctors and other requirements within the health service?
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We are now ensuring that there are more routes into the nursing profession, nursing apprenticeships, nursing associates. We're training more GPs. We're still determined to get 5,000 extra GPs into general practice. There are a record over 3,400 doctors recruited into GP training. And as part of the long-term plan, newly qualified doctors and nurses entering general practice will be offered a 2-year fellowship to support them to stay in general practice.
Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The long-term plan admits that staffing shortfalls are, and I quote, unsustainable. Yet incredibly, there is no mention anywhere in the document of the damage done by the abolition of the nurse bursary. What is in there is an ambition to double the number of volunteers within 3 years. And whilst we should rightly celebrate the fantastic contribution made by volunteers, isn't it absolutely damning, with a record 100,000 vacancies in the NHS, that the main plank of the government's strategy to tackle the workforce crisis is to rely on volunteers?
Well, the honourable gentleman is completely wrong. He is absolutely right that volunteers in the NHS provide an invaluable service, but he's wrong to suggest that any part of the long-term plan is reliant on volunteers. There is an expansion of numbers in nursing associates to deal with the issue of vacancies, as he said. As I replied to other honourable members, we have seen an increase in doctors in GP training, and obviously he would want to welcome the 20.5 billion a year that is going into the National Health Service, and inevitably that means that we'll need more doctors and nurses, which is why we're making more training places available.
We're streeting.
Number 2, please, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll group questions 2, 3 and 18. We don't want to see a no-deal scenario in our exit from the EU, but it's incumbent on us to prepare in case. We asked medical suppliers to stockpile a further 6 weeks' supplies over and above normal levels, and that work is going well. We continue to work to ensure the unhindered supply of medicines in all Brexit scenarios.
We're streeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's threatening of this Parliament and the country with no deal is entirely reckless, irresponsible and unnecessary. It is also causing unnecessary fear,
and anxiety amongst a whole range of clinicians and patients who rely on the consistent supply of life-saving drugs. The Secretary of State says that the government will be stockpiling medicine for up to 6 weeks. Will he do the right thing and commission an independent assessment of the government's plan so that patients can be assured? And better still, will he actually go back to the Cabinet and say that no responsible Health Secretary would allow no deal to take place, no responsible Prime Minister would allow no deal to take place, and this House will not allow no deal to take place?
Secretary of State. Well, it's incumbent on me as Health Secretary and on my team to ensure that we prepare for all potential scenarios. Of course, because the overwhelming vote of the House in favour of the withdrawal bill, no deal is the law of the land unless this House does anything else. And the best thing, if he's so worried, Mr. Speaker, the best thing that the honourable gentleman and all of his friends can do is vote for the deal tonight.
Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would it not have been a better use of taxpayers' money to have spent hundreds of millions of pounds on front-line patient care rather than on no-deal planning? Now, the Secretary of State has just said to my honourable friend that the government has to prepare for all possible scenarios. That a responsible Secretary of State would rule out one of those scenarios, which is no deal.
Well, as I said, thanks to the votes of members on all sides, no deal, of course, is a matter of the law of the land. But they can't get away from it, Mr. Speaker. If they don't like no deal, they need to join me in the lobby tonight and vote for the Prime Minister's deal.
Tommy Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, in Scotland, 6% of all social care staff are nationals of other European countries. In England, the figure is 8%. Now, in Scotland, despite the Scottish Government paying the real living wage of £9 an hour, that comes nowhere near the 30,000 threshold proposed for a Tier 2 visa. So can the Minister tell us here today what action he will take to avert a staffing crisis in social care?
Well, of course, we've brought into place already the EU settlement scheme to ensure that those EU workers who are working in social care and in the NHS can and should stay here and remain and continue to contribute as they do so valuably.
Vicky Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the Secretary of State wants to have a no-deal scenario, but can he look at the case of prescription foods, which my constituent Kate, who's got PKU, relies on for keeping her life, and make sure they're also covered by the no-deal planning?
Well, of course, we're working to ensure that the prioritisation of not just medicines, but also medical products and other things needed for the health of the nation are taken into consideration. There's detailed work underway that is clinically led, and the medical director of the NHS is heavily engaged in that work and works very closely with the department on it. I'm very happy to go through the details of my honourable friend's constituency case to make sure that that is also being dealt with appropriately. And I'm glad that because she doesn't want no deal, she'll be voting with the government tonight.
Dr Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Legislation was passed 2 years ago so the Secretary of State could end profiteering by some drug companies. Now, drug shortages after a no-deal Brexit could mean soaring costs across UK health services. So why hasn't the government set the regulations from this legislation so he can use the powers and avoid a black market in medication?
Hear, hear.
We have already taken action to ensure that the cost of drugs is reduced, and I'm very happy to write to her with the extensive details of the agreements that have been made. The legislation is indeed important. So too is working with the drugs companies to make sure that we keep those costs down, yet we also get the drugs that people need.
Dr Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As the precursors of medical radioisotopes have a half-life of less than 3 days, they cannot be stockpiled. I frequently ask the government how they will maintain a steady supply if there's a no-deal Brexit. So could the Secretary of State answer, and please don't say seaborne freight?
No, absolutely. We have ensured that there will be that there will be aircraft available and air freight to make sure that we can get those isotopes that have a short shelf life and can't be stockpiled, to make sure that there's the unhindered supply. But I make the following point, and I make it to the Honourable Lady and to her colleagues with an open mind and in a spirit of collaboration, that if she's worried about no deal, which she seems to be, then she and her party should support the government tonight.
Jonathan Ashworth.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State boasts of being the world's biggest buyer of fridges to stockpile medicines, but if sterling drops because of the government's mishandling of Brexit, the parallel trade in medicines could mean the stockpiles rapidly depleting as medicines are quickly exported back into the EU. Will he now impose restrictions? Will he suspend the necessary export licences that he is responsible for? Otherwise, he risks his fridges standing empty.
Well, of course, we do have those legislative tools at our disposal and the powers that he describes, and we know that. Nevertheless, the stockpiling at the moment is going according to plan and going well. The pharmaceutical industry has responded very well with great responsibility. But I say this rather like a broken record. Yeah. And it's important that I say it again and again and again, because there is one route open to this House to avoid no deal that people on that side purport to be worried about. And they can't complain about no deal unless they're prepared to do something about no deal, and to do something about no deal, they need to vote for the government tonight.
Ashworth. Your own MPs. If he has got those powers, he should be taking those powers now. This is going to be the biggest disruption to patient safety we have ever seen. He is also proposing emergency legislation that means patients might not get access to the medicines their GPs have prescribed. Can he tell us, will an insulin patient be able to get their prescription within a day of presenting at a pharmacy? And why won't he do the responsible thing? He's the Secretary of State for Health. Why won't he rule out a no deal that's going to do so much damage to the NHS and patients?
Well, because of the votes of most of us in this House, including the honourable gentleman, no deal, of course, is the law of the land unless this House passes something else. And so the honourable member is a reasonable man. He's a mentor of the old Blairite moderate wing of the party. He's absolutely a centrist. I don't believe that privately he believes in the hard left guff that comes from others on his front bench. He is a very sensible man, and I like him an awful lot. And therefore, why doesn't he, after this session and before 7 o'clock tonight, why doesn't he take a look in the mirror? Why doesn't he take a look in the mirror and ask himself, in the national interest, is it best to vote for the deal to avoid no deal, or is it best to play politics with the vote and the national interest?
Let me just very gently say to the Secretary of State, whose charm is renowned in all parts of the House, that his likes and dislikes are a matter of immense fascination to colleagues, including the Chair. But what is of greater interest is his brevity. Ian Murray? No. Toby Perkins?
Yeah.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker. Minister Caroline Diamond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Diagnosing fibromyalgia can be difficult because there is no specific diagnostic test and symptoms can vary. A range of support does exist to help GPs. There's an e-learning course developed by the Royal College of GPs and Versus Arthritis, and a medical guide on diagnosis and treatment developed by the Fibromyalgia Association UK.
Perkins. Grateful to the Minister for that answer. I've just hot-footed it up here from Westminster Hall, where an excellent debate on fibromyalgia has taken place this morning. We heard a huge amount of evidence of people who suffer with fibromyalgia who've been waiting over a year to be diagnosed, had received treatments that were relevant to their actual condition. So clearly it's not working at the moment. What more can the Minister tell us about the investment in research to actually improve diagnosis and try and get better outcomes for fibromyalgia sufferers?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel that my colleague, the Secretary of State, has kind of set the bar for compliments to members of the across the House this morning, and on that basis, I'd like to congratulate the honourable gentleman on his Westminster Hall debate this morning, which raises a really, really key issue. The Department's National Institute for Health Research welcomes funding applications for research into any aspect of human health, including fibromyalgia. Their support for that research over the last 5 years includes 1.8 million funding for research projects and 0.6 million funding for clinical trials through the Clinical Research Network.
Dear, oh dear. Eddie Hughes.
Thank you. I thought that was directed at me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister endorse the excellent work done by Sue Worrell and her team at Walsall Fibro and ME Link, whose monthly meetings seek to tackle the isolation frequently associated with these conditions? Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I absolutely do warmly welcome the organisation my honourable friend mentions. There are some outstanding voluntary community-led organisations up and down the country who provide invaluable support for people who do suffer from this condition, because we do know that symptoms can vary, it can be incredibly distressing, and that support offers enormous value.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The effectiveness of primary care in this and many other areas is undermined for the most vulnerable and poorest communities by this government's insistence on putting out GP contracts for competitive tender, even when there is no competition to serve these poorer communities. So the Watson review of GP partnerships was published today. Will she commit to reviewing the requirement for competitive tender for GP partnerships?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we do, of course, support the recommendations that have been part of that review. We have announced massive investment in primary and community services, and spend on these services will grow as the NHS budget grows.
Ronnie Cowan. Question 5, Mr. Speaker. Minister Steve Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I'll answer questions 5 and 13 together. The government acted swiftly to change the law to allow cannabis-based products to be prescribed for those patients who might benefit. This was with advice from the Chief Medical Officer and the Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs. NHS England and the CMO have written to clinicians in England highlighting interim clinical guidance available.
Ronnie Cowan.
When the government announced it was prepared to allow medical cannabis under prescription, it was a decision welcomed by many people throughout the United Kingdom who suffer from a range of conditions, but the process that has been adopted has failed to deliver. When will the government take steps to facilitate general practitioners to prescribe and pharmacists to provide the appropriate effective forms of medical cannabis?
Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, we commissioned NICE to produce further guidance that will be out by October this year. I think doctors are absolutely right to be cautious when the evidence base remains limited, and further research in this area is absolutely vital, and the change to the law will facilitate this. NIHR has called for research proposals to enhance our knowledge in the area, and I think that's absolutely right.
Alistair Carmichael. Where is the fella? Well, I hope he's not in Orkney and Shetland. That would be a pity. Never mind, I'm sure we'll see him ere long. Mr. William Bragg.
Thank you very much. With your permission, and briefly, Mr. Speaker, could I group questions 6, 15 and 23? In September, we announced £145 million to upgrade NHS facilities for winter, and last month £1 billion as part of the NHS long-term plan. Future capital spending decisions will be for the spending review.
I'm extraordinarily grateful to the Secretary of State. It is not with question 23, but with question 22. But apart from that, he was all right. Well done. William Bragg.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for his answer. He'll know the importance of stepping into a hospital to my constituents. Will he work with me and others to ensure that the hospital can secure additional capital investment to expand accident and emergency, improve outpatient facilities and provide additional car parking?
I look forward to working with him and indeed his local colleagues on what we can do to support Stepping Hill Hospital further. He's an assiduous representative for Hazel Grove, makes the argument very clearly both to me and to the NHS Minister, who has already heard from him on a number of occasions. We did manage to provide £1 million for upgrades ahead of this winter to Stepping Hill Hospital, and we understand very much the case that they make.
Colin Clark. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aberdeen University since 1980 has been at the forefront of MRI development. Can I invite the Minister to visit Aberdeen medical facilities to see the fast field cycling scanner, a development of national importance to stroke diagnosis?
Yes, I love going to Aberdeen and look forward to another reason to come to the northeast, and Aberdeen University, of course, has been at the cutting edge of this innovation. The UK is at the cutting edge of this innovation, has been for years and must be for years to come.
Rebecca Powell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd first of all like to thank the Department for supporting me in my case for upgrading the theatres at Musgrave Park Hospital. But of course, having skilled staff to work in these places is really important. University Centre Somerset is just one of 2 places piloting the Nursing Associates programme. It's growing really well, and it's a vital stepping stone between healthcare assistant and nurse. I wonder if the Secretary of State would join with me in congratulating the college on how well the programme's going, but also meet with me to discuss the option of a degree course.
Yes, absolutely. We support Nursing Associates. I'm delighted to see the rapid expansion that's taking place. We want more universities and higher education institutes to come to the fore to provide this sort of education. I can't wait to meet her.
Including, of course, as the right honourable gentleman knows from his meeting with me recently, the University of Buckingham in my own constituency. Yes. Seema Malhotra.
Mr. Speaker, one of my constituents who is 17 years old and who is seriously ill with breathing difficulties and needing urgent specialist care is waiting for a room to be available at the Royal Brompton. Is the Secretary of State aware of any delays and whether these have been caused by not having sufficient NHS facilities at the Royal Brompton to meet such urgent demand?
I haven't heard any of the details of the case before now. If she will write to me, I'm very happy to talk to her and engage with her on what we can do for her constituent.
Tim Farron.
Speaker, it is 12 long months since the government closed its consultation on whether to upgrade NHS radiotherapy facilities. Meanwhile, in South Cumbria, cancer patients have to make up to 4-hour daily round trips for weeks on end to receive treatment. When will the government respond to the consultation, and when will it invest in satellite radiotherapy provision in places like Westminster General Hospital?
Well, we'll respond to the consultation very soon. We wanted to get the NHS long-term plan published first because clearly the two are strongly linked. I pay tribute to his work chairing the all-party group and look forward to working with him on it.
Luke Pollard.
Mr. Speaker, Plymouth is pioneering health and wellbeing hubs, a new type of NHS facility. I'm most excited about the new one in Plymouth City Centre that will include directly employed GPs, mental health, as well as sexual health and dentistry services as well. I know we've submitted a funding application to the Minister. When will he be able to, in the situation, to fund and support this pioneering project to really support a new type of NHS facility delivering in some of our poorest communities?
Looks very good.
Well, his neighbour in Plymouth has already brought this to my attention and made the case very strongly for it. I'm still waiting for the thank you for the new facilities for Derriford Hospital, but I'm a massive supporter of the work that's going on in the local area, and the NHS in Plymouth is going to go from strength to strength under this government.
Dr. Sarah Wollaston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The maintenance backlog across the NHS is deeply worrying and affects equipment as well as buildings. 2 of the 10 operating theatres at Torbay Hospital remain out of action, and I wonder if the Secretary of State would meet with me to discuss the impact this is having on patient care, increasing waiting lists and also leading to very short notice cancellation of lists to make way for emergency cases, and Torbay Hospital's £34 million backlog in maintenance. Deep.
I'm very happy to meet with my honourable friend who makes a very important point. That, of course, future allocations of capital are for the spending review, and I look forward to working with her to try to sort the problems both in Torbay and across the board.
Anna Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, a consultation is taking place
about the closure of Faith House GP practice on Beverley Road in Hull, partly about the premises being less suitable for delivering modern healthcare, but also about the fact of how difficult it is to recruit GPs. So what is the Secretary of State actually going to do about GP services being removed from communities and actually support the development of GP services in those areas?
Well, the £4.5 billion extra in the long-term plan that's going to primary and community care is absolutely targeted at solving problems like this. As it happens, I know Beverley Road in Hull quite well. I had family who lived on there. It's very important that the provision of these services in primary care and in the community are there and are available to people to make sure that this crucial element of our prevention agenda is strengthened to keep the pressure off hospitals too.
Suella Braverman.
Speaker, Fareham Community Hospital has seen increased usage in these days thanks to local GPs working together to provide a same-day access scheme. However, patients are really disappointed about the lack of a mobile breast screening unit on site. Will the Right Honourable Friend join me in calling on community health partnerships and Portsmouth Hospital Trust to explore ways of providing this vital service which could help hundreds of people every day?
Yes, I'd love to do that, and I'll raise it with Mike Richards, who's running a review of the future of screening services, and I'm sure that the whole House will want to join me in congratulating my honourable friend on her forthcoming use of maternity services in the NHS.
In congratulating the honourable lady, the member for Lincoln, on her birthday, I call Karen Lee.
Mr. Speaker, you're very kind. Question number 7.
Minister Stephen Hammond.
Our policies have allowed the NHS to recruit over 13,400 more nurses onto all wards since 2010. Additionally, we've increased the number of available nurse training places, offering new routes into the profession, encouraging those who've left nursing to return to practice, alongside retaining more of the staff we have now. And with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I was so enthusiastic about the number of extra staff in the National Health Service, I may have inadvertently led my honourable friend to Banbury, and I just want to tell her it's 500 obs-and-gynae doctors since 2010.
Karen Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The latest CQC report on Lincoln County Hospital found that there was sufficient nursing staff on only 4 of the 28 days reviewed, and a heavy reliance on agency staff.
Terrible.
As people know, I was a cardiac nurse for 12 years, and I can tell the House that agency nurses are both expensive and they actually create extra work. They often can't do IVs and they're not familiar with paperwork. The regular nurses end up doing half of the jobs for them. Can the Secretary of State explain to the House why the NHS long-term plan has no policy on effectively tackling understaffing and no mention of reinstating the nursing bursary, which enabled nurses like me to train?
Well, the honourable lady's right. We want to see more nurses in the NHS, and that's why we've provided funding to increase nurse training places by 25%. It's why the long-term plan will have a detailed implementation plan for workforce, and it's why she talks about the bursary, because she knows that since that's been replaced, the nurses on the current training schemes are typically 25% better off. Alongside that, there are additional funds which support learning.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome that there are 94 more nurses in my local trust since 2010. But what is the Minister doing to ensure greater retention of nurses at my local hospitals so that they've got their own nurses instead of relying so much on the agency nurses?
Minister.
Well, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, nurses are absolutely the heart of our NHS, and my honourable friend is right about the extra number of nurses at her hospital. But she's also right that retention is one of the big issues for us. That's why the Agenda for Change Pay Award was put through last year. That's why we're working with Health Education England to look at other retention methods. And it's why also that we are increasing the number of training places to make sure that not only are we retaining, but we're recruiting more nurses into the National Health Service.
Julie Cooper.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to join with you in wishing my colleague a happy birthday and acknowledge that no one knows better than she about the crisis in nursing staff levels. At the same time, the shortfall in GPs has risen to 6,000, and a third of all practices have been unable to fill vacancies for over 3 months. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Speaker, waiting times for GP appointments are at an all-time high. As ever under this government, it's patients that are suffering, and the situation is set to get worse, with more practices destined to close this year. So why is the government not taking urgent action to tackle this? And when will we finally see the workforce implementation plan that's been promised?
Minister. The Honourable Lady asks about GPs. There are, of course, as she would want to acknowledge, a record number of doctors recruited into GP training. We are determined to deliver an extra 5,000 doctors into general practice. The NHSE and Health Education England have also a number of schemes in place to recruit more GPs to boost retention. There's the GP retention scheme, the GP retention fund. And she will know that, of course, that the workforce implementation plan, as I've said it twice already this morning, which is part of the long-term plan, will be published in the spring.
Andrew Selous.
Number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Indeed. Minister Steve Brine.
Thank you, sir. This government is taking bold, world-leading action on child obesity that meets the scale of the challenge we face. We've got a soft drinks industry levy, sugar reduction programme already working, measures on banning energy drinks and calorie labelling consulted on, and a consultation on restricting price and location promotions on sugary and fatty foods, which I launched on Saturday.
Andrew Selous.
The introduction of a 9 p.m. watershed on the marketing of junk food to children is the number one ask of the Obesity Health Alliance, supported by Cancer Research UK, Diabetes UK, many of the Royal Colleges. When will we see that consultation launched?
Well, I'm glad my honourable friend mentioned CRUK, who've launched a very powerful new marketing campaign that members will see in and around Westminster and on media over the rest of this month. But we'll be launching the consultation on further advertising, which was in Chapter 2 of the Child Obesity Plan, including the 9 p.m. watershed, very shortly. We're working hard to ensure the remaining consultations announced in the second chapter are right. I want to get them right, and when they're ready and we're satisfied that they're doing the right tools to do the job that we want, which is to face this enormous challenge, we will publish them.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With recent Northern Ireland figures showing that at least 25% of young people, 40% of teens are classed as overweight or obese, will the Minister outline with what cross-departmental discussions have taken place to improve the strategies of improving health of young people through coordination and interaction with parents and provision of healthy eating schemes?
Well, of course, health is devolved. We talk to our opposite numbers all the time, and our officials talk to them all the time. I mean, our North Star ambition to halve child obesity by 2030 is absolutely right. It is shared and matched by our colleagues in Scotland, and we look to our colleagues in Northern Ireland to do the same. But any advice or support that they want from the world-leading plan that we have here is more than on offer.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree with the campaign being advanced by Jamie Oliver to ensure that doctors in training are giving more extensive training in nutrition and the benefits of that on health?
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker. I was very fortunate to visit Southend Pier before Christmas to talk to Jamie and Jimmy about this, and nutrition training and the understanding of what is involved in achieving and maintaining a healthy weight varies between medical schools. Some courses have just got 8 hours over what could be a 5 or 6 year degree. So together with the professional bodies and the universities, we will, as we said in a long-term plan, ensure that nutrition has a greater place in professional education training.
I think we're all very impressed by how well connected the Minister is. He's obviously on first-name terms with these illustrious individuals. Well, indeed, and I'm sure they're absolutely thrilled to befriend the Minister. No reason to doubt it. Alison Thewlis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Scotland's Childhood Obesity Plan recognises breastfeeding as the best start for babies in life. Will he look at that within his own plans and ensure that support is there to allow women to breastfeed as long as they wish to?
Yes, we will. We do recognise that gives a very good start in life, and working with my colleague, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary, I'll be meeting one of the groups in this area to talk about it shortly, and I know that she does work with the Infant Feeding All-Party Group, which I think she chairs, so I'm very happy to talk to her about that any time. We see that as an essential start in life.
Falami.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ben.
Minister Jackie.
The new mental health support teams will deliver evidence-based interventions in or close to schools and colleges for children and young people with mild to moderate mental health issues. In December, we announced the first 25 trailblazer areas in England. 12 of the sites will pilot a 4-week waiting time to speed up children and young people's access to NHS mental health services, including in Hertfordshire, serving the constituents of my honourable friend.
Bima Falami.
I thank the Minister for that response. The Minister will appreciate that it's not just spending more money in mental health, but it's about how that money is spent. Could the Minister explain to the House in further detail the nature and the scope of the research, scientific and otherwise, that has underpinned the Department's response to dealing with this increase in poor mental health in our young people?
Well, my honourable
Minister.
friend is absolutely right. It's important that we get the value from any investment we make in improving the nation's mental health by making sure that it is evidence-based. On that basis, the government engaged extensively with a range of expert organisations and individuals, including children and people, to inform our proposals to improve mental health support, including through a consultation. We also commissioned academics to undertake a systematic review of the evidence, which directly informed our proposals, and we will, of course, learn from the trailblazers as we commission additional services later this year.
Luciana Berger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will know that the Health and Social Care Select Committee interrogated the government's plans for mental health for our young people. And we found that there was a massive gap because many schools that are very passionate about their students' mental health have had to cut the provision of what they previously provided. That's the educational psychologists, it's the counsellors, it's the pastoral care workers, it's the peer mentors. Can she tell us at this dispatch box what the Education Minister couldn't tell us? What her plans will essentially replace in this country, because we know that there are an army of those professionals that are no longer working in our schools.
Minister.
Well, I can say to the honourable lady, who I know is very passionate about all this, that in rolling out this additional support, we don't want to crowd out anything that's there already, and it should be working genuinely in partnership with that provision that has already been undertaken. But we do recognise that we do need to be rolling out further investment. We've introduced this new workforce of 300,000 people when it's fully rolled out, but we must make sure that we're investing in the training in a way that it's rolled out to be effective.
James Cartledge.
Number 11, please, sir.
E. Minister Doyle-Price.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer this question with number 16. Under the NHS long-term plan, there will be a comprehensive expansion of mental health services with an additional £2.3 billion in real terms by 2023-24. This will give 380,000 more adults access to psychological therapies and 345,000 more children and young people greater support in the next 5 years. The NHS will also roll out new waiting times to ensure rapid access to mental health services in the community and through the expansion of crisis care.
I thank my own friend for that answer. She will be aware of the long-running and very substantial problems we've had at our main mental health trust, the Norfolk and Suffolk Foundation Trust. Can she update the House on the latest position, and in particular what steps the government are taking to finally turn around this failing trust?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is quite right, and I've stood at this dispatch box a number of times addressing concerns of all local MPs in Norfolk and Suffolk. I can advise him and the House that the Trust is receiving increased oversight and enhanced support from NHS Improvement. It's in special measures for quality reasons. It's also receiving peer support from the East London Trust, which is an excellent and outstanding trust. We will continue to take a close interest in developments, but I can assure him that that trust is receiving every possible attention to improve performance.
Nigel Mill.
Could she also set out for the House what steps are going to be taken to ensure that care for someone experiencing a mental health crisis is actually available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question, because this was top of my list of asks as we were developing the forward plan. And I can say that the NHS has reiterated its commitment that a 24 hours, 7 days a week community-based mental health crisis response for all adults is in place across England by 2020-21. All adults experiencing a mental health crisis will be able to be directed to support via NHS 111. And this is based on best practice as shown by Cambridgeshire and Peterborough NHS Trust. So I'm grateful for my honourable friend's interest in this, and I can assure him that NHS England, all commissioners and myself are really very much on it.
Dr. Paul Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Half of all women who experience depression or anxiety in the perinatal period say that their problem wasn't asked about by health services. There are some genuinely positive things to say in the NHS long-term plan about specialist services, but what's the point in having services if half of the people with a problem don't have that diagnosed? What are we going to do about that?
Well, and the honourable gentleman has quizzed me about this a number of times, and I know he cares very deeply about it. And one of the issues that he specifically raised with me is the awareness of GPs and the involvement that they have in diagnosing when there's a problem. Obviously, we do take that forward as part of the GP contract. But I can also advise him that there is a significant expansion in perinatal services, and we are very confident that we'll be achieving the national trajectory of 2,000 more women accessing specialist care already in this year, and more than 7,000 additional women accessed care as of March 18.
Paula Sheriff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent analysis of NHS digital mental health workforce statistics reveal NHS England is not on course to meet its target of 21,000 additional mental health staff by 2021, which means that it's unlikely to meet the goals set in the 5-year forward view and the recent long-term plan. Mental health services are in real danger of further decline. So can we have an absolute guarantee from the Secretary of State that these targets will be met? And if they aren't, will he resign?
Minister.
Well, I have to advise the honourable lady that we are on course to meet the targets in the 5-year forward view. But she's right to raise issues about workforce, and frankly, this is something that keeps me awake at night. We are investing in a very significant expansion of mental health services, and that requires appropriate staff to deliver them. But I can also assure her that we're having very productive discussions with clinical leads in NHS England. We need to be much more imaginative about how we deliver services, and we're seeing very substantial gains and improvement in performance by increased use of peer support workers, which is providing the therapeutic care that many can benefit from. But she's right to hold me to account for it.
John Owl.
Number 12, sir.
Minister Brine.
So our much-mentioned new plan, Mr. Speaker, sets out the clear ambition to diagnose 3/4 of all cancers at an early stage, up from half today.
John Howe.
The blood cancer charity Bloodwise launched their Hear Our Voice report in Parliament last week. Will the Minister ensure that NHS England works with Bloodwise to ensure that blood cancer is included within that 75% target?
Minister.
Yes, I will do that. I spoke at the launch of their excellent report at their parliamentary reception last week. We're very clear, and I have been since the start of that new ambition. The 75% figure applies to all cancers, and we won't achieve it unless we focus on the harder to diagnose cancers like blood.
Daniel Zeichner.
Given that the number of people suffering rare diseases in any one country are always likely to be small, Mr. Speaker, and given our changed relationship with the European medicines agencies and the European medicines market, can the Minister tell us what he's doing to make sure that the future development of orphan drugs in this country is safeguarded?
Minister.
Well, he will know that the draft withdrawal agreement sets us on, we hope, a relationship through the EMA. But the UK Strategy for Rare Diseases, which was published in 2013, sets out our commitment to improve the diagnosis and the treatment of patients with rare diseases and helps to end the diagnostic odyssey that we referred to throughout the last few years. So I thank him for raising it.
Mike Wood.
14, sir.
E. Minister Dinage.
Mr. Speaker, autism and learning disability are clinical priorities in the NHS long-term plan. We're committed to improving the quality of care provided to people with a learning disability and autism, and to addressing the persistent health inequalities they face.
The Minister was seeking to group this question with that of the honourable gentleman, the member for Brentwood
Mr.
Nonga.
Speaker, can I group number 14 and number 24 together?
Yes, quite so. Well done. Mike Wood.
Thank the Minister for her response, and the commitment to reducing diagnosis waiting times for children and young people is very welcome. But in this 10th anniversary year of the Autism Act, what's the government doing to tackle diagnosis waiting times for all people with autism?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to first of all congratulate my honourable friend for his active involvement in both the APPG for learning disability and for autism. Over the next 3 years, we're going to be testing and implementing the most effective ways to reduce waiting times for specialist services. We're developing guidance to support commissioners to develop the necessary services to support all autistic people, and have launched a review of our autism strategy.
Alex Burghardt.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. As former Governor of a school for children with autism, I thank the Minister for her previous response. It's well known that people who have ASD suffer premature morbidity due to worse rates of heart disease, cancer and death through epilepsy. What is the Minister doing to ensure that fewer people with autism die early?
Mr Speaker, these are key elements of the NHS long-term plan. We'll shortly start consulting on mandatory learning disability and autism training for health and social care staff. We'll work to improve uptake of the existing annual health checks for people with learning disabilities and pilot the introduction of specific health checks for autistic people.
Chairman.
Speaker, the Minister knows of my interest as Chair of the Autism Commission and access to health, but she also knows that what the real barrier is having enough skilled people with the skills not only to identify but to support those families that have autism in it.
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Gentleman's right, and I pay tribute to his enormous hard work in these efforts. That's why that's why the training is so important. We want to ensure actually that all staff across the board, whether they are clinical staff, medical staff or just staff that people might meet on the reception desk, have got the necessary training to be able to help support people with learning disabilities and those with autism.
And Chris Bryant.
What's the government going to do about people who have suffered acquired brain injury? In particular, 1 in 4 major trauma centres have no consultant for neurorehabilitation, which means all too often these people fall between the cracks and don't get proper support. Will they change that?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I know the Honourable Gentleman chairs the all-party group on this, and we're working on the recommendations of his report. This is such an important issue and we want to make sure that nobody falls through the gaps.
Well, we're running late, but I don't think the health questions session would be complete without the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for North Norfolk, Mr Norman Lamb.
Number 20, yes, Speaker.
Sorry, Mr Steve Brine.
Local authorities will receive £3 billion in 2019-20, ring-fenced exclusively for use on public health, but our ambitions for prevention go far beyond any one pot of money. Prevention is better than cure was widely welcomed, and we will build on it with a comprehensive green paper later on this year.
Norman Lamb.
The numbers attending sexual health clinics are up about 13% over 4 years. The numbers with gonorrhea and syphilis are up 20% over the last year. And yet the Health Foundation says that funding for sexual health is down 25%. Will the Secretary of State and the Minister be making a really powerful case as part of the spending review for proper investment in public health and in particular sexual health, given his commitment to prevention?
Minister.
Well, yes, of course. I mean, matters for the spending review are just that. But one of the things that I think he, as a former health minister, will have noticed and probably welcomed in the long-term plan is that we are going to look at the commissioning and therefore the funding flow of funding for sexual health services as part of the long-term plan.
Topical questions, Mr Clive Bett.
Number 1, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, last week we launched the NHS long-term plan, and it delivers on the vision of how the £20.5 billion extra we're putting into the health service will be spent to get the best return for the taxpayer. It's built on the principle that prevention is better than cure, and there'll be a new focus on personal responsibility that reflects and complements the responsibility the NHS has to us all.
Mr Clive Bett.
But looking to the last financial year, I'm sure the Secretary of State has seen the NAO report, which says that auditors gave a qualified opinion on 38% of local NHS bodies, expressing concerns about overspending and value for money. The Controller and Auditor General said a qualification is a judgment that something is seriously wrong. Does the Secretary of State accept that many of these problems are down to local bodies struggling with the effects of austerity and cuts in real terms to their funding? But does he also accept that he's ultimately responsible for spending in the NHS? And does he accept responsibility for the total unsatisfactory state of affairs that the NAO has identified?
Well, it's a very big question, and the very big answer comes in the form of £20.5 billion that's going in. But it isn't just about the money. We also need to ensure that at all levels we strengthen the leadership capacity in the NHS, because the best hospitals that deliver the best services and hit the targets and are best clinically are also the ones that have the best financial results. So a strengthening of leadership, making sure the money is available as appropriate, and making sure that we deliver for patients are absolutely at the core of the long-term plan.
Mr. Robert Goodwill.
Before we had the brilliant news that £4 million of capital funding had been allocated for a new state-of-the-art A&E facility at Scarborough Hospital. That will transform emergency care for my constituents. Could the Minister give me an update on similar ambitious plans for Whitby Hospital?
Minister.
Well, my right honourable friend is right to welcome the announcement at Scarborough. And I understand the full business case for the redevelopment of Whitby Hospital is going to the Hambledon, Richmondshire and Whitby governing body for approval on the 24th of January. I'm assured that the CCG remains supportive of the redevelopment of Whitby Hospital, and if it's helpful, I'm obviously delighted to meet him after the 24th.
Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government's cuts to council budgets have meant that 100,000 fewer people received publicly funded social care over the last 3 years, and 90 people a day died while waiting for social care last year. What does the Secretary of State think it says to their families that the social care green paper and a meaningful funding settlement have been delayed again?
Minister Dinage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Lady knows that we've given councils access to nearly £10 billion in this 3-year period in order to address this very issue. But she's right to highlight the issues that we have at the heart of social care. We are going to be publishing the Green Paper very shortly.
Andrew Lua.
Possibly worst PFI contract in the country was awarded in 2001 to Shaw Healthcare to rehabilitate elderly people coming out of hospital there. It's meant Northamptonshire County Council has been paying Shaw for a service where over 50% of beds have been lying empty. What steps can the department take to manage the problems that have been arising from this and other PFI contracts?
Departmental officials have worked alongside the Council to engage with Shaw Healthcare to identify the causes and explore the solutions to minimise empty beds at the PFI. Through improved contract management and regular meetings with Shaw, significant improvements are being made, and contract changes are under discussion to further improve performance. This aligns with the Department's Centre of Best Practice for PFI contracts, and as was announced by the Chancellor in the Budget.
I appreciate the natural courtesy of the Minister is to look in the direction of the person who's questioning him, but the House wants the benefit of his mellifluous tones, so he should face the House. We're grateful to him. Helen Goodman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The closure of Ward 6 at Bishop Auckland Hospital will mean the loss of 24 beds, which is why 14,000 people signed a petition to keep it. So will the Minister now step in to ensure that we keep Ward 6?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady will know that in the long-term plan we've committed to ensuring more people are treated and that we will see more money being spent in hospitals. The decision for closure is a matter for local authorities, local organisations, as she will know. But as I've said to other honourable members, my door remains open and I'll be delighted to meet her.
Gordon Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we heard earlier, obesity is a major health problem in Britain. Nationally, 1,100 people per 100,000 are admitted to hospital because of obesity-related problems. It's a particular problem in Sittingbourne and Sheppey, with 1,700 people per 100,000 affected. That's the highest rate in the whole of Kent and Medway. Does my honourable friend recognise the huge strain such a statistic puts on the budget of the Swale Clinical Commissioning Group? And if so, what steps will he ensure he takes to provide the funds needed to solve the problem?
Mr. Bryan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, of course we recognise the economic strain of obesity on the NHS. That's why we're taking the action that we have with our renewed focus on prevention. So measures in the plan include doubling the capacity of the diabetes prevention programme, for instance, the further 1,000 children a year that we hope to treat for severe complications related to their obesity, and that should help his CCG and mine and all members.
Mohammed Yassin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A senior GP from Bedford was told by East of England Ambulance Service that his patient who required urgent admission would have to wait 10 hours for an ambulance. I'm deeply concerned about this response time, but will the Minister urgently investigate why patients are being deliberately downgraded if an ambulance is called from a GP surgery?
Minister.
A number of MPs, including the Honourable Gentleman, have raised issues about the Trust's performance, and a range of actions have been put in place, and he'll be pleased to know that I met with the Performance Director in December and have been discussing a number of support mechanisms from both the NHS and the Department, and I'm continuing to receive reports. You'll be pleased to hear that over December the performance of East Anglia Trust improved.
Maria Caulfield.
Mr. Speaker, children's hospices provide vital support for children with life-limiting conditions and their families at the most difficult of times. While I welcome the £25 million of extra investment in these services, what more can be done to support children's hospices across the UK?
Minister Dinage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Lady is absolutely right to highlight the incredible work done by children's hospices across the country, and up until this point there has been some real disparity between the amount of funding that they receive and that of their adult counterparts, which is why I was really delighted as part of the NHS long-term plan we announced plans to increase funding for children's hospices as much as £25 million a year over the next 5 years, but there is always more we can do and we're always open to suggestions.
Yvonne Favard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've recently been contacted by a number of constituents who face long waits in A&E at Wigan Infirmary. In fact, figures show that 1 in 4 patients are waiting longer than 4 hours. Can the Minister explain how removing waiting time targets will improve the situation?
Minister, Secretary
She's
of State.
absolutely right. That the waiting time targets like this need to be improved upon. It's one of the reasons why we're putting so much extra taxpayers' money into the NHS. Of course, waiting times also need to follow clinical need, and we're taking advice on that.
Alan Mack.
Mr. Speaker, genome sequencing and other fourth industrial revolution techniques play a key role in detecting and treating cancer and other disease. How is the NHS adopting these new techniques?
Well, the use of new technologies is drilled through the new NHS long-term plan, and of course genome sequencing holds such opportunities to improve the health of the nation, and he is a great advocate for it, Mr. Speaker.
Vernon Coker.
As I've seen recently in my own constituency, access to mental health services is frankly sometimes deplorable. Notwithstanding what was said earlier on by the Minister about all the plans, how long are people going to have to wait before this actually gets better?
Well, the biggest increase in proportion in spending in the NHS, faster than the average over the 5-year period, is in mental health services, alongside the increase in primary care and community care. That money comes on stream with a £6 billion cash injection to the NHS overall in April, which is only in just over 2 months' time. So we're getting on with it, but there's a lot of work to do.
Julia Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. NHS Property realised £43 million when they sold St George's in my constituency, yet a £17 million bid for a new health centre there hasn't been successful. Will my right honourable friend commit to looking again at this to convince local communities that they benefit when local NHS assets are sold?
Absolutely. I look forward to working with her on it, working with local commissioners, and also working with her ahead of the spending review when the next round of the capital allocations will be set.
Mary Rimmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In line with the long-term plan, St Helens leaders have integrated health and social care teams and budgets and have a joint role for accountable officer and director of social services. Can the Minister provide assurance that this successful place working will not be put at risk by restructures in NHSE and NHSI, and indications in the long-term plan that integrated care systems need to be formed on STP footprints?
Yes, 100%. That's exactly what's in the plan. I'm delighted to have such support. This is exactly the direction that we need to go in terms of integrating care to make sure patients are served better, whoever is the ultimate funder of the service.
In the case of an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest, access to a defibrillator can make the difference between life and death. And while there are tens of thousands of defibs across the UK, the majority are not known to the ambulance service. So will the Minister join me in welcoming the British Heart Foundation's efforts to map the location of all defibs so that ambulance services can direct people to their nearest heart restarter in an emergency and hopefully save more lives?
Minister Bryan.
Yes, we will, Mr. Speaker. We work closely with partners such as the BHF to harness new technology. Ultimately, this is about using data, big data, to make sure that it's for the benefit of patients, and that is at the heart of this health service.
Chris Rouet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have an excellent advocate for motor neuron disease in North Wales, one Vincent Ryan. He has drawn my attention that the social care green paper was expected before New Year, but now the Health Secretary has said it will be before April, over 2 years after it was first announced. Whenever this paper does arrive, can the Secretary of State confirm that it will address social care provision for adults of working age living with a disability as well as older people?
Secretary of State.
Yes, that's absolutely critical. He's quite right.
Pauline Latham.
What advice could the Minister give to elderly people and vulnerable people who missed out on the first wave of flu jabs? Are they still available?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Make an appointment through your GP or your wonderful pharmacist, and it is still very much available.
Dr. Rosanna Allen Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While working a night shift this weekend in A&E, I was struck by working alongside so many members of staff from our EU, Italian, Irish, Spanish. I am proud that St George's Hospital is paying for their visas post-Brexit for these vital staff. But can the Secretary of State today outline why the financial burden is falling upon NHS trusts and not on this government to retain these vital staff and improve their morale?
Yes, Secretary of State.
Well, I welcome what St George's is doing, and I welcome all EU people from the EU who are working in our NHS in greater number than on the day of the referendum. They're welcome here, and I look forward to them working here long into the future.
Andrea Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Each month I hold my memory cafes for those suffering with memory loss, dementia and Alzheimer's, their carers and family and friends. What support is the government providing for those suffering with such memory loss conditions?
Mr. Speaker, we remain absolutely committed to delivering the challenge on Dementia 2020, and we're absolutely committed to making England the best country in the world for dementia care by 2020. As part of that, we're more than happy to do everything we can to support those sort of memory cafes of which he speaks, which is such a valuable local community resource.
I was going to call Mr. Skinner, who I thought was perched a moment ago. He's perched again. In fact, he's more than perched. Dennis Skinner.
Yeah. The Minister has been very fond today of talking about the long-term plan. I'm 86 years of age, and the reason I'm able to ask this question is because under Labour, is he listening? Under Labour, the money that went in was trebled from 33 billion to 100 billion, an increase of 67 billion pounds. That's why I'm still here, because I had my operation for cancer and successful. I had an operation for a bypass and it was successful. I had a hip replacement and I can still walk backward. That's the Labour story. Just remember it.
But before the Secretary of State, I mean, the ferocity and eloquence of the honourable gentleman are legendary, but all he's really telling us is what the Chair already knew, namely that the honourable gentleman is indestructible. Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman and I both come from Nottinghamshire mining stock, and we both support the NHS, was first proposed from this dispatch box by a Conservative minister under a Conservative Prime Minister and has been presided over by a Conservative Secretary of State for most of its life, and I'm delighted that it was the operations, including under a Conservative-led administration, that kept the honourable member ticking, because what an adornment he is, and I look forward to voting with him this evening.
Order. As I'm often moved to observe at health questions, demand tends to exceed supply, as in the health service, under whichever government. But we must now move on. I think the Honourable Gentleman in Helion and Yar had a point of order. Mr. Angus Brendan McNeill.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, just before Christmas I wrote a letter to the Prime Minister asking if she would be respectful of the mandate in the Scottish Parliament for a second independence referendum, and by agreeing to a Section 30 order. The response came about a month later, but the response, I have to say, wasn't respectful of UK member parliaments at all, contrast, of course, to the European Union. But the response was not from the Prime Minister, but from the Secretary of State for Scotland. This is an example, Mr. Speaker, of the government arbitrarily changing the rules, something they complained about last week, or one of those innovations. But my point is, Mr. Speaker, shouldn't the Prime Minister be responding herself to these things, or has she passed this power in an innovation to the Secretary of State for Scotland, the granting of a Section 30 order for a second independence referendum?
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman both for his point of order and for his characteristic courtesy in giving me advance notice of it. What, however, I have to say to the Honourable Gentleman may disappoint him. The Honourable Gentleman is perfectly at liberty to put his inquiry to the government department of his choice, and indeed the most senior minister of all. But it is the entitlement, constitutionally, procedurally, of the government to decide by what route a reply is provided. So although there is some consternation etched upon the contours of the Honourable Gentleman's face that he got a reply from the source he didn't want, not from the source he did want, that is something I'm afraid that he'll have to live with and bear with such stoicism and fortitude as he can muster. Very good. If there are no further points of order at this stage, we come to the... Is there a point of order? Point of order, James Heapy.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday you said that you would adhere to the advice of the late Lord Whitelaw and cross bridges only when we come to them, and I think we would all agree with you on that. But in the interest of knowing what bridges might be crossed, you were asked yesterday to confirm that only a Minister of the Crown could move a motion to extend Article 50. I wonder if you have any update on to what you described at the time as being a holding response.
Very simple reason that although I'm extremely delighted that the Honourable Gentleman has been willing to learn from me, and more particularly from Lord Whitelaw, that point has not been reached. So I appreciate the assiduity of the Honourable Gentleman and his nimbleness in being ready to spring to his feet to raise a matter of immediate concern and preoccupation to him. But that crucial point, at which some ruling might be required, though of great interest to the Honourable Gentleman, has not yet arrived. So there we are, and the Honourable Gentleman chunters cheekily from a sedentary position. When might it be? The Honourable Gentleman has got to learn the art of patience. And if he is patient, if he deploys Zen, he will find that it is ultimately to everybody's advantage. So we'll leave it there, and we come now. Now, I'm not... oh, very well. Point of order, Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to that point of order, you said yesterday, and I quote from Hansard, "I am very happy to reflect." Could you give the House a sense of when you might have had the chance to reflect, and reassure me it will be before such a motion is proposed?
Well, what I would say to the Honourable Lady is that at the point that I'm ready to say something on important matters of procedure that require a statement, I hope the Honourable Lady will trust that on the strength of 9.5 years in the chair, I do know when that point is. And much as I appreciate the diligence and commitment in the chamber of the Honourable Lady, and I recognise that there is a desire on the part of many members, often at short notice, sometimes on a coordinated basis and sometimes not, to raise points of order with great enthusiasm,
There's no need for it now. So at the point at which a ruling is required, it will be proffered to the House, if I may say so, by an experienced chair. I think it would be regarded as a courtesy by the House if we could proceed to the presentation of bill for which the honourable gentleman, the member for Grantham and Stamford, has been patiently waiting. Presentation of bill, Mr Nicholas Bowles.
European Union Withdrawal Number 2 Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Thank you. Order. We come now to the 10-minute rule motion. Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to require public authorities to pay certain suppliers using project bank accounts and for connected purposes. Mr Speaker, it is exactly a year ago today since the construction giant Carillion announced it was going into liquidation. At the time, there was widespread concern about what this would mean for the completion of major public sector projects already underway, including hospitals and HS2, which Carillion was also working on as part of a consortium. But there are also worries for the 30,000 or so small businesses which, as part of Carillion's supply chain, were all also working on these projects. After Carillion's collapse, thousands of these subcontractors lost major contracts and were left reeling with substantial debts. A survey of building, engineering and electrical firms showed that small businesses were, on average, owed £141,000 by Carillion out of a total of £2 billion owed to suppliers. The vast majority of these suppliers have never received any recompense. Following on from these losses, it has been estimated that 780 small building firms went into insolvency in the last quarter of 2018 as a direct consequence of Carillion's collapse. That's a 20% increase in insolvency in the previous year. Neil Skinner, whose construction firm Johnson's Brothers is based in my constituency and who is here today, was one of Carillion's suppliers and lost £176,000. Neil told me Carillion often went to over 60 days before they paid me, and I had to do a lot of chasing for that. And once the job for a particular customer was finished, our sanction to stop working was gone, and their payments just stopped, even though they still owed money for the work that we'd done. They resorted to using all the familiar late payment tactics, from finding fault with an invoice, referring us to their India accounts office, statement queries, disrupted invoices paid, and so on. Then lastly, they imposed a 15% non-negotiable discount on our work, or they would send all unpaid invoices back to their quantity surveyors department. We reluctantly signed this contract, and then they went bump the Monday after signing, and 10 days before the first part payment was due. As a result of Carillion's late payment tactics, small enterprises like me have been suffering greatly, if not terminally. Neil added, large companies know late payment can destroy small businesses like us, but they rely on these tactics to cook their books and be seen to be profitable themselves. Carillion went under, owing us well over 15% of our annual turnover, and following a difficult year last year, this money is much needed to help us survive. Mr Speaker, by ensuring that all public sector projects over £500,000 use project bank accounts or PBAs, my bill will not only protect small businesses from losing money owed to them should the Tier 1 supplier become insolvent, as Carillion did, but it will also stop small businesses being paid late by these large companies. PBAs are ring-fenced bank accounts into which monies due to firms providing construction or other works are paid. The accounts are ring-fenced within a trust arrangement so that if a Tier 1 contractor becomes insolvent, the monies for the subcontractors are protected. They do not disrupt contractual arrangements, but instead of public bodies paying Tier 1 contractors directly, the public body pays money directly into the PBA. The Tier 1 contractor and suppliers are then all paid simultaneously, usually within 15 to 18 days. The government is already using PBAs successfully in many areas. For example, Highways England use them for all their works, and by 2020, £20 billion worth of highways work will have been paid through PBAs. They've also been used in building projects in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Even some local authorities are using them. Internationally, many Australian states mandate for PBAs to be used in construction contracts, and last year the European Commission agreed to use PBAs for European projects.
In addition to payments to small businesses, suppliers being protected and being received more quickly, there is also a reduction in disputes and disruption as suppliers are less likely to suspend their work when paid promptly. The costs of public sector projects are reduced as well, as the greater security of payment provided by PBAs is factored into suppliers' pricing. Mr. Speaker, PBAs are a practical, tried and tested measure to protect small businesses and make sure they are paid promptly. I've been campaigning against late payments since 2011 when a haulier in my Oldham East and Saddleworth constituency came to me and told me that he was struggling to survive because a mainstream supermarket chain was delaying their payments, and he was scared that he was going to go under. When I investigated the problem, I was staggered to see how endemic it is right across the country. 4 out of 5 companies across all sectors experience late payments and are owed money, with 68% having to write off bad debt. 1 in 3 small businesses admit that late payments are forcing them to rely on bank overdrafts to keep up with their overheads, and over a quarter say late payments are forcing them to pay their own suppliers late. It is shocking that collectively small businesses were owed £14 billion in late payments last year. Although late payments have come down from their height in 2013, just under half of SMEs spend around £4.4 billion in admin costs alone chasing late payments, and over 1 in 10 businesses struggling with overdue invoices have to employ someone to chase for a payment. Although the private sector tends to be the worst for paying late than the public sector, some government departments are also failing to meet their commitment to pay 80% of undisputed invoices within 5 working days. In addition, BAC's research on existing measures to tackle late payments said that when it comes to government initiatives, about a quarter say they are aware of measures to oblige large and listed companies to publish payment practices. However, 3/4 don't feel these measures improve the speed their companies are paid. In 2013, I had held an all-party inquiry to look at the issues associated with late payments and what could be done about them. The evidence we took from small businesses was incredibly powerful. Our key finding from the inquiry was that late payment reflects the culture in that company. And as we know, the culture of a company, or a society ultimately reflects its leadership. It was clear that late payment was used as a form of corporate bullying, with large companies exerting their power over their smaller suppliers just because they could. There was also evidence that many large companies are trying to rebuild their balance sheets on the backs of small businesses, and even have business models which are relying on delaying payments to their suppliers. For some Tier 1 suppliers, they're a little more than a funding repository. I believe that late payment like this is unethical and needs to be seen as unacceptable as tax evasion. Before Christmas last year, Mr. Speaker, I followed up my inquiry with a round table with representatives from small businesses, including the Specialist Engineering Contractors Group and the Federation of Small Businesses. While some of my inquiry recommendations have been implemented, it was clear that there was still much to do, and PBAs were seen as a practical next step. Mr. Speaker, our small business sector is the powerhouse of our economy, contributing £2 trillion of annual turnover, over half of all private sector turnover, and 60% of all private sector jobs. They are critical to boosting aggregate levels of productivity in the UK, which, as we know from last week's figures, is at its lowest point in a decade. For a sustainable recovery and a healthy growth, we need to support and nurture our entrepreneurs and small businesses. Mr. Speaker, there's so much that needs to be done to tackle late payments and protect small businesses. My bill is just one step in this process.
Order. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Alex Cunningham, Toby Perkins, Anna Moran, Diana Johnson, Rachel Reeves, Peter Aldous, Andrea Jenkins, Marion Fellows, Caroline Lucas, Stephen Lloyd, Jim Shannon and myself, sir.
Debbie Abrahams.
Public Sector Supply Chains Project Bank Accounts. Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 1st of March, sir.
Friday the 1st of March. Thank you. Order. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Section 13(1)(b) of the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018. Adjourned debate on question.
Now.
Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. Under the order of the 4th of December, as varied on 9th January, I am now permitted to select amendments. I have provisionally selected the following 4 amendments. A, in the name of the Leader of the Opposition, Jeremy Corbyn. K, in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber, Mr Ian Blackford. B, in the name of the Honourable Member for Gainsborough, Sir Edward Lee. And F, in the name of the Honourable Member for Basildon and Billericay, Mr John Barron. If Amendment B is agreed to, Amendment F falls. Reference, colleagues, may be made in debate to any of the amendments on the paper, including those which I have not selected. For the benefit of members and those observing our proceedings, let me set out concisely what will happen at the end of today's debate. This will be of interest to members of the House and, I think, to those beyond the chamber, whether within the Palace of Westminster or further afield, attending to our proceedings. At 7 o'clock, I shall first invite the Leader of the Opposition to move his amendment. If it is agreed to, I will then put to the House the original question as amended. If it is disagreed to, I shall invite the Right Honourable Member for Ross, Skye and Lochaber to move his amendment. If it is agreed to, I will then put to the House the original question as amended. If it is disagreed to, I shall invite the Honourable Member for Gainsborough to move his amendment. If it is agreed to, I will then put to the House the original question as amended. If it is disagreed to, I shall then invite the Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Basildon and Billericay, to move his amendment. If it is agreed to, I will then put to the House the original question as amended. If it is disagreed to, I will then put to the House the original question in the name of the Prime Minister. And that having been explained, I invite the Attorney General, Sir Geoffrey Cox, to open today's debate.
I'm extremely obliged to you for promoting me, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps I can take that as a hint to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister.
That was, of course, always part of the intention. Mr. Geoffrey Cox.
I'll suggest the next office perhaps you could promote me to. Mr. Speaker, I'm more than conscious that last time I had a prolonged outing in this House, the verdict did not go well. And on this occasion, I intend, if I may, to adopt an approach which I hope will be more to the House's taste. I want to listen to the House's views, and I shall be, Mr. Speaker, as accommodating as possible to the interventions of members of this House, knowing, as I do, that many of them have very strong views upon this subject. And, Mr. Speaker, I have listened with care to the speeches of members of this House during the course of last week's proceedings, and I have been struck by the heartfelt and eloquent expressions of principled opinion that honourable members have made. And I was particularly struck, though I don't think he's in his place this morning, by the speech late last night, Mr. Speaker, and I commend you and those who remained here until after 1 in the morning to complete yesterday's proceedings, by the honourable member for Gedling, who waited, I think, until midnight or shortly thereafter to begin his speech, and who made the most passionate appeal to members of this House to understand the value of compromise. He told the House that the membership of this place confers on us not only the great privilege of participation in the government, but the responsibilities that go with it. And, Mr. Speaker, in the past, when this country has faced these kinds of grave obstacles and impediments to finding a way forward, the members of this place have found the resource within themselves to achieve a compromise and to subordinate, I will in a minute, and to subordinate the ideal preference solution that they would like to see for that which commands a degree of consensus. And, Mr. Speaker, it is precisely for that reason that I support the withdrawal agreement. Not because I like every element of it, but for wholly pragmatic reasons. It is the necessary means to secure our orderly departure and unlock our future outside the European Union. Mr. Speaker, since the 23rd of June 2016, we have been on a road that has led us ineluctably to this point. One after another, this House has taken the steps, often by overwhelming majorities, necessary to bring us to the brink of departure. And there are now but two steps to take. The first is this withdrawal agreement. It is the first of the two keys that will unlock our future outside the European Union. Mr. Speaker, it is sometimes said, and I understand in various circles, that if you are moving from one atmosphere, pressurized atmosphere or environment to another, it is necessary to have an airlock. And this withdrawal agreement is the first key that will unlock the airlock and take us into the next stage, where the second key will be the permanent relationship treaty. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
The Attorney-General for giving way, and I appreciate the point that he has made with regards to the value of compromise, and anyone involved in any significant negotiation knows that compromise and the timing of it is absolutely essential. Is he aware of the most recent comments by the retired former Irish ambassador to the EU and a man who worked on behalf of the Republic of Ireland on the Belfast Agreement, when he said in the Sunday Business Post that we, the Irish government, were wrong to insist on the backstop, and softening our stance is the only way to prevent a no deal? Is he pushing for that outcome?
Well, of course, I say to the Honourable Gentleman, I would have been infinitely happier if the European Union had not laid down as one of its cardinal negotiating points and principles that there should be a backstop. But they have done that, and on the basis of their own guidance to their own negotiating principles, it would have been a demand that they always sought. And we are faced with the position as it now is. If we take this step of entering this withdrawal agreement, we will then enter a stage where we are to negotiate the second key to unlock our future outside the European Union. And what I commend, I will give way in a moment if honourable members will permit me, and what I am commending to the House is that we take this key and we unlock the door to that first chamber, that airlock, where we can then settle the permanent relationship which is set out in the political declaration. I will give way to the right honourable.
I'm grateful to the Attorney-General for giving way, and his use of the airlock analogy is very striking, but does he realise that the reason why many of us will vote against the deal tonight is because on the other side of the second airlock is a complete vacuum about our future relationship with our biggest, nearest and most important trading partners.
I intend to address that very point that the right honourable gentleman addresses, because it is important, I will in a moment, it is important to distinguish between the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration and the permanent treaties in which the long-term relationship between this country and the European Union will be settled. The political declaration sets the boundaries within which those permanent arrangements will be negotiated. And the aims, just in 1 minute, the aims of this withdrawal agreement are to settle. The withdrawal agreement settles, in a moment, the withdrawal agreement settles the outstanding issues that our departure creates. Now, these are two separate and importantly distinguishable functions. The withdrawal agreement commands, I would submit, across the House, with the exception of two of its areas, the backstop and the political declaration, widespread consensus as to its necessity and its wisdom. I give way to the...
I'm grateful to the attorney giving way. Might I draw his attention to the Amendment N that is in my name, that calls upon him to be a servant of the House, to give his legal judgment whether undertakings about the backstop and our ability to limit it are binding in law and therefore actionable in law internationally. Might he draw our attention to the letter he wrote in consequence to, maybe in consequence, to the Prime Minister, saying that we actually had that legal basis from the Council's conclusions on 13th of December.
The right honourable gentleman is of course right to say that I published that letter in the spirit of the conversation I had with him, in the spirit of the desire the government has to make clear as much information as this House needs to make its judgments. I see that there was an intervention, Mr. Speaker, I think, from this side I want to take.
I thank him for giving way. On the backstop, can you confirm, in terms of Northern Ireland, that fish land in Northern Ireland will have tariff-free access into the EU and tariff-free access back to the UK, but fish from Scotland will be subject to tariffs going into the EU, and therefore Northern Ireland is getting treated different from Scotland in the backstop. And the Scottish Secretary talked about responsibilities. The Scottish Secretary said he would resign if Northern Ireland was given different conditions to Scotland. Is that not the case? The Scottish Secretary should consider his position.
No, I think as I understand what the honourable member says, I think the honourable member has misunderstood. The backstop does not deal with the question of fish at all. It has no policy arrangements. Well, I'm willing to discuss it, gentlemen, later.
Order. The honourable gentleman is rather excitable today. The Attorney-General yields to none in his courtesy in the House, but it is not reasonable even to expect of the Attorney, with his formidable intellect, the capacity to start to try to respond to an intervention that he hasn't heard when he's dealing with one that he has.
I will in a minute. If I may say so, I'm very happy to discuss the matter with the honourable gentleman afterwards, if he would wish it. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Most grateful to my right honourable friend. Does he agree with me that the non-selection of the amendment standing in my name and the amendment standing in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Westbury, the chairman of the Northern Ireland Select Committee, makes it the government's challenge this afternoon harder to convince those of us who are still concerned about the implications of the backstop? And what does he think can replace those two amendments?
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I have to say that I've never underestimated the challenge that I faced this morning, or that the government faces. But what I would say, as I shall come to in due course, is that I have reflected deeply, as he knows, upon this question of the backstop. And I have reached the conclusion that it is a risk that it is acceptable to take, even having regard to the perils that it does involve if it were to become permanent, and the questions that it unquestionably raises in connection with the union with Northern Ireland.
Will you give way on that point?
I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to the attorney for giving way. Will he confirm that while the political declaration is aspirational in style, it is not legally binding in international law, but the withdrawal agreement, as a draft international treaty, would be fully binding in international law? Will he further confirm that he's offering the House an embarrassment of riches? After months of debating the backstop, we now have the airlock as well. Is the government so desperate that in the final analysis they're now offering the House of Commons a buy one, get one free?
No, my honourable friend is what I mean. The airlock metaphor is indicated to demonstrate the distinction that exists between the withdrawal agreement that has been negotiated over thousands of hours, which is, as he rightly says, is the legally binding text and the only legally binding text. And it was only ever empowered under Article 50 to deal with historic issues, outstanding matters that otherwise would have catapulted citizens, businesses, governments into legal uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, I do want to make a bit of progress, if I may, because it's important to look at what the withdrawal agreement does. We should not underestimate the complexity, the legal complexity, of our disentanglement from 45 years of legal integration. It has taken 2 years and thousands of hours of detailed and arduous negotiation, some of it highly technical, to produce the 585 pages of the most minute consideration of the possibilities which no deal in legal terms would create for the millions of people who depend upon the certainty of the legal system and rules that we have hitherto been subject to. I will in a moment. It provides for the orderly and predictable and legally certain winding down of our obligations and involvement in the legal systems of the EU. If we do not legislate for that legal certainty as a matter of law alone, thousands of contracts, thousands of transactions, thousands of administrative proceedings, judicial proceedings in the European Union in this country will be plunged into legal uncertainty. It would be the height of irresponsibility for any legislator to contemplate with equanimity such a situation. If you were a litigant in a court, if you were dependent upon having concluded a contract on the basis of EU law, and you found yourself suddenly with the rug pulled from under you, not knowing what your legal obligations would be, you would say to this House, in a moment, I will take interventions. You would say to this House, what are you playing at? What are you doing? You are not children in the playground. You are legislators. And it is your job. In a minute, I promise the Right Honourable Lady, I will give way. I intend to take many interventions in the course of this speech. We are playing with people's lives. We are here debating the effects on legal continuity. 45 years of legal integration. I will, to the Right Honourable Lady. 45 years of legal integration has brought our two legal systems into a situation where they are organically linked. And it is the same in medical terms, to appeal to those who have a medical background, as if we were to separate from a living organism with all its arteries and veins a central part a living organ from this body politic. And I say to the House, we cannot underestimate the complexity of what we are embarked upon doing. Now these, I can't resist giving way to the honourable...
Order. The Attorney General, as per usual, is addressing the House with a remarkable combination of the intellect of Einstein and the eloquence of Demosthenes. I hope that he will not cavil if I just gently remind him, because we're all enjoying it enormously, that there are, I'm certainly enjoying it, there are 71 honourable and right honourable members who wish to contribute. I know he'll tailor his contribution to take account of that important fact. Mr. Chris Bryant.
The thing is that the Attorney General is making a very good point, which a lot of us agree with, which is legal uncertainty is the worst possible outcome, which is why some of us are so angry that this vote was taken away from us in December, because there isn't a single chance of the government getting the necessary legislation through by the 29th of March, even if he were to get his way today. Can he confirm that if the vote is not won tonight, they will have to defer leaving the European Union on the 29th of March?
Well, the first thing I say to the honourable gentleman, he knows the affection I hold for him, it's not my way. What I'm asking the House now to do, understanding the heartfelt, passionate and sincere views held on all sides, and I listened all last night to the speeches on the other side as well as on this side, that we must come together now as mature legislators to ask ourselves what are the fundamental objections, if there are any, to this withdrawal agreement. Now, whether or not it can be done by March the 29th, or whether it can't, doesn't affect the decision we have to take today, which is, do we opt for order, or do we choose chaos? And that is the decision the House made. Now, I shall take the SMB, if I may.
Forgive me. He mentioned that there are two problems with the deal, and he admitted there are two problems with the deal. It's a bit like the yachtsman who, when seen his yacht on the rocks, said that anchor chain was great, only 2 links were bad. And that is what he has given the House tonight. It is a disaster, and well he knows it. Now, on the second point, to the member from Kilmarnock and Loudon, he misunderstood the point in fish. It's not fish being caught, it's fish as a commodity once caught. And if it's landed in Northern Ireland, it is in a more advantaged position for export to Europe than fish caught and then landed in Scotland for export to Europe. And he should recognise that and be straight with the member from Kilmarnock and Loudon, which I'm sure he was trying to be, but misunderstood the point.
I wonder if I might take the right on.
Order. In terms of good form, it's the norm for the minister occupying the bench or the person making the speech to offer some response before taking a further intervention. It may be a perfunctory one, but that's the norm.
Mr. Speaker, I had wanted to take them together. I say to the honourable gentleman, there is, if he is referring in relation to Northern Ireland to the quota that is to be agreed by the Joint Committee for landing, well, I would need to examine the issue. I'm not certain the honourable gentleman is right, but I again have offered to discuss it. I wonder if I may take the honourable lady.
I'm grateful to the right honourable and learned gentleman for giving way. He says he's much exercised about legal certainty, so can I ask him about paragraph 2 of his letter yesterday about the exchange of letters? He said that the letters from the Council would have legal force in international law and be relevant and cognisable in the interpretation of the agreement, albeit they do not alter the fundamental meaning of the withdrawal agreement's provisions. He, as a senior lawyer like me, will know that in a competition between the letter of assurance and the withdrawal agreement as the international treaty will triumph. That's the case, isn't it?
Let me say straight away, as my letter says, these assurances, in my view, make a difference to the political question that each of us have to take. But they do not, as I said in the letter, I'm going to ask take the intervention of the honourable gentleman, they do not affect the legal equation.
And I'm grateful to the Attorney General for giving way. And just on this point about the legal effect, isn't it the case that the Prime Minister said 5 weeks ago today, in fact, about legally binding assurances, that what he has just said confirms the fact
that legally binding assurances haven't been achieved. And that's the tragedy of where we find ourselves in now after 5 weeks. And in fact, from our point of view, the thing that would have been essential to get this matter through the House with our support wasn't even asked for, which is the changes that would eliminate the trap of the backstop.
First, let me say to my honourable friend, the legal equation remains the same. The assurances are binding in the sense that in international law they would be a legally interpretive, binding interpretive tool. What they do not do is alter the fundamental meaning of the provisions of the Withdrawal Agreement. In that respect, he is right. But and I need to come, if I may, to the first point that I want to make to the House is, let us examine the rest of the agreement first. Do we have? I will in a minute. Do we have? Will you give way as well? I will in a minute. Do we have before us the withdrawal agreement, a sensible settling of these critical historical obligations for continuing transactions to resolve for millions of people the legal uncertainty of taking ourselves away from the highly integrated legal system in which we were organically linked and indeed part of. Now, the 585 pages, I must make some progress, I will take many more, but on the 585 pages, what does it do? First, it secures the rights of 1 million British citizens living in the European Union and 3 million European Union citizens living in the United Kingdom. What are we to say to them if this House today does not take the advantage of resolving and giving them the certainty of knowing that their position is enshrined in fundamental law? I will in a moment. It settles the bills. It legally allows for the orderly completion of these thousands of continuing transactions, of judicial proceedings, accounting procedures that otherwise would be thrown into a legal void, and it provides for a period of adjustment for people and for businesses of the next 21 months, extendable up to 2 years, to allow our businesses and our individual citizens to adjust to the new realities. That is what I mean by airlock. It's quite simple. An airlock enables the human body to adjust to the new pressure it will face when it exits the airlock. And this period allows the transition and adjustment of this country to enter into the bright new world that we will enter when we leave the European Union. So I say to the House, with all due diffidence and respect, these parts of the withdrawal agreement, we all of us would regard, would we not, as essential in order to create the bridge for our departure from the European Union. Give way to the...
I'm most grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. He speaks of the legal complexities of the withdrawal agreement. And he also speaks of a coming together. May I refer him to the advice that he gave to the Prime Minister on 13th November in his capacity as Attorney General. And on page 2, paragraph 8, he said, and I quote, "For regulatory purposes, Great Britain is essentially treated as a third country by Northern Ireland for goods passing from Great Britain into Northern Ireland." How can he on the one hand talk about coming together, yet his own advice to the Prime Minister talks of anything but?
But I understand the force of what the honourable gentleman says, but precisely the same prevails in numerous EU countries. For the purposes of regulation, the Canary Islands are treated as a third country to Spain. It is not for the purposes of regulations alone, single market regulations alone. There are examples all around the world where there are regulatory differences between individual parts of the jurisdiction of sovereign states. May I take the honourable lady's intervention?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Attorney-General. On a previous occasion, which I thought was a magnificent performance in early December, Attorney-General, you used a very, very striking description of the backstop. You described the backstop as an instrument of pain. An instrument, Mr. Speaker, the Attorney-General, you're quite right, the Attorney-General described the backstop as an instrument of pain. An instrument of pain as much for the European Union as for the United Kingdom. That is very strong language indeed, Attorney-General. An instrument of pain for the European Union. Would the Attorney-General take some time to explain that in detail? I think that would be very helpful.
I'm immensely obliged to the honourable lady because that is precisely what I want to move on to. If we accept, and I urge this House to accept, that effectively 90% of this withdrawal agreement, of its pages, some 450 of the 585, in fact settle these crucial, outstanding matters that no sensible person could doubt require to be settled in order to effect our departure. That leaves the two grounds of objection which have been advanced, and I repeat, I listen with great care to speeches on the opposition side of the House. The two grounds of objection to this agreement and declaration. So may I come to those two grounds of objection? Before I do, may I simply say that there are some typical misconceptions about the withdrawal agreement. It is said, for example, that the CJEU retains jurisdiction over our courts once the time-limited obligations have wound down that the withdrawal agreement settles. It does not. It does not. It does not. It does not. How many times do I have to say it to my honourable? The fact of the matter is that once these obligations have wound down, the CJEU will have no jurisdiction over the resolution of disputes between individuals, citizens, businesses in our country. This is what our people voted for, and we, by adopting this withdrawal agreement, can give it to them. Secondly, it is said that we will be permanently bound by EU rules. But we will not. The fact of the matter is the withdrawal agreement's obligations are inherently time limited. And once they have wound out, the EU rules will no longer have effect in this country. I think I take the honourable gentleman, then I will take.
My right honourable friend is making his case with his usual eloquence, but on that specific point, and his point about airlocks need exit mechanisms, and in the absence of legal certainty that we could unilaterally leave the backstop, something which my Amendment F addresses, and I will be pressing, what certainty is there that the EU doesn't drag negotiations on so that we could still, with an extension to the transition period, be discussing these issues in 4 or 5 years' time?
Herein lies the critical question that we all have to confront in connection with the backstop. But before I answer it, may I take the honourable gentleman?
Thank the attorney for giving way. And while he pauses for breath, can I too take him to the airlock? In travelling through an airlock, it helps to have a supply of air. In this particular case, I would urge conditionality, that we don't agree to write out a cheque for £39 billion of hard-earned taxpayers' money unless or until a future relationship agreement is agreed that is legally binding. That would give us greater leverage in the negotiation and enable us to deliver serious value for the British taxpayer.
You cannot say to somebody to whom you owe money, I'm not going to pay you my debt unless you give me something else. It is not attractive, it is not consistent with the honour of this country, and it is not consistent with the rule of law. And the fact of the matter is the withdrawal agreement settles those historic obligations. Now, may I come on to the critical question and the challenge that was let out. I will do in a moment. Let me come on, because time is short and I need to move on. The backstop. There is, I would suggest to the House, an inconsistency between those who say in this House that the EU will do what is in its interests and that it will cynically entrap us in the backstop. They have said, and can anybody doubt that this is true, that the only real thing that is in the best interests of any nation or any organisation of nations is to have cordial relations of goodwill and cooperation with your neighbours. History has taught us that over the centuries. To entrap us in the backstop against the overwhelming political will of this nation would have precisely the opposite effect of cultivating those cordial relations of goodwill between ourselves and the European Union. Any future relationship will depend upon good faith and goodwill. And these assurances, which I accept do not have effect upon the legal equation, in my view represent solemn statements of the President and the Council and the Commission, which to breach would be incompatible with the European Union's continued standing in international relations and forums. But even if, I must make some progress, even if I'm wrong about that, let us examine what the Honourable Lady asked me to look at. What is the position in the backstop? First, the European Union. No Belgian lawyer, there's a Freudian slip, Mr. Speaker, no Belgian fisherman, no French fisherman, no Danish fisherman, no Dutch fisherman will be allowed to point the prow of their trawlers 1 metre into British waters under the backstop. They will have no access to the rich hunting grounds that for decades they have exploited perfectly lawfully, because the backstop provides them with no legal basis to do so. Now, I ask the House to reflect. Why do you think, why does the House think that the rumblings and hollow thunderings of concern are emanating from the councils of the Quai d'Orsay? They have 10,000 gilets jaunes on the streets of Paris and elsewhere. But if their fishermen are told, I must make progress. If their fishermen are told that they cannot catch a single cod or plaice in the waters of the United Kingdom, they will place intense pressure upon the European Union. So I say to the Honourable Lady, that fact alone affords a real issue for the Member States. But on agriculture, we do not have any further participation in the common agricultural policy under the backstop. And we pay, though we get tariff-free access to the single market, we pay not 1 penny for that system. Now, I say to my honourable friends, I must make progress. I say to my honourable friends, I will in a minute. I say to my, I will for the right honourable gentleman. I say to my honourable friends, as I say to members of the House opposite, the EU will have to set up entirely different systems, legal, administrative, in order to set up the customs union that is enshrined within the backstop. Yet Britain will pay not 1 penny of contribution to those complex administrative and technical systems which the EU will on their side alone have to finance. How long does the House really think the European Union would wish to go on paying for a bespoke arrangement in which they are paying tens of millions of euros to sustain a customs union that is simply, on their own admission, a temporary arrangement? But even if that was wrong, there were the regulatory provisions under the backstop. They are standard non-regression clauses. They exist in free trade agreements all around the world. They provide us with the ability, if we wish to take it, of being flexible about the means by which we achieve the outcomes, because all they do are require us to maintain parity of standards with the position we had when we left the European Union. Therefore, it does give us regulatory flexibility if we wish to avail ourselves of it. And the European Union are faced with not a penny being paid, with tariff-free access to the customs union, with not having to obey the regulatory laws that the...
Order. I have been tolerant thus far, and I enjoy enormously the performances of the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman, but this perambulation is very uncommon and irregular, and the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman must face the House. We want to see him and to get directly the benefit of his mellifluous tones. The Attorney-General.
You upbraid me entirely justly, and I apologise.
Well, my right honourable friend...
Yes, I will take my right honourable friends.
Everything that the Attorney-General says about the backstop may be true, but he knows that many of our honourable friends are deeply concerned about this, and we want an end date. I'm not asking him for an answer now, but I see the Prime Minister there. I see the Chief Whip. There is an amendment on the order paper now which has been selected by the Speaker which could unite the party, or most of it. It is a compromise. If we can have an end date to the backstop, then we can move forward. I do not ask for an answer now, but I beg the government over the next 6 hours to consider whether they should not accept these amendments, because they would try and unlock this process and get it through Parliament.
Well, can I say to my right honourable friend, the amendment which he has put down is one that would, in my judgment, not be compatible with our international law obligations. Now, he may know that, he may accept that. It's certainly my view that it would not be, and therefore would be likely not to be seen by the European Union as ratification, and certainly would raise serious question marks over it. So I say to my right honourable friend, we need to examine this without the indulgence of believing that there is any other easy solution. The fact of the matter is, looked at as it's sometimes said that the problem with the backstop is it will not enable us to walk away. That is true, except in this regard. The question is, what would we be walking away from? Would the other side regard it as something they would not wish to walk away from? Or would it be an embrace that they would like to escape as well? And if my honourable and right honourable friends, and if members of the House on all sides, come to the conclusion, both sides, come to the conclusion, as I would urge them to do, and as I have reached, after many hours of reflection, that it would be, as the Honourable Lady said, as instrument, as painful to the European Union as it would be to us, then it is a risk weighed against the other risks that we should take. If the consequence is something worse. Now, I want to come on, if I may say, I will give way to the Honourable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I take the Attorney General back to some time ago when he was saying that there was a commitment to give £39 billion, an obligation, a legal obligation to give £39 billion to the EU, despite the fact that we've been a net contributor of more than £210 billion since the EU started? Could he explain to me on what legal advice he gives that? Because the House of Lords said there was absolutely no legal obligation.
My honourable friend is wrong. The House of Lords did not say that. The House of Lords Committee said there was none in EU law. The House of Lords said there may well be public international law obligations, and the argument that there were no public international law obligations, in my judgment, and I've tested my judgments as I always do on matters of law with some very distinguished lawyers of expertise in this field, is that the basis for not having public international law obligations is flimsy at best. And the House of Lords Committee did not say there were no public international obligations. Now, I must move on, because the next thing I must deal with is what are the alternatives? I will come to my right honourable. I will come to my right honourable friend. I will come to my honourable friend, but I need to make some progress. The orderly exit from the European Union would always require a withdrawal agreement along these lines. No alternative option now being canvassed in the House would not require this withdrawal agreement and now the backstop. So let us be clear. Whatever solution may be fashioned, if this motion were defeated and this deal defeated, this withdrawal agreement will have to return in much the same form, with much the same content. And therefore, there is no serious or credible objection that has been advanced by any party to the withdrawal agreement. Now, it has been said last week by the Right Honourable and learned gentleman for Halburn and St Pancras that we should have negotiated a full customs union with a say within the political declaration. And there would have been no need for a backstop because the agreement could then have been concluded within the transition period. But he knows, and it is clear, that the European Union are unwilling and regard themselves as bound by their own law not to have entered into detailed negotiations on the permanent relationship treaties. They were never going to do it. Their own negotiating guidelines said that they would not. Therefore, there was always going to be this withdrawal agreement, a political declaration setting out a framework, and months thereafter, if not years, of detailed negotiation in relation to any final resting place that any political declaration might have. I will come to the right honourable gentleman, if I may. I will give way in time. Now let us just examine the point. Let us examine the point. The question then is, what is the basis for the objection to this withdrawal agreement? Because yes, I will.
Grateful to the attorney for giving way. Mr. Speaker, he and I, both members of the criminal bar, though I was certainly never in the attorneys' league, we both understand the art of negotiation. You can't be a criminal barrister, or indeed any lawyer, unless you understand negotiation. Now, he advances the case for this withdrawal agreement on the basis that it's reached some pragmatic consensus. But I suggest to him that a good negotiation is something that settles things that a majority can positively support. The problem, I suggest, with this agreement is that it doesn't settle anything and it doesn't satisfy the vast majority. In fact, it satisfies no one properly in this House.
Well, I say that is because I would respectfully suggest to my right honourable friend that the expectations of the withdrawal agreement have been far too unrealistic. The withdrawal agreement, let us hear it from me. this is a serious issue. And I ask, just for the indulgence of the House, I know I've got to give way, I think, to the right honourable lady. I ask for the indulgence of the House in making what I hope is a serious point. If the House doesn't accept it, then fine. But let me at least make it. Because the withdrawal agreement and the backstop are the first and necessary precondition of any solution. Now, I know that the honourable ladies and gentlemen on the other side have real concerns about the content of the political declaration and about the issue of the safeguarding of rights. Particularly, I think I listened to the honourable lady last night. I think it was the honourable lady who spoke of the enshrinement of environmental rights and environmental laws and so on. But the political declaration would never have been able to have secure, detailed, legally binding text on those matters. And those are matters that will be discussed and negotiated in the next stage of negotiation. It makes no sense to reject the opportunity of order now, of certainty now, because in a future treaty, members of this House are unhappy that they don't have guarantees about what will be in it. What will be in that treaty, governed by the parameters set out by the political declaration that I need to come to in a moment, will be negotiated over the next 21 months. And this government has made this pledge to this House that on these negotiations it will take fully the opinion of this House in all of the departmental areas over which that negotiation will take place. Now, I wonder...
well, I hope it is a point of order rather than a point of frustration, but I await with bated breath and...
You'll be aware the attorney has now spoken for 49 minutes. I understand there are a substantial number of colleagues who wish to speak today. Could you tell us how many colleagues are waiting to speak and what approximate time people are going to get?
For Cardiff South and Bath, as always, is trying to be helpful, but in fact it was really a point of frustration. The fact is, as I have previously advised the House, no fewer than 71 honourable and right honourable members are seeking to catch my eye. So there are notable constraints to which I don't wish myself now to add, but of which I feel sure the attorney will take account.
Set myself a clear time limit, but I am anxious to take until... You really can't win. I'm trying to take as many interventions as I can, and I'm going to take the right honourable gentleman.
Get the backstop.
I'm very grateful to the attorney for giving way. He talks about the danger of setting unrealistic expectations. But it was the Prime Minister sitting next to him who promised in her Lancaster House speech that we would have agreed the future relationship before exit day. Yeah. And secondly, he makes great play of this implementation period. It's of no use in some respects if you don't know what it is you are transitioning to. He knows we will have a different European Parliament, a different European Council, a different European President. There are two other presidents. That will all have changed by the time the future relationship is due to be settled.
Let me say, we must start from where we are now. It's easy to say we shouldn't have started from here. The political declaration does set out clear parameters about the future treaty. First, written into the DNA of the political declaration are two cardinal principles. It is not a legal document, but no political declaration would ever have been a legal document by definition. You cannot have, under EU law, a finally negotiated text with all the legal detail. Now, let me come to the two clear conditions in the political declaration. I am going to complete within just a few minutes. Let me come to the future declaration. First, no free movement. You cannot... would the honourable lady, right honourable lady, I really can't. Your own colleagues are saying I'm taking too long. I really must round up. Now, the position is the political declaration has two clear conditions. First, that there will be no free movement. You cannot belong to the single market without participating in the four freedoms. Therefore, we will have a deal which will admit of a spectrum of landing places where we will not belong to the single market. Secondly, no, I must now make progress. Secondly, there will be an independent trade policy. You cannot have a customs union, certainly not one that is not a bespoke one, while having an independent trade policy. Now, the Labour front bench say that they want a customs union with a say. That would be the first time, if it were ever negotiable, the first time that the European Union had allowed a third country to have any say over the commercial policy. Therefore, it is a fantasy, a complete fiction. They also say they want a strong single market deal, formally the exact same benefits, with no free movement. Well, that is exactly what the government wants. They want a clear, strong, deep relationship with the European Union with no free movement. So I say to the honourable ladies and gentlemen on the other side, as well as the... all right.
I thank the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman for giving way. He's been speaking for almost an hour, and for almost that entire time, he has been addressing the concerns of a wing of his party, rather than the concerns of this House. This week, 2 amendments have been passed, neither with the support of this government, to the Finance Bill and to the Business Motion. Both of those amendments have made clear that the view of this House is to avoid a no-deal Brexit. That is the priority of this House, not the issue of the backstop that he's been addressing for the last hour. So instead of trying to unite his party, as the Honourable Gentleman for Gainsborough has urged him to do, will he not try now to unite the country, do the right thing by this country, and wall out, leaving the European Union on the 29th of March without a deal?
I say to the right honourable lady, she can eliminate no deal today. All she has to do is vote for this one. And the reality is, it is the height of irresponsibility for the party opposite, claiming to be a party of government, to plunge millions of our citizens into legal uncertainty of the type because of a factitious, trumped-up basis of opposition, whereas the real strategy is to drive this government and House onto the rocks, create the maximum chaos, and to create the conditions for a general election. We know the game, I say. It's as clear as day. And so I say to the House,
Order! Zen. The House must calm itself. It's an early stage of our proceedings. The Attorney General.
And so I say to the House, with the greatest of respect, we must seize this opportunity now. This is the key by which we unlock the first of 2, our future outside the European Union. I believe it's an exciting future. I believe the opportunity for this House to hold the pen on 40% of our laws, from environment through to agriculture and fishing, should excite us as an opportunity to do good in this country. But if we do not, and let us not forget that there are many outside this House as well as in, who wish to frustrate the great end to which the people of this country committed us on the 23rd of June 2016. 17.4 million of them, in hundreds of constituencies, regardless of party, voted to part company with a political structure that no longer commanded their assent. We should be deeply grateful, because in other ages and other places, such a moment could only have been achieved by means that all of us here would deplore. But we should not underestimate the significance of the moment, because it was expressed peacefully by the ballot. Mr. Speaker, if we approve this agreement, we know that we shall leave the EU on March the 29th in an orderly way and can commence negotiation of the permanent treaties. This agreement and the accompanying political declaration are the 2 keys that unlock the demand of the electorate that we should repatriate control over vast areas of our laws that hitherto have been in the exclusive legislative competence of the EU. If we do not take that first step, then history will judge us harshly because we will be plunged into uncertainty. And those who wish to prevent our departure, if this vote fails today, will seek to promote the conclusion that it is all too difficult and that the government should ask the electorate to think again. That is why former prime ministers and their spin doctors and all their great panjandrums of the past are joining the chorus to condemn this deal, for they know this deal is the key. There is no other. Destroy it in some form or other, the only practicable deal, and the path to Brexit becomes shrouded in obscurity. And if, Mr. Speaker, we should be so deceived that we should permit that, and when historians came to write of this moment, future ages will marvel that the huge repatriation of powers that this agreement entailed, of immigration, fisheries, agriculture, the supremacy of our laws and courts, was rejected because somehow it did not seem enough, and because of the Northern Ireland backstop.
Nick Thomas-Symonds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm of course happy to open this debate for the opposition today and follow the Attorney General. I'm of course grateful for his remarks over the past hour. I was also pleased to see his letter to the Prime Minister yesterday, giving advice on the backstop protocol and the latest exchange of letters, and indeed to receive it without a need for a contempt motion on this occasion. Mr. Speaker, I stood at the dispatch box when the Attorney General gave his statement on the legal position on the 3rd of December, and he said to members of this House, and I quote, "It is time they grew up and got real," and even said to my right honourable friend and learned friend, the member for Camberwell and Peckham, "There is nothing to see here." But after the government was found in contempt of Parliament and published his advice the next day, it turned out there was everything to see here, and it was the government that needed to get real. And let's be clear about, first of all, what the Attorney General himself has advised. What did he say on the backstop protocol? Despite statements in the protocol that it is not intended to be permanent, and the clear intention of the parties that it should be replaced by alternative permanent arrangements in international law, the protocol would endure indefinitely until a superseding agreement took its place in whole or in part as set out therein. Which parts of the backstop are more likely than others to remain, even in the event of a trade deal being agreed, he's never actually told us. He added, there are numerous references in the protocol to its temporary nature, but there is no indication of how long such temporary arrangements could last. And on Northern Ireland, incidentally, the Attorney General, and these are his own words, GB is essentially treated as a third country by NI for goods passing from GB into NI, his own words. The Attorney General even said, the protocol appears to assume that the negotiations will result in an agreement. Mr. Speaker, are we in this House to assume, given the conduct of these negotiations, that this government will be able to negotiate a full future trade deal in time for the protocol not to come into effect? Nick Macpherson, the former Permanent Secretary of the Treasury, disagrees actually with the Secretary of State for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. I know he's not a fan of experts, but perhaps you'll just listen to this one for a moment, who said, there is no way the UK will negotiate a trade deal with the EU by December 2020. Even 2022 is optimistic, mid-2020s more likely. Now, as a matter of law, as the Shadow Law Officer, I ask myself, is there anything to prevent the backstop from becoming permanent?
As a matter of international law, no, there is not. It would endure indefinitely, pending a future arrangement being arranged. Not my words, the words of the Attorney-General in this House. Now, I have to state, Mr. Speaker, clearly for this House, that we as an opposition and the Labour Party are committed to the Good Friday Agreement. It's the agreement that my predecessor, now Lord Murphy of Torvine, who sits in the other place, helped to negotiate when he chaired the peace talks. It is one of the single greatest achievements of any government since 1945. We on these benches are committed to the long-lasting peace that's been achieved since 1998 and care deeply about the livelihoods, the communities of those people who live on the Northern Ireland border. But our position is that a permanent customs union with a say in external trade deals, a strong single market relationship and guarantees on rights and protections would have rendered a backstop unnecessary. And let me be clear as to what this backstop is. I'll happily give way.
Can you name a single other country which is in a customs union with the EU which has a say over trade deals? Is this not an unprecedented legal and political novelty of the kind which is quite rightly called a unicorn?
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me be clear that I would want our own arrangements, but he's asking me to give him an example of that particular theoretical possibility. It's not one I wish to emulate, but Turkey is actually one of them, if he actually had a look at it. And secondly, let me just, I'll respond to this, let me respond. And let me actually respond to the Secretary of State on this. He will vote this evening for a backstop that itself contains a bespoke customs arrangement. And let me actually be clear, but I'll be clear, but it has a sound, and there's the difference, you see, as the Secretary of State should admit. Now, let me be clear, no, I'm not wrong, and let me be clear as well as to why this backstop, in and of itself, provides only a bare-bones customs union. This is why we on this side of the House can't support it. I'm happy to give way to John.
I'm very grateful indeed to the honourable gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I just take a moment to inform the honourable gentleman, and I'm sure he already knows, that the vast majority of farmers and businesses and fishermen and community leaders in Northern Ireland strongly support this deal negotiated by the government. And I heard the warm words from the honourable gentleman about the support for the Good Friday Agreement, but I tell you, actions speak louder than words. And by voting down the Brexit deal tonight, it's a clear signal the Labour Party does not care about the consequences to the Good Friday Agreement.
Listen, I do have great respect for the Honourable Lady, but I fundamentally disagree with her final remark there, because there is a commitment to the Good Friday Agreement on this side. And I can tell her that we in my constituency of Torn have great pride in that agreement, which was the peace talks were chaired by my predecessor throughout that time. We have great respect for it and want to protect it. But let me be clear as to why this backstop, the bespoke backstop, actually, the bespoke customs union within the backstop, we cannot support. It has no proper governance. Firms based in Britain rather than Northern Ireland would be outside the single market, facing barriers to trade. And the protections for workers and the environment are unenforceable non-regression clauses that would see the United Kingdom fall behind over time. In short, it falls well away from what Labour has argued for. So what other routes are there for us to exit the backstop? Now, I asked the Attorney-General about international treaties where the UK has no unilateral right to terminate. And his response was to direct me to the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties. Now, even if it applied, and incidentally it only applies between states, the Attorney-General knows this is clutching at straws. First, it is said we could argue that the EU was not using best endeavours to complete our future trade arrangement, and that this constituted a material breach under Article 60 of the Convention. Now, what has the Attorney-General said on the Backstop Protocol Article 2.1? He said it is the duty of the parties to negotiate a superseding agreement. That must be done using best endeavours pursuant to Article 184 of the Withdrawal Agreement. This is subject also to the duty of good faith, which is both implied by international law and expressly created by Article 5 of the Withdrawal Agreement. But, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, The duty of good faith and to use best endeavours is a legally enforceable duty, but there is no doubt it is difficult to prove. Again, not my words, Mr. Speaker, the words of the Attorney-General. He knows that's the case. Second, apparently, we could try and argue there's been a fundamental change of circumstances under Article 62 of the Vienna Convention. But we could not credibly argue that entering the backstop was such a change in circumstance when it is clearly set out in the withdrawal agreement and the way it is. To say that a scenario that we are all well aware of and debating now represents a fundamental departure does not wash with anyone, as the Attorney-General knows. What he is advising on, Mr. Speaker, is not so much an airlock but a padlock. And it's a padlock with 2 key holders, of which we are only one. Now, I ask myself, what changed over Christmas? What's been achieved by the delaying of the vote? The Secretary of State for the Department of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs told us, as I recall, on the morning of the vote that, quote, it was definitely 100% going to happen, and we all know what happened after that. No wonder, Mr. Speaker, it's one of many incidents in this process that's led many of us to disbelieve so much that the government says. But the Prime Minister, in her statement later that day, said, I have heard those concerns and I will do everything I possibly can to secure further assurances. The Leader of the House said, the Prime Minister has been clear that when the vote will take place, when she believes she has the legal assurances the Parliament needs that the backstop will not be permanent. The International Trade Secretary went even further. So it would be very difficult to support the deal without changes to the backstop, and wasn't sure the Cabinet would agree for it to be put to the House of Commons. But what actually happened? The Prime Minister went to the European Council and couldn't persuade leaders to give her the conclusion she wanted. The Christmas break came and went. Then we had a document with commitments on Northern Ireland that did nothing to change the legal text, and letters appeared yesterday between the Prime Minister on the one hand and the President of the European Council and the President of the Commission on the other. I'll give...
Well, the gentleman giving way. I think he's actually making a case about trust, and that's actually what we are all, and the country's been asked to do, is this great leap of trust, a leap of faith, because we don't know what our future trading and security relationships are going to be. And the sorry story is that all the way through the last 2.5 years, we've had a series of promises that haven't been delivered on. And will he agree with me that he will remember, for example, being told at that very dispatch box by a government minister, the then Secretary of State for leaving and exiting the European Union, that we would have a deal before we left that would convey the exact same benefits of our current membership of the single market and the customs union. That's what's troubling people. This is a blindfolded Brexit. That's why people won't vote for it.
Yes, the Honourable Lady is entirely right. I'm sure she will have noted the inconsistency here, because the Attorney-General said in his speech only a few minutes ago that we couldn't expect to have anything detailed negotiated at this stage, yet that's precisely what the government has previously promised. How on earth are we supposed to believe these conflicting things? I'll give way to my own.
That is exactly... I'm grateful to him for giving way. That is exactly the point at heart here in this trust. The Attorney-General just committed the EU to not agreeing to future trade deals in response to our request for a customs union. But he refused to say, and the government is still refusing to say, if they will commit to the customs union in that future trade agreement. If they did that, we would not have the need for this discussion around the backstop or this matter of trust, which the Honourable Lady has just discussed.
My friend raises the point about the real vague nature of the political declaration, which I will come back to in a moment. They're queuing up. I'll give it to the Honourable Gentleman first, then I will need to make some progress.
We've talked about trust and promises, which are vitally important. And we promised to deliver on the outcome of the referendum. It was this House that gave the people the referendum in the first place. We passed our sovereignty to the people, and we said and we promised that we would deliver on that verdict. The verdict was to leave the European Union, and does he not believe that if we were failed to do so, that would be seen as one of the greatest betrayals of trust in this country?
Mr. Speaker, my constituents, like I think the honourable gentleman's, voted to leave the EU, and I voted to trigger Article 50 in good faith in line with their wishes. And I sincerely hoped there would have been something significantly better before this House that we could all have supported and got around. I'm going to make some progress. I will give way again in a moment. Let me make some progress. And I want to come really to the letter that's been sent by Presidents Juncker and Tusk on page 2, because it said this. The European Council also said that if the backstop were nevertheless to be triggered, it would only apply temporarily unless and until it is superseded by a subsequent agreement. Then again, they spoke about best endeavours, backstop in place for as long as strictly necessary, but we all know that represents no difference at all to the position the Attorney-General advised on back in December. We ask, are there any changes? Changes to the withdrawal agreement text? None. Changes to the possible interpretations? None. Changes to the reassurances available? None. And what did the Attorney-General say himself in his latest letter to the Prime Minister about the Council's conclusions, their impact on the Northern Ireland Protocol? And I quote, "They do not alter the fundamental meaning of its provisions as I advised them to be on 13th of November 2018. To coin a phrase, Mr. Speaker, nothing has changed. I want to make some progress. Mr. Speaker, I made clear in answer to an intervention my own constituency of Torvine voted to leave, and I respect everyone who voted in that referendum. In good faith and in line with their wishes, I voted to trigger Article 50 to trigger the process of withdrawal. And I wish there was a withdrawal agreement worthy of wide support across this House. I wish there was a political declaration that actually did point a way to a future that secured our economy, our jobs and our futures, and wasn't the meaningless text, the leap in the dark that it actually is. Now more than ever, we need to unite the country away from a fractious debate to a shared vision of our future. The Prime Minister says she wants to unite when all she has done is divide, failing to unilaterally guarantee the rights of EU citizens at the outset, which was not only the right thing to do, but would have created goodwill on both sides of the negotiations. Red lines that created more problems than they solved, negotiating issues in an order and a way that made this backstop inevitable. The Prime Minister has had 2 years to reach out across this House for a consensus and failed to do so. And instead of speaking to others, she has stayed in her bunker. Now, Mr. Speaker, she only speaks at the concrete walls, unable to deliver the changes needed. The country deserves so much better than this totally inadequate agreement. We hope for more in the 916 days since the Prime Minister first stood on the steps of Number 10 with what proved to be completely empty promises. And I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, nearly 4 years after being first elected, knowing that we can and must do better at this key moment in our history. And for that reason, the Prime Minister's deal should be voted down by this House.
Order. The first of approximately 70 members wishing to speak from the backbenches is the Father of the House, Mr. Kenneth Clarke.
Mr. Speaker, I shall try to compete with the opposition spokesman on brevity by indeed being shorter than he was. This is a chaotic debate, Mr. Speaker, in every conceivable way. I think future generations will look back and will not be able to imagine how we reduced ourselves to this disorderly exchange of a whole range of views cutting quite across parties at a time when we were taking such a historic decision. It was summed up for me yesterday when I drove in, and I drove through the gates of New Palace Yard with flanked on either side with lobbyists who are waving things at me. To the right I had people waving yellow placards, leave means leave, and to the left I had people waving European Union flags and demanding my support. Both sides, insofar as they were shouting a clear message to me, were shouting the same thing. They were both demanding that I voted against the withdrawal agreement. And that summed up to me the confusion, because they were both actually pursuing objectives, neither of which I agreed with, which took us a million miles away from the national interest, which the House of Commons should surely, in the end, have to turn itself to. We all know where we come from, and I'm not going to labour my very well-known views because I've been here so long. Yes, sir, I offended one of my very good friends in the House, slightly, I think, by referring to hardline Remainers as well as hardline Brexiteers. But I confess I am undoubtedly a hardline Remainer. I don't think anybody more hardline on that subject in the House. I was a cabinet minister but refused to vote for the referendum being held, and the Prime Minister and the Chief Whip chose not to notice my attempts ostentatiously to abstain on the vote. I'm the only person on this side of the House who voted against invoking Article 50. I actually am a lifelong believer in the European project, and no opinion poll is ever, I think, at this stage going to change my mind. I think Britain's, and I have no time, I apologise, my honourable friend. I believe that Britain's role in the world now is as one of the leading members of the European Union, one of the three, which, when we have a normal president, has particular links with the United States, which the others don't, and that enables us to defend our interests and put forward our values in a very dangerous world. And we have membership of, influential membership of, we lead on liberal economic policy, the biggest and most developed free trade area in the world, which is always going to be where our major trading partners are, because geography, in the end, determines that they matter to us more than anybody else. So I won't go on, but just in case there's any doubt where I come from, I again think I am being pragmatic, which we all have to be. The Attorney General was quite correct when he praised the need for this House to achieve some kind of consensus, to accept some sort of compromise, which I regard as my duty to minimise the damage. The vote on invoking Article 50 revealed to me that there's not the slightest chance of persuading the present House of Commons to give up leaving the EU because they're terrified of denying the EU referendum. To be fair to my friends who are hardline Brexiteers and always have been, none of them had the slightest intention of taking any notice of the referendum, but it's now a kind of religiously binding commitment, it seems, to the majority of this House that they must leave. So we're leaving. So why am I therefore supporting the withdrawal agreement? The withdrawal agreement is a natural preliminary to the proper negotiations which we haven't started. Frankly, it should have taken about 2 months to negotiate, because the conclusions we've come to on the rights of citizens, on our legally historic debts, and on the Irish border being open permanently were perfectly clear and there, and they're essential preconditions to which the Attorney General rightly drew our attention to the legal chaos that we caused if we just left without other detailed provisions in a 500-page document. The withholding agreement in itself is harmless. The Irish backstop is not really the reason why a large number of members of this House are going to vote against it. You've got to be suffering from some sort of paranoia, in my opinion, to think that the Irish backstop is some carefully contrived plot to keep the British locked into European relationships which they're dying to escape from. I won't. The Attorney addressed this with great eloquence, which I admired. It is obviously as unattractive to the other EU members as it is to the United Kingdom to settle down into some semi-permanent relationship on the basis of the Irish backstop. In my opinion, we don't need to invoke the Irish backstop at all. We can almost certainly avoid it. Seems to be quite obvious that the transition period which will open up should go on for as long as is necessary until the full withdrawal agreement in all its details on our political relationships, our regulatory relationships, our trade relationships, our security, our policing, has all been settled. I don't think it will be completed in a couple of years. I actually think it will take 4 or 5 years if we make very good progress before we have completed all that. And I think that is the view of people with more expertise than I've had, although I've been involved in trade agreements, unlike most people in this House, who actually are going to be saddled with the responsibility of negotiating this if we ever get that far. But if we extend the transition period as is necessary, we never need to go into the backstop. And actually, putting end dates on the transition period is pretty futile, because actually when you get there, you can't actually begin to change our relationship until you've agreed in some detail what it is you're actually changing to. And that, if this House persists in taking us out of the European Union, is where eventually we've got to get. If I give way to my honourable friend, who is a very good friend of mine, I shall suddenly find everybody's leaving. I've made it. I'm not going to keep to my word otherwise if I start giving way. The outcome I wish to see is the same as the government's declared outcome, as it happens, that we should keep, keeping to the narrower matters of trade and investment, open borders between the United Kingdom and the rest of the European Union, and as free, frictionless trade relationships as we have at the moment. I shall listen to people arguing that is not in the best interests of the United Kingdom and future generations, but I think it's an impossible case to make. It is self-evidently the case that we should stay in our present free trade agreement. We can't become free trade to the rest of the world, but protectionist against those continental Europeans by erecting new barriers, and nobody said to the electorate at the time of the referendum that the purpose of the whole thing was to raise new barriers to two-way trade and investors across the way. It seems to me quite obvious, it is factually correct, in my opinion, if you wish to keep open borders, the land border, which happens to be in Ireland, and the sea border around the rest of the British Isles, you have to be in a customs union, and you have to be in regulatory alignment, which would greatly resemble what we call the single market. All this stuff about new technology may come one day when every closed border in the world will vanish, but under WTO rules you have to man the border if you've got different tariffs and regulatory requirements on the two sides. So that is where I think we have got to go, and I think sooner or later we're going to have to tighten up. The government keeps repeating its red lines, some of which were put out at an early stage, long before the people drafting the speeches had the first idea, really, what the process was they were about to enter into, and most of them now need dropping. The standard line is you can't be in a customs union because that stops you having trade agreements with the rest of the world, which is true. You can't have a common customs barrier enforced by you all around the outside of the zone if one member is punching holes through it and letting things end under different arrangements in other countries. Now, this is meant to challenge the global future, the bright and shining prospects of our being outside the European Union, which nobody again put forward in the referendum. They stem, as far as I can see, from a very brilliant speech made by my honourable friend, the right honourable friend, the member for Uxbridge, who was praised for giving an optimistic tone to it all and held out this vision of great countries throughout the world throwing open their markets to us in relief when we left the European Union, offering us better terms than we've spent the last few years taking a leading role in negotiating on behalf of the together with the European Union, and of course the key one they always cite is the trade agreement we're going to have with Donald Trump's America. which is a symbol of the prospects that await for us. China apparently comes next. I have tried in both places. I have been involved in trade discussions with those two countries on and off the best part of 20 years. They are very protectionist countries. They were before we had President Trump in America. I led for the government on working with the TTIP, which we were trying to negotiate. The reason that the EU-US deal had the funny title of TTIP was that we couldn't call it a free trade agreement, because the Americans said that the Congress was so hostile to the idea of free trade that you couldn't talk about a free trade agreement. We had to give it another title. And we got nowhere, even under the Obama administration. Because what we particularly wanted was opening up public procurement, opening up access to services, including financial services in the United States. And I can tell you, it was completely hopeless trying to open up their market. Now, it's different with President Trump. The hopes with President Trump are a sign of the new golden future that is coming before us. President Trump has firstly, he's no time for WTO rules. He's been breaking them with some considerable vigour, and sooner or later he will walk out of the WTO, I think. His view of trade deals is he confronts allied partner countries. The United States should be allowed to export more to them, and they should stop exporting so much to the United States. He's enforced that on Canada and Mexico, and he's having a good go at enforcing it on China. His only interest that he's expressed in a trade deal with Britain is that we should throw open our market to American food, which is made produced on an almost industrial scale. It's very competitive in great quantities. That requires one thing. We abandon the European food standards and animal welfare standards, which the British actually played the leading part in getting to their present position in the rest of the EU, and we should adopt the standards laid down by Congress, the House of Representatives and the Senate, in response to the food lobby. There's no sovereignty. Nobody's going to take notice of the UK on food standards lobbying the American Congress. It is an illusion, and I'll give no others. Freedom of movement, if we'd enforced freedom of movement properly when we were members, we wouldn't be in this trouble. All the anti-immigrant element of the Leave vote was not really about EU workers working here. We would be permitted, actually, to make it a condition that people had a job already arranged to come here. We were permitted to say they would have to leave if after 3 months from losing a job they had not actually got a new one. And everybody in this House and outside falls over themselves with praise for the EU workers in the National Health Service and elsewhere. It is an illusion that is waiting for us. So, what I say is, in the present bizarre position, my view is we must get on to the real negotiations. We haven't started yet. It's not possible to start to actually map out the closest possible relationship, I hope, with the EU if we're going to be forced to leave. We're in no position to start from this bad debate and sort it all out by March the 29th. It is factually impossible, not only to get the legislation through, it's impossible actually to sort out some alternative to the withdrawal agreement if it is rejected today. We should extend it, but that involves applying to the EU. It implies getting their consent. That will be quite difficult for any length of time. That's the reason I advocate we should revoke Article 50, and that is a means of delay. Revoke it, no one can stop us revoking it, and then invoke it again. I shall vote against it again, but the majority in favour of invoking Article 50 in this House is massive. Invoke it again when we have some consensus, some majority for something, and I shall annoy everybody else by giving once to my honourable friend.
Could I just say to my right honourable friend, whose speech I am admiring, minute by minute, that there is one point on which he is wrong. We cannot revoke Article 50 unless we provide satisfactory evidence to the European Union that we are cancelling our departure from the European Union. Not suspending it, not pausing it, cancelling it.
Well, I'm not going to start. I haven't been in practice for 40 years. So if that is the case, I will examine it and have a look at what authority he gives me. Do we therefore prevent it for some permanent thereafter from ever invoking Article 50 again? That's a proposition that I would like to examine. In that case, we have to extend it. But what we cannot carry on doing is having this chaotic debate and in the next 70 days coming to conclusions which commit this country to a destiny which will have a huge effect on the next generation or two, because what we're heading for is leaving with no deal at all. That will be just as catastrophic as my right honourable friend, the Attorney-General, has just described, and it's the one thing which the vast majority of members of Parliament are flatly against, leaving without no deal. For that reason, pragmatism, in my opinion, common sense, requires us to vote for this withdrawal agreement to try to get back to some sort of orderly progress.
Mr. Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a considerable pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Rushcliffe. I have to say it's a strange world that we live in, because I find myself on so many occasions pretty well agreeing with much of what the Right Honourable Gentleman says. And of course, on many occasions I do find that the Right Honourable Gentleman is in the division lobbies with us. I would only respectfully and friendly say to him that his analysis, I think, is spot on. I think he's demonstrated the futility of those that believe that a UK out with the European Union can somehow quickly put together trade deals around the world. It's a fantasy, it's for the birds. And it is, I would say, Mr. Speaker, an absolute travesty that what's been put to this House today is that we have that binary choice between the government's deal or no deal. That is not the case. There are other options which are open to this House. And the Right Honourable Gentleman for Rushcliffe has talked about either revoking or staving off the Article 50 process. That gives the House time, frankly, to come to its senses. And the idea, based on the knowledge of what we know now, of the risks of Brexit, because let's be absolutely clear, there is no such thing as a good Brexit. The government's own analysis, the analysis of the Scottish Government, just a second, the analysis of the Scottish Government demonstrates in any of the Brexit scenarios that this country, the countries of Scotland, of England and Northern Ireland and Wales, will all be poorer under any of the Brexit scenarios than they would be under the status quo. Mr. Speaker, it is the responsibility of any government to provide security for its citizens. A government that wishes to bring forward a proposition that imperils the employment opportunities, the living standards of its citizens, is an abrogation of responsibility that it should have. And it's on that basis that I would plead with the Right Honourable Gentleman to vote against, or at the very least abstain on what the government is doing today, because this House, to use the phrase which is often used, must take back control. We must say to the people of the United Kingdom, however they voted, that based on the knowledge that we have, based on the facts of the matter that we have, and let's just look at what happened last week. Jaguar Land Rover announced that they'll be making an additional 4,500 workers redundant. That follows on the 1,500 that have announced. Now, we know that the reasons for this are complex, to do with diesel cars, to do with China. But a significant contributory factor is Brexit. And this government stands accused of putting workers on the dole. And putting workers on the dole as a function of ideology, because that's what it is. And if you look at the circumstances of where we are today, of a Prime Minister that called a general election on the basis that she thought she would come back with a thumping majority, she came back as a minority Prime Minister. And rather than seize the moment and recognise that this is a Parliament of minorities, where the Prime Minister had to reach across the House to try and achieve a consensus, she failed to do that. And all that's happened since the general election in 2017 until now is that we've had an internal battle in the Tory party. The Brexiteers that want to drive us off the cliff. Mr. Speaker, there is no way that the Scottish National Party and the people of Scotland are going to be sitting in that bus as the Prime Minister drives us off the cliff. There is no way that the people of Scotland will be dragged out of the European Union against its will. I will happily give way.
Thank my right honourable friend for giving way. He's making an excellent speech. And would he agree with me that given the government's own analysis shows that no matter the outcome with Brexit, we will all be poorer, that it is the most vulnerable in society who will pay the price? People with disability who have been writing to me in their hundreds as chair of the Disability All-Party Group, terrified of the outcome that Brexit will happen and they'll be thrown into further despair.
My honourable friend is exactly correct. It is the most vulnerable in our society that will pay the biggest price for Brexit. Those that are disabled, those that rely on our public services, because there is no question that our public services will be poorer. We know that economic growth in the United Kingdom will be reduced by Brexit. Why are we punishing people to that extent? And that's why it's right, and why the government has a responsibility to be honest with people, to reflect on what happened in 2016. There is an economist, Dr. Samuelson, who said, "When events change, I change my mind. What do you do?" Why has the Prime Minister not reflected on the situation that we're in? Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for my honourable friend in her intervention, and I'm delighted to announce to the House that in the process of this debate, all 35 members of the Scottish National Party have spoken out. And all spoken out about the risks that we see to our constituents, the risks to our industries up and down Scotland. And of course, one of the features that particularly alarms us is the issue of freedom of movement. Mr. Speaker, we have benefited enormously from those that have come to work and live in our country, to add to the diversity of our communities, to make a contribution to our economic growth. EU citizens that have chosen to make their lives here. European Union citizens that are now being told that they're going to have to register. Register to sustain the rights that they have. It is, as is mentioned by my honourable friend from a sedentary position, disgusting. I will in a second. Because this is about people that are part of us, our friends, our neighbours, our relatives. And we're now saying to them that they're going to have a different status as a consequence of what we have done. But it's not just about EU citizens that choose to come and live and work in this country. It's about our rights as EU citizens as well. If the government gets its way and Brexit takes place on the 29th of March, from a situation today that each and every one of us has the right to work in 28 member states, we will be restricted to automatically only having the right to live and work in the United Kingdom. I was lucky enough to work in the Netherlands. My son worked in the Netherlands. Why should my grandchildren not have the same rights that my generation had? It is an abhorrence that we are treating the people of these islands on that basis. I will happily give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way, and he's making a powerful point about the people who have come to live and work and be our friends and neighbours in our communities. Does he agree with me that it's an absolute disgrace that these people who are so vital to us are being told that they must make an application to pay to stay in their own homes, many of whom have been here for decades. It's an absolute outrage.
I agree, and of course it fits into the hostile environment that many in the government benches have prosecuted over the course of the last few years. We have an expression in Scotland, we're all Jock Tamson's bairns.
Yeah.
You know, Mr Speaker, if I look at our history over the course of the last 100 years, our population in Scotland has barely grown. We've gone from 4.8 to 5.5 million people. We face a ticking time bomb, which is an ageing population. The last thing we need is to be cut off from that supply of labour for people that want to come and contribute to sustainable economic growth in Scotland. How are we to afford to be able to invest in our public services if we cannot generate economic growth? Because that's what leaving Europe is going to do to us. It's going to restrain our ability to deliver growth, our ability to make sure that we can look after the vulnerable in our society. Mr Speaker, this is the defining moment in the Brexit process, defining moments for the future of relationships. Members of Parliament must recognise their responsibility, and for many, I know that this demands making difficult decisions. I would say to each and every Member of Parliament, the primary responsibility that you have is not to party. The primary responsibility that you have is to your constituents. Think about the risks that are taking place as a consequence of this deal. It is the height of irresponsibility for the government to suggest that this is a binary choice. Mr Speaker, in the SNP's amendment that we have laid today, we have given the opportunity for the House to support that we extend Article 50. Extend Article 50 and give the people of the United Kingdom the choice to make that determination. On the basis of the facts, on the basis of the knowledge as to what Brexit is going to do, it is only right and proper, in a democratic principle, that we allow the people of the United Kingdom to make that choice. And I appeal to members across the House. Now, we have in the SNP many friends across this place and many friends on the benches to my right. I'm appealing to the Labour Party. For goodness sake, get off the fence. Get off the fence. Because the young people that voted for Labour in England in 2017 will never forgive the Leader of the Opposition and his colleagues unless they recognise that this is the opportunity to unite this House, to vote down the government's deal, support a people's vote, allow the people to have their say on what they want. Will you do it? I can see the Honourable gentleman chuntering if he wishes to intervene and accept his responsibilities. Well, you can blow a kiss, but what you're doing is you're blowing a raspberry to the people of the United Kingdom. That's the reality, and it really is about time. If you're serious about politics, if you're serious about responsibility, then grow up. Grow up and accept responsibility, and don't dodge this. Don't dodge this. You know, it's little wonder that when we look at Scotland, that the people of Scotland have got a choice. And the Scottish National Party have been in government in Scotland since 2007. Well, I can hear people saying too long. But the fact of the matter is that we've won 3 elections on the trot to the Scottish Parliament, and we've won the last 2 elections to Westminster. And the party that's sitting in 3rd place in Scotland is the Labour Party. And the reason that the Labour Party are sitting in 3rd place in Scotland is because they're out of touch and out of step with the people of Scotland. I will happily do it.
I was absolutely... It comes as no surprise that when challenged by the Leader of the SNP, nobody got up to defend the position of the Labour Party. Nobody. And what that tells us is that, does my honourable friend not agree with me? There is no such thing as a jobs-first Brexit. It's a myth.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend for that intervention, because he's absolutely right. And that's why I'm appealing to every member in this House to think about the people. Think about the people that have already lost their jobs. Think about the 1,000 people in the European Medicines Agency. Think about the 1,000 people in the European Banking Authority. Think about those at Jaguar Land Rover, and the workers at Jaguar Land Rover know that the Labour Party today are not going to lift a finger to protect their economic interests. That's the reality. A party that was once of the people, that is just sitting back and failing to accept the responsibilities. Well, thank goodness, Mr. Speaker, in Scotland that we have an alternative, and the people of Scotland have watched everything which has gone on over the course of the last 2.5 years. Taking back control, they say. Well, my goodness, they've taken back control from the Parliament of Scotland. When this House pushed through the Withdrawal Act, what happened was, with responsibility over fisheries, over agriculture, over the environment, which were down in the Scotland Act when the Parliament was established, as matters which have devolved, supposed to be protected by the Sewell Convention. But of course, the government said, well, these are not normal times, and they grabbed powers, not so much against the Scottish Government and the Scottish Parliament, but grabbed powers against the people of Scotland that had voted for it in a referendum in 1997. That's the reality of the Conservatives that have always been hostile to devolution. Now, of course, we're told, well, the people voted in 2016 and we should accept it. But, of course, the people of Scotland were told in our referendum in 2014, if we stayed in the United Kingdom, our rights within the EU would be respected. The fact that the people of Scotland voted by 62% to stay in the European Union is ignored by this government. The fact that the Scottish Parliament has said that we wish to stay as a very minimum in the single market and the customs union has been ignored by this government. Contempt for the institutions in Scotland, contempt for the cross-party unity that existed on these matters in Scotland. Mr. Speaker, the time is coming where the people of Scotland are going to have to reflect on how we are being treated, on how we are being ignored. The Scottish Parliament has a mandate for an independence referendum. And if and when the First Minister and the Scottish Government chooses to enforce that mandate, this House must respect the wishes of the Scottish people. I hope tonight that this House votes down the government's deal. I hope this House has the confidence to extend Article 50, to give the responsibility back to the people. But if this House is determined to push ahead with Brexit, the day when the people of Scotland will have to determine their own future, do we wish to be trailed to a United Kingdom that's going to damage our economic interests? Or will we accept our responsibilities as a historic, independent European nation? Mr. Speaker, that day is coming, and it's coming soon.
Sir William Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For me, this has been a very long journey towards leaving the European Union. The European question has always been about who governs this country and how. The national interest is served by our democratic system of parliamentary government, which has evolved over centuries of our history. We make our own laws in this Parliament in line with the consent of the voters in general elections based upon the party manifestos. The government is chosen by virtue of those who win the most seats. It is also fundamental that our proceedings are both accountable and transparent. We have Hansard, and all votes are recorded. Any voter can see the transcript and how their laws are made and voted upon in this Parliament. We must fully repeal the European Communities Act 1972 on the 29th of March, as the Withdrawal Act legislatively requires. That is why I agreed with the Prime Minister when she said at the Lancaster House speech that we would not have truly left the European Union if we are not in control of our own laws. This agreement does not do this, despite breathtaking assertions to the contrary. This may even be indefinite through the backstop and through the undemocratic procedures of the Council of Ministers. We would be indefinitely shackled, as Article 132 affirms, even up to 31st December, so they say 20XX. The decisions in that council as to which laws we obey and changes to the rules, creating great uncertainty for business, will be decided by QMV or consensus by the other 27, behind closed doors. We will not be there. There will be no transcript and no reasons given as to how or why the laws imposed upon us will be arrived at. This alone is a reason why I'm voting against this withdrawal agreement. It is a denial of our democracy and therefore of the national interest. It defies the referendum vote and the Withdrawal Act itself, which repeals the European Communities Act 1972 and all the treaties and laws, including the single market and the customs union, which have been heaped upon us since we joined the European community itself in 1972-73. It is outrageous to suggest that what we are doing in rejecting this withdrawal agreement is undemocratic. This is pure Alice in Wonderland, Mr. Speaker, and turns the very notion of democracy and national interest upon its head. But that is not all. This agreement is not compromise, as the Attorney-General suggested. It is capitulation, nor is it pragmatism. We are not purists. We are defending our democracy against servitude. Apart from control over our laws, there is the question of money, paying not merely £39 billion, but far more for nothing. We will lose the rebate. Then there is the role of the European Court of Justice. There is the issue of our not being able to trade independently outside the clutches of the European Commission. We have prodigious opportunities to create prosperity and to provide the revenue for the payment of our public services and by trading with on our own terms with other countries in the world through the Anglosphere and the Commonwealth. There is also the question of the constitutional status of Northern Ireland. There are the state aids in this withdrawal agreement, which would give a power of veto to the European Union over our incentives in relation to ports, industrial development as well, which will be one of our primary means of attracting foreign direct investment. Bear in mind also that in the European Union we run a deficit in the single market on goods of around £95 billion a year, whereas Germany hides behind the euro with a surplus of £140 billion a year with the EU 27. Sir Paul Lever, our former British ambassador to Germany, said recently in his book Berlin Rules, the EU, he said, is geared principally to the defence of German national interest. He explains, as I did in my own book Against the Federal Europe in the 1990s, early 1990s, that there will be a German Europe. He shows that no decisions, including those relating to the negotiations for the withdrawal agreement, were decided by the Commission or by other member states without the prior agreement of Germany itself. Why on earth would anyone want to remain? The EU does not work for the UK, nor the EU itself, with youth unemployment in countries such as Italy, Greece and France of between 20 and 50%. They are utterly disillusioned with the austerity imposed by the German-led fiscal compact. Hungary and Poland and other countries in Central Europe are in revolt, and even Sweden and Denmark have moved to the right. So what is it that makes these reversers in this House believe that we should remain in this imploding, undemocratic European Union whose economic foundations are in tatters as the euro stagnates? Why on earth do they believe that a new people's vote is needed when we had one enacted by Act of Parliament in the House of Commons and voted for by most of those now trying to unravel the Withdrawal Act, and despite every Conservative having endorsed the referendum vote in our manifesto? As I argued some months ago, our system is one of parliamentary government, not government by Parliament. Government by Parliament would be anarchic. So we are faced not only with a constitutional crisis, but also with a massive breach of public trust as a party and as a Parliament. Up to the time of the Chequers proposals, I was fully prepared to support the government. But on the 6th of July, my trust in the government and the Prime Minister was completely lost. I asked her on the 9th of July how could she reconcile Chequers with the repeal of the European Communities Act 1972, and I got no reply. In the debate the next week, I stressed that the 80-page white paper setting out those proposals and now intrinsic to the withdrawal agreement had been pre-planned for probably up to a year. I explained it would unravel the European Communities Act 1972, that this was a gross misleading of Parliament. Indeed, the Chequers meeting itself bounced the Cabinet in breach of collective responsibility and in breach of the Ministerial Code. All of this amounts to a monstrous breach of constitutional and public trust. This brings me to what happens next, which, as I believe, this withdrawal agreement will be consigned to the grave of history. Far from members of Parliament, as the Prime Minister has asserted, voting for this agreement, it is our duty to vote against it. We will not have effectively left the European Union if we do not. We will also be undermining our Westminster system of government, depriving ourselves of monumental opportunities of global trading on our own terms, and with our friends in the United States who are so disillusioned with this agreement, and the same applies to other members of the Commonwealth. As Churchill once said, and as I was reminded at the time of Maastricht by my constituents, we should put our country first, our constituency second, our party third. Tragically, our Prime Minister became leader of our party by coronation and not by the will of the party membership. They, by all the recent evidence, are profoundly against this withdrawal agreement. We then had the deeply unsatisfactory outcome of the last general election. I simply say, therefore, that now is the time to walk away from this European Union. The expression no deal is a misnomer. It is not a default position. It is what the Act of Parliament endorsing the Lisbon Treaty actually specifies. There must be no extension of time, as the European Union so-called number 2 bill, which has been introduced by the member for Grantham, indicates. And I am glad that the Prime Minister reaffirmed to me yesterday that this is the case. It will achieve nothing. I would strongly urge the government, therefore, after this vote is cast tonight, to conclude that enough is enough and that we have reached the journey's end. Now is the time to walk away from the intransigence of the European Union and our failed policy of seeking to supplicate their guidelines, their terms and their paymasters. We witnessed similar events in May 1940 when the then Prime Minister actually won the vote on the Norway debate, but on reflection concluded that he had to resign because he had lost the confidence of Parliament as a whole. I believe, therefore, there are lessons in this for the Prime Minister to consider her position and to do so with dignity and without rancour.
Mr. Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I want to address what happens next if, as seems likely, the Prime Minister's deal is defeated this evening. Now, the first question will be, what will the Prime Minister do in that situation? Until yesterday, I thought she might say, well, I'm going back to Brussels to get some more assurances, but that route does appear to be blocked now in the light of the thing. That she would take a bold step, that she would reach out across the House of Commons to look for a consensus, that she would say that she's prepared to consider a completely different approach, even announcing that because she still believes in her deal, she is going to take it to the British people and ask them what they think. Now, that really would be political leadership. But if she doesn't do any of those things, then the House of Commons is going to have to move swiftly to enable us to decide what we can agree on, because, as the Prime Minister rightly said, the House of Commons can say what it's against, but in the end the House of Commons will have to be for something. So we need to decide on what a different policy might look like and how we get there. Now, one option is undoubtedly to leave without a deal. Now, some members favour that, as we've just heard. Many of us think it would be a disaster. By the way, so does the government. So let's give the House of Commons a chance, once and for all, to make it clear what it thinks of that. Then there are the alternative deals. There's Canada with a variety of pluses attached. There is EEA and a customs union, which is what I have been arguing for, or a variation upon that. And then thirdly, there is process. How do we enable any of the different approaches, if we can agree on them, to be negotiated with the European Union? And how can we do that when we are running out of time? Now, I think it is now inevitable, Mr. Speaker, that Article 50 will need to be extended, whichever option the House of Commons chooses, assuming we can reach agreement on something. I support a series of indicative votes, and I support the bill that the Honourable Member for Grantham and others have tabled, which would give the House, if it's approved, the legal means to give effect to what we decide, including on whether to extend Article 50. And if this House cannot agree, apart from deciding that we don't want to leave with no deal, in other words, if this House remains deadlocked, which is a possibility, then someone else will have to decide. And in all fairness, I have to say I can see no other way of doing that in those circumstances other than resolving to go back to the British people and asking them what they think. Now, the reason why the Prime Minister, I would give way, but time is very short and many other people want to speak. The reason why the Prime Minister has got into such difficulty is because the House of Commons won't agree a deal, we'll discover tonight, because of fear, uncertainty and doubt. Fear that we will be locked into a backstop permanently. Uncertainty about entering into a process in which we will be in an even weaker position than we have been over the past 2.5 years, and doubt about where this will all end up. In an age, as the Father of the House so eloquently put it, where it is the quality of the alliances that you have that determine the ability to influence what happens in the world in the interests of the people that we represent. Now, what would be the rational thing to do, faced with these set of circumstances? It would be to seek to remove that fear, that uncertainty, and that doubt. And it would be to say to the European Union, look, the only way we're going to get a deal is not by exchanging another set of letters or asking for another assurance, but by moving on to negotiate the future relationship now, so that everyone can see at the end of the process what it would involve before we formally leave. Now, I understand the legal position that in law the European Union cannot sign such an agreement, and the Attorney General pointed out, until the United Kingdom has ceased to be a member state, but it has a choice about its negotiating mandate. And we all understand why the EU chose to structure the negotiations in the way that they did, because far from holding all of the cards, as the last 2.5 years has demonstrated, we've held virtually no cards at all. But if we were able to negotiate more detail on the future relationship, and it would be challenging for the EU, it would be very challenging for the government, because it would finally have to confront the choices it's been steadfastly avoiding over the last 2.5 years. In the end of that process, we would know where we stood on the backstop and the nature of the future relationship. Now, to do this, we would have to extend Article 50. And if you want to reassure people, and we may confront this choice at some point, that extending or maybe revoking Article 50 is not a device for the House of Commons to overturn the result of the referendum in 2016, then the House of Commons could say to the people, do not worry, whatever is the result of this process, we will put back to you so you take the final decision. And if we could undertake those negotiations while still a member, from the EU's point of view, it wouldn't really make any difference at all. We'd still be paying the money. We're going to do that under the transition. We'd still be accepting the rules of the European Court of Justice. We're going to do that under the transition. We'd still be a member of the single market and the customs union. We're going to do that under the transition. We'd still be accepting free movement, which we're going to do under the transition. Now, I acknowledge that would be difficult, but it would be the sensible thing to do, and who knows where the EU might be in 2 or 3 years' time, which we all of us know is how long these negotiations will take to complete. Indeed, if the EU were to say to other countries, not just to the UK, you're not going to get what you want if you leave, but if you remain, then there is the possibility of reform, then that would be the kind but that would be the kind of leadership. That would be the kind of leadership that the EU could potentially offer. Now, I don't know whether there is the strategic vision in the EU to do that, but they should provide it, because the forces present in Britain are present in all of their member states, and reform, including on free movement, would be in their interests as well as in ours. Now, if this isn't possible, and if the government won't reach out, then we as Parliament must take responsibility. That would not be us, I say to the honourable gentleman, subverting democracy in any way. It would be us doing our job. It would be taking back control. And the draft bill, which I referred to earlier and which I support, will give us the means to do so. It's proposing to ask the Liaison Committee to take a role. It could be amended to give that responsibility elsewhere.
On that issue.
I'm going to conclude my remarks, which the House of Commons in the end will have a chance to vote upon. Now, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the referendum result came as a shock to many in this House, but it did not come as a shock to those who voted leave. It was a cry of anguish as the EU became the lightning conductor for the feelings of 17.4 million people about the change they've seen in their communities, the disappearance of well-paid jobs, the shrinking of opportunities, and let's be honest, above all, about our collective failure to share the prosperity of this, the sixth richest economy in the world, with all of our citizens. But it will not be solved by a damaging Brexit. It will not be remedied by the convulsion, the argument, the lack of direction and purpose, the refusal to be honest about choices that we face that have consumed almost all of our energy, all of our effort and our attention and time. And we cannot let this carry on for the next 5 years. We owe it to our constituents to tell the truth. We owe it to ourselves to do the right thing. And in rejecting the deal today, as we should, we must show, as parliamentarians of all parties and all views, that we are, after the vote tonight, capable of coming together to listen, to compromise in the interests of the people we come here to serve.
Thank you very much indeed. On account of the level of demand, I'm afraid there has now to be a 5-minute limit on backbench speeches with immediate effect. Mr. Dominic Raab.
For my part in this debate, I've always understood the case for compromise. But compromise cannot come at any price. And the deal before us involves the most severe and enduring risks for our economy, our democracy, while stifling the opportunities of Brexit that fired up over 17 million people with optimism and hope to vote in June 2016. My reasons are straightforward. The Northern Ireland backstop and the scale of separate regulation without representation is undemocratic and a threat to our precious union. Second, the UK-wide customs backstop has morphed into a hybrid customs union and single market arrangement where the combination of alignment and non-regression requirements prevent this House from determining the right laws in the best interests of this country.
Honourable friend give way.
I give way.
On the backstop. And does my honourable friend agree with me that the backstop is playing a risk? The Attorney General said it was taking a risk, and it's playing a risk with the Good Friday Agreement and the union of this country. And that is a risk that many of us are not prepared to take.
Honourable friend is absolutely right. And on top of that powerful point, the effect of this deal is to give up control that it would precipitate a democratic cliff edge. And that's compounded by the lack of an exit mechanism that we can control. It gives the EU a veto over any UK exit from the backstop, even if negotiations on the future relationship languish for years or break down altogether. And it's very clear that none of the subsequent assurances alter the legal position as set out in the withdrawal agreement.
Would my honourable friend give way?
Briefly.
Would he agree with me that if more assurances were there, that many more members of this House would potentially support that agreement?
My honourable friend is right, and I'll come back to what I think the Prime Minister and the Government should do in the event that the deal is voted down. My third reason for opposing this deal is that paragraph 23 of the political declaration means that the upcoming negotiations on our future relationship would take the backstop as the starting point to be built on. The future relationship would not be a free trade agreement, not even the Chequers model that was set out back in the summer. It would be a hybrid arrangement somewhere even further along the spectrum of legislative alignment with the EU between the customs union and the single market, without any say over the rules to be imposed. Given the EU veto over us exiting the backstop, we will spend the second phase of negotiations from March under massive pressure from the EU to accept additional single market rules, potentially free movement, access to UK fisheries as the price for exiting the backstop. Exactly. The EU will inevitably press us right up until the next election, if not well beyond, and they would wield all the negotiating leverage. So to all honourable members weary with Brexit, I share your desire to move on from Brexit, but be under no illusions. This deal before us can't end the grinding process. It can only prolong it.
That's right. That's right.
This deal is so demeaning to our country that it would inevitably invite, no, demand reversal by the British people from the moment the ink was dry. It would torment us, and as a result our European neighbours, for the foreseeable future. So, Mr. Speaker, what next? If this deal is voted down, we should make our best final offer to the EU on the current deal, including, as honourable members have made on all sides, an ability to exit the backstop and transition to a best-in-class free trade agreement. And at the same time, we must accelerate our preparations for leaving on WTO terms in case all reasonable offers are rebuffed in Brussels, so that we can manage and mitigate the undoubted risks of leaving on WTO terms, whilst at the same time leaving the arm of friendship extended to continue negotiations with the EU, whether it's right up until the end of March or even beyond. Mr. Speaker, that is what my head tells me about this deal. But like so many of us in this House, on all sides, this decision touches our hearts and indeed the very soul of who we are as a country.
Exactly.
And like many of us, I think what this deal means for our children. My two sons are 4 and 6. I want them to grow up in a country that is even better than today. More prosperous, more ambitious, more confident, and yes, more conscientious in the world too. I want them to know that we fearlessly chose the right path for their future, that we did not duck the challenge, weary of Brexit. We did not avoid the undeniable but manageable short-term risks at the long-term expense of the economic health and the democratic foundations of the country that I know we all love. But what I fear most in the terms of this deal is the drain on our economy, the loss of competitive economic advantage, the enfeeblement of our democracy that this deal would inflict inevitably over time. Because it is the embodiment of a distinct view of the United Kingdom, one that acquiesces in defeatism and makes its peace with managed decline. Mr. Speaker, I will not sign up for that. Not for my country, not for our people, not for my children, and not for theirs. Because I believe in this United Kingdom of ours. I believe in our entrepreneurs, our innovators. I'm proud of our culture, just as I love those across Europe and well beyond. And I believe that we, in this place, the mother of parliamentary democracy, accountable to the people, must determine the vital, sensitive and controversial issues of the day, not meekly abdicate such precious decisions to Brussels. So I will vote against the motion and the deal because it is racked with self-doubt, defeatism and fear. But equally, for many of us who vote against the deal, we vote for, we aspire to something better and something brighter. And Mr. Speaker, with my heart and soul, I vote for the promise of Brexit that must be fulfilled. I vote for the temerity to regain mastery of our own destiny. I vote for the ability to reach our full global potential. And above all, I vote for hope, not fear, and the renaissance of the democracy in this country and the people that I love.
Pete Hoey.
Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman. Most of what he said I fully agreed with, and I want to say tonight or today that it is with sadness that I'm going to have to vote against this withdrawal agreement this evening. I say sadness because I had hoped that I would be able to support it, as I'm one of the very few Labour MPs who genuinely want to leave the EU, and a somewhat larger group of Labour MPs who genuinely want to honour the referendum result, and I include the leader of my own party in that. I'm very conscious that this Parliament is full of Remain MPs. It is a Remain Parliament. Yes. Most of them were very, very upset when the result came through. They could not believe that people had not listened to their dire warnings. So they were very upset indeed. And I think it's absolutely true, and the public know this, that there have been some in this chamber who have spent their whole time from day one after that referendum trying to think of ways to stop it, trying to think of ways of stopping us to leave it. And this is now the culmination tonight, where we have another opportunity for people after tonight who will be trying to stop it. Today, for me, is very simple. I don't understand why we need to vote on any of these amendments, because the reality is that the amendments, Mr. Speaker, if they go through, will have no bearing whatsoever on the legal agreement. They are not going to be legal. And of course, we have seen and we realise now that the assurances given are not going to mean anything, because they're not in a legal prescribed way. And I would remind people that who think these assurances might be able to be fulfilled, that we're going to have a new European Parliament in May. We're going to have new EU commissioners. The Prime Minister may have built up a relationship with some of those commissioners. They will not be there. And the idea that somehow they would even think, some of them, of honouring those assurances, I think we can reject that. So what happened to the mantra of nothing agreed until everything is agreed? Why are we giving the £39 billion, even if we owe it, which I don't actually think we owe as much as that? Why are we giving that up front before we've had anything in return? The withdrawal agreement will mean more uncertainty for the next few years, with the EU holding the trump cards, especially on the backstop. And I can never support a situation where Northern Ireland will end up being treated separately from the rest of the United Kingdom, and having the only people who are going to speak for them, the representatives of the Irish government. That is just not tenable. Some people say here, and I've heard it said, why don't we, after all, it was only 52% to 48%. Why don't we just, give a little bit, compromise to those who voted to remain? If that result had been 52% to remain and 48% to leave, do you think all those lawyers here, the QCs, the solicitors, would have been beavering around trying to find a way of getting a little bit of Canada or a little bit of Norway into the kind of remain decision? Let's be honest, there are people here who will do anything to stop us leaving the EU. We voted to take back control, I believe, to the people. The people made their decision. Parliament gave that decision to the people to decide whether they wanted to leave. We gave it up. We said, people, you decide. They voted to leave. And the idea now that this Parliament will spend the next week or so trying to find other ways of actually stopping us leave on March the 29th will be, I think, shocking. The Attorney General has said that we must vote for this withdrawal agreement for wholly pragmatic reasons. Now, with respect to the Attorney General, the vote did not ask the people of the United Kingdom, did they want a pragmatic leave or a pragmatic remain? It was very, very simple. They wanted to leave. And what happens after tonight? One thing cannot be evaded or overruled or wrecked. The United Kingdom must leave the EU at the end of March to implement and honour the will of the British people. And I actually trust... I will give way to my honourable friend.
For giving way. She's listed a whole series of arguments and reasons that might undermine the decision from 2016. does she agree with me that there would be no credibility for a second referendum if the first referendum isn't implemented thoroughly and properly?
Well said. Well said.
I think my honourable friend is absolutely right. The people, many of whom have voted Remain as well, will just not understand when we haven't implemented, Mr. Speaker, the first referendum, why we should even be thinking of a second referendum. But whatever happens after tonight, as I said, the UK must leave the EU at the end of March to implement and honour the will of the British people. And I do trust our Prime Minister on this. I have heard the Prime Minister over and over and over again saying that we will not revoke Article 50. I have heard the Prime Minister say over and over again that we will be leaving on March the 29th. Yes, that may mean some difficulties, but those difficulties are nothing to what this country has had to go through in the past. We are a strong country, we are a proud country, we are a determined country with a people who believe and have confidence in our country. So let us go forward to March the 29th, leave the European Union and have that bright future which we know is ahead of us.
Thank you very much indeed. Nicky Morgan.
Very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. How is it possible for this House to capture an honourable member's and right honourable member speaking today the last 2.5 years in 5 minutes? How is it possible to capture 45 years of our membership in 5 minutes? Well, the good news for those who like debating Europe is we don't have to do that because there will be more debates to come, many more. As the Attorney General, I can hear the joy on the benches opposite. As the Attorney General said, this is only the end of phase 1. And I think the point that he was trying to make in his speech today was that actually today's debate should be about the withdrawal agreement. 625 pages of the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration. Mr. Speaker, I will support the agreement tonight, and like my friend, the right honourable member for Rushcliffe, that might perhaps not be something that people might have expected, given some of the statements that I have made. But I wanted, rather than going into the detail, I think it's very easy to get stuck in the weeds of the EU debate, to talk about this appendix or this clause of the withdrawal agreement that we don't like. But I think this House is really in danger of getting so bogged down in the detail that we forget that the country is looking at us. Not just at the detailed debate, but the tone of the debate, the way that we conduct ourselves, the way that we actually disagree, that we can do it well, that we can do it in a way that, as the right honourable member for Leeds Central said, will hopefully eventually lead us to a place where there can be broader consensus and a majority can be found. Because unfortunately, I think that ability to find a consensus has been somewhat lacking. A previous Prime Minister talked about general well-being. There has not been nearly enough talk about flourishing. I begin to hear some of the contributions saying what people want, what is a positive way forward, and that is where we need to be as a House if the agreement is not approved by this House tonight. The country is deeply divided. Our constituencies are divided, this House is divided. But it is up to us as members of Parliament to change the tone and start to heal the divisions if we are ever to get on to talking about other issues. And that's one of the lessons that I have learnt in the last 2.5 years. Not that I've always practiced it, but it's certainly something I think we should all aim for. Whatever I say today, whatever honourable members, right honourable members on all sides say, a substantial number of those watching and our constituents will disagree with us. As we know, some will disagree more vehemently and violently than others. But there is a vast silent majority out in the country who are watching today and hoping against hope that actually this House does approve the agreement. I don't think they will be satisfied on the basis of what I'm hearing. But I have never before had so many members of the public coming up to me as a Member of Parliament and wishing us well for this vote. The country is watching what we do today and beyond. I wrote an open letter to my constituents, and I don't hear enough members of Parliament talking about their constituencies in this debate today. We are their representatives. It is not about us. It is not about how we feel. It is not about our heads and our hearts. It is about who we are representing and what is best for them. And I have come to the conclusion of wrestling with this greatly over the last 2.5 years. I, of course, would have been happy to see the referendum result go differently. I would be happy to see an even closer relationship with the EU going forward. But that isn't what people voted for, the majority who voted in 2016. They did vote for change, and it is up to us to deliver that change. I have always been very clear that Brexit should not undermine our constitution, and we have put our representative democracy at massive strain through having one referendum. It shouldn't be about undermining our economy, although that's not all about numbers. In order for people to flourish in this country, it's not just about the size of our economy, it is about other issues too, which have not been tackled by Brexit, nor by the government over the last 2 years, as our UK politics has stalled. And it should be about our values and not undermining our values as a country. And one of those, undoubtedly, the British people are very independently minded. And I can understand why it is that people took the decision they did in June 2016. Let me take, in time available, one brief issue with what the Attorney General said. If the deal goes down tonight, there are other deals, other models on the table where I believe the House can find consensus and compromise. Carrying on with this deal cannot be an option. I'd be disappointed if the Prime Minister did that.
Thank you. Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I'm delighted to take part in this debate. My constituency, speaking of constituents, voted by a majority to leave the European Union. But I recognise in Northern Ireland that there are many voices in opposition to that. I have no doubt that the Prime Minister has worked very hard to try and address the concerns that have been raised on both sides of this debate, and I commend her for it. But when I hear members of this House speak about the danger that Brexit poses to the peace process in Northern Ireland, I have to refute that notion. I believe strongly in the peace process. I'm delighted that in the last 20 years we've seen a reduction in violence. We've seen our streets in Northern Ireland be more peaceful. And that is something I want to maintain, and we don't want the clock turned back. But the British people voted to leave the European Union, and we must respect their decision. And when we talk about a hard border and the threat that a hard border could pose to the peace process, then I look at what the Irish government says, and I hear the Irish Prime Minister say very clearly, even in the event of a no-deal outcome, there will not be a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic. That is the stated position of the Irish government. It's the stated position of the government of the United Kingdom. So where is this hard border coming from? Of course.
When people say that the Union Customs Code must be applied and WTO rules must be applied, yes, they are right. But that is in order to provide confidence that checks are being made. They don't have to be made at the frontier. They can be made away from the frontier, so there's no need for a hard border in Northern Ireland.
And it is worth noting, Mr Speaker, that even at the moment, with both the UK and the Irish Republic being members of the European Union, we have checks between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic. If you travel by bus from Belfast to Dublin, you can be stopped on the main road and they will check your identity. For the movement of animals, there are checks across the border. The idea that there is no border and no checks at the moment just isn't true. It does not reflect the reality. But these things can be approached sensibly, as they have been in the past. There is no reason that they cannot be dealt with sensibly in the future. My party does not advocate for a no-deal outcome. We want a deal between the United Kingdom and the European Union. We want the Prime Minister to deliver a deal for this country. But we do not believe that what is on the table at the moment is the best deal, nor is in the best interests of the United Kingdom. And we've heard a lot of talk today about the backstop. But my concern about the backstop is not just its implications for Northern Ireland. I echo comments that have been made in the House today. If we enter the backstop, it hands a massive negotiating advantage to the European Union that weakens our negotiating position in a most critical phase of our the next stage to obtain a free trade agreement with the European Union. And that's why I don't believe it's in the interest of the United Kingdom. Of course I'll give way.
Because we hear a lot about this backstop, that it's something that the EU doesn't want to implement, nor the UK, and also that it's going to be temporary. If that is the case, why does he believe that the European Union will not budge on at least giving it a time-limited essence?
Well, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the reason for that is because it gives a negotiating advantage to the European Union, and it doesn't want to give up that advantage in favour of the United Kingdom. And what offends me about the backstop and its potential is what the Attorney-General described in his advice to the government, that Northern Ireland would have to treat Great Britain as a third country for trading purposes. Now, the Attorney told us today that this already happens, and he gave the example of the Canary Islands. But the Canary Islands isn't leaving the European Union. The Canary Islands will still have representation, will still be able to influence the way in which regulations are drawn up by the European Union. Not so for Northern Ireland. Under the backstop arrangement, we will have to accept regulations over which we have no say in how they are drawn up. Not at Stormont, if we have an assembly back, not here at Westminster, and most certainly not because the Irish Government will advocate on our behalf. Indeed, the Irish Government has shown in the past that it will look after its own interests first, and rightly so. It's a sovereign state, insofar as you can be a sovereign state in the European Union. And so the backstop is not in our best interests as far as Northern Ireland is concerned, but not in the best interest of the United Kingdom. And that's why we need to see real change, change which the Prime Minister described as legally binding. And what is on offer at the moment from the European Union does not have legal effect. And that is a concern for us, and it's why we cannot support the amendments that have been tabled before the House, because until we see a commitment, a clear commitment from the European Union to alter the backstop arrangement so that the UK has the unilateral right to leave that backstop at the time of its choosing and in circumstances which would be beneficial to the relationship. Look, we are not about trying to create difficulties here, but what we don't want is to hand to the EU a significant negotiating advantage, and nor do we want to see regulatory barriers between Northern Ireland and Great Britain that would damage our economy in Northern Ireland. I respect the views that have been expressed by business leaders and by others in Northern Ireland who support the withdrawal agreement as it's currently drawn up. I respect their view, but I do not agree with their opinion that the current proposed arrangements will be good for the Northern Ireland economy, the so-called best of both worlds, because it isn't that, and it doesn't give us that. It creates a barrier between Northern Ireland and our biggest market, which is Great Britain, a regulatory barrier. So that we can avoid having regulatory differences between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic, even though we do far less trade with the Irish Republic and the EU than we do with Great Britain. And so, although I'm no expert in business, I believe that it cannot be in the best interest of Northern Ireland to have regulatory barriers with our biggest market in order to continue having free trade arrangements with the European Union, which is, for us, in trading terms, a smaller market. And so, therefore, we urge the Prime Minister to look again at this withdrawal agreement. She said that she would seek to secure legally binding changes, and that is what we need. And what we have on the table at the moment doesn't achieve that. And for these reasons, the Democratic Unionist Party will be voting against the withdrawal agreement this evening, and we will be voting against the amendments because they do not change the fundamental reality that until we get the assurances we need on the backstop, we cannot support what is on the table.
Mr. Dominic Grieve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Entertaining as it was to watch the theatricality of my right honourable friend and learned friend, the Attorney-General, I have to say to the House that it filled me with a slight sense of gloom to see that the government had got to such a pass that it had to rely on the advocacy skills of the criminal defence advocate to get it out of its difficulties. We had everything. We had the appeal to patriotism and the bright fields beyond. We had the analogy of the airlock, in which we were assured that if we placed ourselves for a period of time in an uncomfortable position, we would find that the door would open to the fields of ambrosia beyond, whereas I'm afraid my own view is that we will either choke to death in the airlock as a nation, or when the door finally opens, we will find the landscape little to our liking. And at appropriate moments, we also had those delicious moments of confession and avoidance from the attorney when he gently pointed out that he thought that the suggestion that we could have a negotiated deal without transition had been overblown. Who overblew it? The truth is that for 2.5 years and during the period of the referendum, we have been living in a fool's paradise in relation to expectations. Where was the backstop mentioned during the referendum and its constitutional implications that worry so much the honourable members representing Northern Ireland constituencies? Where was the 20-month transition, now potentially extended for 2 years? And where were the complete lack of concrete terms for a future relationship? That's the reason, Mr. Speaker, why we now have the problem that around only 20% of the public appear to think that this is a good deal, and it should come as no surprise that so few members of Parliament are also willing to support it. And the difficulty, and this is where I do agree with the attorney in what he said, the difficulty is that we are where we are. We can't turn the clock back. I know some honourable members talk of alternatives, and we can consider them, but I have to say that my view is, as to where we are, is that the alternatives are going to be very hard to come by, and in any case, I raise an anxiety as to whether they can be justified. One of the things I found most curious as this debate is I keep on being told that I must sign up to this deal because it would be a betrayal of the United Kingdom electorate not to. And yet there are honourable members who are prepared to consider, for example, going for a Norway-style option, which I have to say seems to me to be an example of the elites picking up the carpet and brushing the broken glass under it to try to avoid the difficulties that have been created. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm both respectful of what the Prime Minister has tried to achieve, accepting it is probably the only deal on offer realistically, and might be willing to support it if it had the support of the public. And yet we have spent months trying every possible device in this House to prevent the House expressing any view that the public ought to be consulted. And on that, I'm afraid I will not budge. It pains me to see how the discourse develops. It pains me, Mr. Speaker, to see you and myself accused of being in a sinister conspiracy, all of which is utter and complete fantasy. It pains me to discover the Number 10 press office briefing against me last Friday for involvement in an initiative of my right honourable friend, the member for West Dorset, in which I had not the slightest degree of involvement. Such is the level of madness that pervades us at present, and that makes me all the more determined, as the death threats come in and the rhetoric heats up, that we must stay sensible, be willing to have a dialogue across the House, and to try to resolve this. The question now is whether the government is prepared to listen. For the present, I very much regret that I cannot support the government this evening.
Stephen Doughty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an absolute pleasure to follow my right honourable and learned colleague on the other side of the House, and I agree wholeheartedly with the vast majority of his remarks today. Mr. Speaker, I am in this House first and foremost as a representative of my constituents, of the people of Cardiff South and Penarth, and their views are absolutely clear. They voted to remain in 2016. and that has increased in intensity. I've had nearly 2,000 messages, emails, phone calls, conversations. 86% of them now tell me that they want to stay in the EU. The vast majority of those want to see the question put back to them so that they can make the choice. And of those who still want to leave, there is a split between those who want to support the Prime Minister's deal and those who want to leave with no deal. So there is no consensus on what even leaving means. But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker, and let me be clear to everybody in this House. People who voted leave did so in good faith. They are my friends, they are my family, they are my constituents, they are my neighbours, and indeed I have very strong and good relationships with many people across this House who fundamentally disagree with me on this issue of Brexit. We must listen to the concerns, we must hear them. They were made loud and clear, and we have to respond to them. We have to offer hope, and we have to offer a positive vision for the future. But I will not vote, Mr. Speaker, for a deal that will leave my constituents poorer by all the measures, all the analysis, that will leave them less safe. No, I won't give way. That will leave them less safe, and that will actually lead to more uncertainty, not less. And this process going on and on and on. That is simply not acceptable when we are told by leading manufacturing organisations, by our trade unions, by our businesses of the jobs that are being lost, that are being put at risk, and the livelihoods that are being put at risk as a result. And Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the policy that my front bench has taken to oppose this deal. It is absolutely clear it does not meet the 6 tests that the Labour Party set out. I, of course, want to see a general election, Mr. Speaker. I would like to see this government removed for many different reasons. But it is clear that we are unlikely to reach that objective, and so we must try hard. We'd like to see a no-confidence motion put down, I think, if the Prime Minister loses tonight. But if we are not able to resolve this matter in this House, then we must put this issue back to the people. I do not think that there is a majority in this House for other variations on the deal. I do not think there is a majority for the Norway option, as a previous proponent of that in this House. I also do not think there is the time now to engage in fantasy negotiations with the EU. It's been very, very clear from the beginning what the possibilities were and the constraints that were put on those possibilities by the Prime Minister's red line. And that problem that has been exposed by many people, that failure to reach out at the start of this process across the House to find consensus, to find a way problem, has led us to the situation that we're in today. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to address 2 particular concerns that the Prime Minister and others have raised against those of us who advocate putting this issue back to the people. The first is that it is somehow anti-democratic. No, it is not. It is a continuation of democracy. And I understand very much why the Prime Minister feels that she is duty-bound to deliver on a result that happened in 2016. But what about the will of the people today? As the Right Honourable and Learned Gentleman has said, if there was clear consent amongst the public, amongst the people of this country, among my constituents, among all the constituents in this House, we would not be in the situation that we are today, where the Prime Minister faces defeat from every angle and where we will have to find a new way forward. And secondly, I hear the concern that this will stir up far-right or right-wing rhetoric and violence on the streets and civil disturbances. We must simply not indulge that terrible, terrible language, that terrible, terrible attitude. Those people do not represent Leave voters in this country. We must not give in to them. Our colleague who was murdered would not have given in to them. She would have stood up against them, and that's what we all must be doing in this House. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I do see this as part of a much wider challenge. It worries me deeply. We've talked much about the economy, much about the business implications of this deal. But when the people rubbing their hands in glee at this chaos are Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump and the enemies of this country, we all ought to be asking ourselves some very serious questions. Now, Winston Churchill was quoted by the Right Honourable Member for Stone earlier on, and I'd like to take, Mr. Speaker, take the House to another quote from Winston Churchill from the early 1930s, where he warned of ignoring the warnings of our followers in the country, of ignoring the signs of the times, and he said, "This was one of those awful periods which recur in our history when the noble British nation seems to fall from its high estate, loses all trace of sense or purpose, and appears to cower frothing pious platitudes." I think, Mr. Speaker, of global Britain, of Brexit means Brexit. Mr. Speaker, we're all patriots in this House. Let's find a way forward. Let's put this issue back to the people and let them decide.
Thank you. Order. A 4-minute limit on each backbench speech now applies. Shailesh Vara.
It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Cardiff South and Penarth. Mr. Speaker, for nearly 14 years I've been a loyal Conservative Member of Parliament. But I do not believe that the withdrawal agreement before us is in the interest of my constituents or our country, and that is why in November of last year I resigned from my post as a Minister in the Northern Ireland office, allowing me to speak up against this agreement and also to vote against it later on today. The Government has repeatedly said that the United Kingdom's constitutional and economic integrity would not be compromised. However, the legal advice given by the Attorney General to the Prime Minister on 13th November says on page 2, paragraph 8, and I quote, "For regulatory purposes, Great Britain is essentially treated as a third country by Northern Ireland for goods passing from Great Britain into Northern Ireland." I raised this issue earlier on with the Attorney General, but whilst his answer was eloquent and articulate, I'm afraid he did somewhat fudge the issue. We entered the then European Economic Community as a United Kingdom, and it's important that we leave it as such as we do so at the end of March. The withdrawal agreement sets out the terms upon which we will negotiate a future free trade agreement. But it is extraordinary that we are required to pay up front £39 billion before we've actually negotiated the deal itself. It is also extraordinary that we are agreeing to enter an unending backstop from which we will not be able to leave unilaterally. Effectively, Mr. Speaker, we are agreeing to be handcuffed by the EU, and they will determine when they come off. The assurances and warm words are just that, warm words, and they're meaningless. We are told that the backstop will be temporary, but temporary has to be judged in context. And given that the agreement with Canada took 7 years, with Singapore 8 years, you can rest assured that temporary means many years. And France and Spain have already made clear that they will have conditions. In the case of France, access to our coastal waters for fishing. Spain writes as regards Gibraltar, and they have said that they will not agree to our departure unless they have satisfaction on those matters. Not only will we be held hostage in the customs union in this way, but we'll also be heavily restricted in our ability to do favourable trade deals with the rest of the country, with the rest of the world. Of course, I recognise the need for compromise in international agreements, but, Mr. Speaker, this is not a compromise. This is a cave-in by our country. It is an agreement that has been negotiated on the basis of fear of being outside the EU, rather than a negotiation based on confidence. It is important to remember, and the facts make clear, that in the decades ahead, economic progress in the countries outside the EU will far exceed the progress within the EU. Mr. Speaker, what we are debating today is not just about today or tomorrow or next month or even next year. It is about the decades to come. It is about the future of our children. It is about the future of our children's children. We need to get it right, and this agreement does not do that. That is why I will be voting against this agreement this evening.
Alison McGovern.
Mr. Speaker, I am sorry that the member for Stone, the member for Esher Walton and the member for Vauxhall, nor the Attorney General are in their places, because I would like to say to them and to all members of this House, I need no lectures on how to love my country. None of us do, Mr. Speaker. We all care deeply for Britain. But the fact is, as the members of the Treasury Select Committee found in our report published for this debate before it was aborted in December, there is no dividend for our country in Brexit. Economically, there is only loss. There is no Brexit bonus. There is only the madness of doing something that we know to be a bad idea because we allowed another bad idea to have a referendum for which we were ill-prepared to take hold. And I won't repeat the cliché that people in the referendum didn't vote to become poorer, because it doesn't matter now. What matters is what my friend for Cardiff and Penarth said. The choice is ours now, Mr. Speaker. Should we vote to make our constituents poorer? And I would just say this to those who think that their constituents will be angry if they don't back the deal. What will they say when they are accountable for a permanent downgrade of our economy? Do they think they can do that without consequences? Either. I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. We talk often about wages in this House and the real issue of wages and how they've fallen over the past 10 years. But to properly understand the money in people's pockets, you have to understand it matters what they are able to pay for, and the fact of what has happened to our currency since the Brexit vote has made us all poorer, Mr. Speaker. There is only more to come, and there's no escaping it. And the reason this has happened is because there was a deep dishonesty at the heart of the Leave campaign. They said we could have global Britain open to the world, more globalisation, but also less immigration, more command and control over our economy, and less globalisation. And that is the root of the impasse that we have found ourselves in, that contradiction at the heart of what people were offered. And the truth is, because of that contradiction, we don't really know what the public want now. We've had a general election that had an inconclusive result because people were offered something that was never really on the table and then voted for it. I know another referendum, Mr. Speaker, would be far from perfect, but I come to the reluctant conclusion that offering people a choice of the Brexit as we know it to be versus what they have now and the deal that they have now is probably the only way forward. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude by just mentioning the thing that has kept me going through the turgid debate that this Brexit discussion has been. And that is the reason that we should be here. For our ageing population, Treasury Select Committee reports should be about wages in nursing homes, not Brexit. For our young people, we should be talking about how to fund libraries and teaching assistants, not Brexit. I ask myself the simple question, Mr. Speaker, by those objectives, does Brexit help or is it a hindrance? Will it help our country have the money it needs, or will it hold us back? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is glaringly obvious. Brexit is bad for our country, and it's time we took steps in this House that we know we need to do to rectify.
Dame Caroline Spellman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I will be supporting the Prime Minister's deal today because, as the West Midlands businesses who employ thousands of my constituents tell me, it is good enough. Good enough for us to leave and thrive outside the EU. Not perfect, maybe, but those who flirt with Plan Bs must examine their conscience when they hear the plight of industry. This isn't a time for taking a stand against the pragmatic reality of what is actually on the table. And in this regard, I credit the Honourable Member for Gainsborough for recognising this. Right now, what business needs is some certainty. With just 73 days to go before we leave the EU, firms are already having to take costly decisions to stockpile goods and parts, and in some cases mothball production capacity. And the cost of this hits their bottom line and ultimately results in having to let people go. The car industry, for whom the EU is the principal market, is particularly hurt by this. Let's remember its factories are drawing workers from some of the most deprived parts of the UK. Colleagues may not have lost jobs in their constituencies yet, but in the West Midlands we certainly have. I call on the government to find a way to help the UK car industry, such an important employer, exporter and life transformer through the challenges they face. These grieve me deeply, as the renaissance in manufacturing has transformed the lives of my constituents. Take, for example, the single mums on the council estate in my constituency who've taken up well-paid jobs through apprenticeships with companies like Jaguar Land Rover. When Dawn, not her real name, shows up in my surgery next week to complain about losing her job, the thing she understands as Project Fear is not being able to keep up the mortgage payments on the home she has provided for her kids. So what can we do to stop this inescapable human cost? At very least, as a Parliament, we must stop the UK crashing out of the EU without a deal. There is a majority for no to no deal in Parliament. The letter I co-authored with the Honourable Member for Birmingham Erdington attracted 225 MP signatures. I and other honourable members have tried to withdraw amendments tonight which could have wrecked the meaningful vote, but we remain determined to rule out no deal. Businesses tell me they have roughly 14 days to decide whether to shut factories, to weather the storm of disruption after we leave the EU, or stockpile at huge expense. The least we can do is to provide a stable platform or foundation by ruling out no deal. The hit on business is taking place now. 90% of the CBI's members are stockpiling, as well as the SMEs in their supply chains, spending billions on contingency they would otherwise use to invest. 10,000 lorries pass through Dover every day. Just-in-time delivery will become not-in-time delivery with the slightest hold-up at the border. The path the country has chosen is fraught with risk, even if in time opportunity beckons. So let us at least manage the risk of a no-deal Brexit so that constituents like Dawn don't face losing their jobs, their homes and their livelihoods. And as Second Church Estates Commissioner, Mr. Speaker, I'd expect you might expect me to make some reference to something profound the Archbishop of Canterbury had to say in the debate in another place, that leaving without a deal would be a political, practical and moral failure. I echo the words of the Right Honourable Gentleman for Leeds Central, that we must come together, try to unite and bring unity to our country.
Hear, hear. Bradshaw.
Given the time constraints, Mr. Speaker, I shall focus on what should happen later tonight when this motion is defeated. But let me start by saying that if the UK leaves the European Union under the terms the government is proposing, it will constitute one of the greatest acts of self-harm in our country's history. Yeah. We will be poorer, we will have less, not more sovereignty, and guaranteeing that the uncertainty and political wrangling that have so disfigured Britain for the last 2.5 years will continue for years and years to come. It's increasingly clear to everyone, except perhaps the Prime Minister, that she and the country will face two choices after tonight's vote: to reach out, finally, across this House to seek a majority for a less damaging Norway-style Brexit, or to put her deal to the public in a people's vote. I am extremely doubtful there would be a majority in this House for Norway now. If in 2017, after the general election, when she'd lost a majority, the Prime Minister had sought consensus, she probably could have got Norway through. Many of us repeatedly pleaded with her to do so, but she stuck to her red lines for fear of what the hard Brexiteers in her cabinet on her backbenches would do to her. As recently as last spring, nearly 80 of us on these benches defied our own party leadership and voted for a Norway-style solution. But we were rebuffed, as we have been repeatedly rebuffed, when we've tried to steer the government in the direction of the least damaging Brexit. We are now told there are several cabinet ministers and others on the benches opposite, and some over here, who would like us to rescue this disintegrating government by backing Norway now. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, it is too late. The overwhelming majority of those of us on this side of the House who backed Norway a year ago would not do so now. The rest of Europe, which has shown commendable patience with the British government, has said we can have more time, we can extend Article 50, but only for a general election or another referendum, not for a tortuous renegotiation of the withdrawal agreement with no endpoint which would be certain. Labour's policy, Mr. Speaker, unanimously agreed at our last conference, states that if the government is confident in its Brexit deal, I quote, "it should not be afraid to put that deal to the public." Yeah. The Prime Minister could, at this late stage, save her deal by seeking parliamentary support for it, conditional on the ratification by the public in a referendum. But if she won't, Labour must act. Britain's facing the most serious political, economic and constitutional crisis in our peacetime history. The time for dither, delay and constructive ambiguity is over. The country is crying out for decisive leadership. So let us have our motion of no confidence tomorrow. Let's test Parliament's appetite for an election. If we don't secure one, let's rule out no deal, test, if colleagues wish to, the Norway option, but then quickly pursue the only rational choice left for our country, which is to give this decision back to the people. I appeal to the Prime Minister for once. just this once, put the national interest first. But if she won't, Mr. Speaker, Parliament must do that for her.
Justine Greening.
Mr. Speaker, I think for every single Member of Parliament in this House, this is a very difficult vote that we all face this evening, representing very different communities up and down the country. And I think the additional challenge is that Brexit is not about party politics. All of us are genuinely asking ourselves how we can represent our communities and do what is in the best interests of this country. I cannot support this deal like many MPs. That is because actually, whether I represent the Remainers in my constituency, of whom of course there are many, who think that if we are still following so many rules, we should be around the table setting them, or whether I represent the Brexiteers, of whom there are also many in my community, they simply don't believe that this is the Brexit that they felt they were voting for. It just does not give them the clean break from the European Union. And I would say that in many respects Brexit has been perhaps a failure of party politics at the leadership level on both sides of this House, because actually far from thwarting democracy, actually today I feel I'm representing my community, because they have very clearly told me what they think about this particular deal and how they would like me to vote on. And I think the failure on the front bench of the government comes from the fact that this has been clear since the summer. This isn't a surprise that the withdrawal agreement and the political declaration have not found favour with enough MPs in this House. It was absolutely blindingly obvious, and I think for the front bench to turn around and somehow suggest that the rest of the House has got it wrong is a bit like a person steering the Titanic towards an iceberg and then blaming the iceberg for not getting out of the way. So this is a real failure, I think, of Number 10, and I do feel that a bit of recognition of that would not go amiss. And of course the wasting of time delaying the vote from before Christmas did no good whatsoever. I also think it's a failure of the Labour front bench. The dither and delay, as has just been described, I think has really shown party politics, frankly, probably at its worst, at the very time our British public needed us to step up to the plate. I think that the election in 2017 simply compounded a government that was not willing to compromise, actually, after a Brexit result that frankly was close and did require compromise if enough people were going to be brought with it. I really do urge members of Parliament tonight to not think about party loyalty. That's not what this vote is about. This vote is about the future of our country. And I think whatever happens tonight and in the coming weeks, we as a House need to start finding better ways to work together on long-term issues that British politics has failed to deliver enough on for the British public, whether it's housing, whether it's what I care about, social mobility and opportunity, whether it's the environment, whether it's social care. The only difference with Brexit is that it was a long-term issue that had a deadline. And sure enough, we have not been able to meet that deadline, and it does look very much to me like we will move from a fudged deal to a fudged delay, but it should be a delay, if we have it, with a plan in mind, not with nothing. Maybe this House won't be able to agree on any path forward. If that is the case, then surely we need to do the right thing and recognise that in a democracy, when you have big unanswered questions, they have to be questions that the public are allowed a say on.
Tom Brake.
Brexit and the way it is being handled is a national embarrassment. Worse than that, it is a damaging international embarrassment. That great tactician, David Cameron, devised what he thought would be a cunning plan to staunch the decades-long Euro bloodletting in his party, a referendum. But the referendum, instead of acting as neat sutures to bind together the ideologically driven Brexiters and their more rational colleagues, has taken a scalpel to the Tory party's jugular and, critically, and of far more significance, the country's too, driving the country to the brink and in some cases being willing to drive over it, is overwhelmingly the Tories' responsibility. Now, of course, the Leader of the Opposition has a cameo role, of course, demonstrating the same aptitude for leadership during the Brexit campaign as he has since. But where I would share some of the blame as a long-standing Member of Parliament is not tackling the conditions that led to a majority voting for Brexit, blame that has to be shared by successive governments, not this one, not the one before, not the one before that, and indeed probably not the one before that either. I regret not being active enough in promoting the benefits of being in the EU for students, research, common standards for drugs or medicines, investment in places like the hospital, where the Prime Minister launched the 10-year NHS plan, €50 million of euro financing, or the potteries factory where she gave her speech yesterday, 400,000 from the European Union. Not being outspoken enough in rebutting the ludicrous, infantile and mendacious claims that Brussels-based British newspapers correspondents made about the threat to British pink sausages or standardising condom sizes. Most importantly, I regret the failure to tackle deep-seated concerns in some towns and cities over the failure to invest in infrastructure, underperforming schools, to rebuild proud communities devastated by the loss of heavy industry. I regret also that devolution wasn't pushed hard and fast enough, and responsibility, funding and accountability for delivering jobs, skills training, bus and train services vested in politicians closer to those reliant on those services. These challenges remain, and of course we owe it to those who voted Brexit, and indeed those who voted Remain, to address them. But does anyone in this chamber believe that Brexit and the Prime Minister's so-called deal provides the solutions? They don't. Nothing that leaves us poorer can. The PM's deal, of course, is nothing of the sort. It's a fiction, a chimera, a mirage. The political declaration comes in at a measly 26 pages. Compare that to the 1,600 pages in the Canada-EU trade deal. According to the Prime Minister's own statement yesterday, the real deal, our future relationship, is something that could not be struck until perhaps as late as December 2022, and some believe that is wildly optimistic. And that's one of the reasons why her deal will be defeated today. I do not doubt that with the red lines that she chose herself, this is the best deal she could secure. Unfortunately, it is a bad deal. So where next? The Prime Minister's deal is defeated, we expect shortly. No deal has been rejected by Parliament. A fresh round of negotiations with the EU is very unlikely to be sanctioned by the European Union. So the Prime Minister is left with one option: put the deal to the people in a people's vote and offer them the choice to stay in the European Union.
Owen Patterson.
Mr. Speaker. Great pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Carshalton-Wallington, who touched on David Cameron introducing the referendum. He forgot to mention, Mr. Speaker, that actually it was a Liberal idea to have an in-out referendum when we opposed the Lisbon Treaty. And of course, Mr. Speaker, what we face is a constitutional conundrum. Quite rightly, the member said we promised a referendum in-out if we won the 2015 referendum. We then had long processes in this Parliament guaranteeing that we would give the power to the people to decide. We then had the referendum. The people decided overwhelmingly to leave. 17.4 million people, the biggest vote in British history, the biggest majority in British history on any one subject. Everyone then said, what does leave mean? And the Conservative Party very helpfully interpreted leave to mean leave the single market, leave the customs union and leave the remit of the ECJ. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, what we come up with here does not deliver that. This is a betrayal of what the people voted for. In my last speech, you kindly asked me to speak, I touched on the impact on our laws. It is ludicrous that laws will be made by 27 nations imposed upon us so we cannot query them. You take the area of agriculture, totally dominated by the EU. It is extraordinary that our agriculture will be held back to levels of support of 2019 throughout the whole period of the transition. Our competitors on the continent will be better funded, have access to our market on free terms. That is a particularly penalised sector of our economy. You take state aid. We've had DLM and Guthrie this week showing the horrors of impact on defence, and there is no exit. We know that. The Attorney General said there is no clear exit, And all this is happily going to cost us £39 billion with nothing promised. £39 billion to have the right to keep talking and talking and talking. There is absolutely no incentive on the EU to end the talks. They've got us trapped. They'll be imposing law upon us. They have access to our market. They can clobber us when we don't obey our laws through the ECJ. And we will be paying. What's not to like? And we saw it from Herr Selmayr, who unwisely blurted out the Passo a Neue Presse that he'd got everything, including the cost of losing Northern Ireland. That is the real horror for me in this paper. Carving up something called UKNI, a new political entity in which not a single elected representative from Northern Ireland can have any impact on that law, is shameful. It is a complete breach of the principle of consent, which was embedded in the Belfast Agreement. As Lord Trimble has said, it's a breach of the demand for the Assembly to be consulted. So I will not be voting for this. Thankfully, a very large number of other members will also not be voting for it. What should we do? I went to see Monsieur Barnier with Lord Trimble to discuss the problem of the Irish border, which can be solved by current techniques and current processes. And we have an incredibly instructive and constructive discussion. What we need to do is to go back to the free trade offer of the 7th of March from President Tusk. We should go back there on Thursday morning and say, yes, we will engage in very serious discussions on your free trade agreement. In parallel, we will immediately tell you we are going to World Trade Organization terms, which has come under the most ludicrous caricature attack because it's synonymous with leaving. World Trade terms means we're leaving. It's not as good as a free trade agreement, but it does mean we're leaving. That will galvanise the European Union in coming back to us. We've had Harkabas today, only today, the German Foreign Minister saying he would come back to the talks. So we will do the country a service tonight if we overwhelmingly vote down this agreement, which is completely unacceptable, pushing the EU to go back to their generous offer of a free trade agreement. We won't get it through in time. We trigger Article 24 of GATT, which means zero tariffs, zero quotas continued during the course of the discussions, possibly up to 5 years. Thank you.
Lisa Nandy.
Vision in this House. I haven't met a single member, privately or publicly, who believes that this Act stands a chance of passing tonight. On this side of the House, for many of us, that is not because of the withdrawal agreement itself, it's because of the complete absence of clarity about what is to come next. Almost 3 years after one of the most divisive episodes in British history, it beggars belief that we stand here with a government asking for our votes, but unable to tell us even the broad direction of travel. I represent a constituency with huge numbers of food manufacturing jobs that are at stake, and there are two visions of the future on offer. One in which we retain close economic ties with the EU, with the rights and the working protections and the living standards that go alongside it, and the other where we follow the US and China down a race to the bottom, 0 hours, no hope economy. And that will have profound implications for my constituency and many others. I have discussed this with the Prime Minister and I am grateful for her time. But still, now, as we stand here with hours to go until this vote, there is no clarity about what comes next. And I have been honest with the Prime Minister too about the fact that members of Parliament like me, who from the beginning have sought a way through this and have looked for reasons to vote for this withdrawal agreement, need confidence that there is a role for Parliament in what comes next. We are a deeply divided country. We represent a range of views in this House and all parts must be heard. But I say to this Parliament too, to my friends and colleagues here, that we collectively have not risen to this challenge. I've heard members on all sides pretending that no deal is a political hoax, not a legal reality. I've heard members pretending that you can resolve no deal and avoid that catastrophic scenario by simply wishing or voting it so. You cannot. We cannot continue to grandstand, to remain in our entrenched positions, to call one another traitor, as I've heard again in this debate today, despite death threats, abuse and the murder of one of my colleagues in recent years. It will not do. And I say to both the front bench opposite and my own front bench here too, none of us will hang on to power or the prospect of power by a sleight of hand. We are here to lead and in the country's interests, not our own. I haven't seen a level of anger directed towards MPs since I was first elected nearly 10 years ago during the expenses scandal. We are playing with fire here. We are breaking our democracy. But here is the hope. The public are better than we are. And for all that the extremes have tried to drown them out, there is a decent, sensible, pragmatic majority in this country who want a way through. We cannot go on arguing about the will of the people, and nor can we keep dividing people with our binary choices. Let's ask them to help us resolve this, as they did in Ireland, in Canada, in Australia, and this week, President Macron in France responding to widespread unrest. In just 7 weeks, a citizens' assembly could make recommendations to this Parliament that would help us break the deadlock. It will not offer us an escape from hard choices or respite from them. There are choices that have to be made. We are now in a situation where every option facing this country has costs. There is a clear trade-off between democratic harm and economic harm, and we have to be honest with people. But nearly 3 years after the referendum, we cannot continue to lie to the people. It is time, after this vote falls tonight, to begin to work together and to tell the truth.
Anna Soubry.
Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the Honourable Member for Wigan. It's imperative as we face this, the most important decision that this House has made in generations, that we are indeed honest with our constituents, that we tell them the truth, and we all of us act in the national interest, not just for our constituents, but of course for the generations to come. And in that spirit, I don't hesitate to say, Mr. Speaker, that I believe that our great nation has made a terrible mistake in deciding to leave the European Union. Notwithstanding that, I voted to honour the referendum result, I voted to trigger Article 50, and then I reached out to my government across these benches to find and work and seek some sort of consensus that would deliver on that referendum result whilst doing the least possible damage to our economy and avoiding any hard border in Northern Ireland. But, Mr. Speaker, as you know, and others who followed this debate, it was all in vain, and it was with a heavy heart that I and many others came to the conclusion that the only way out of this impasse was to take this back to the British people. And as we've thought it and we've thought about it and we've talked to people, it's absolutely clear it is the right thing to do. It's right not just for those who are entitled, now they know what Brexit looks like, to change their minds. It's also right for those older Leave voters as they consider their children and their grandchildren to put their interests first and again to change their minds. And of course for the young people who didn't have the opportunity to vote because of their age, now 2.5 years later, to have a say about their future, because they will bear the burden of it all. Mr. Speaker, I agree with so much of what's been said by so many honourable and right honourable members. And if anybody on this side of the House is still not sure about how to vote tonight, I don't ask them to agree with me and my analysis. I come at this from a very different perspective, if I may suggest, to my honourable friend, the member for North West Cambridgeshire, who I thought in his speech beautifully unpicked the whole of this deal and explained why, in good, solid, careful terms, why it is indeed such a bad deal, it must be voted against. And I would not for one moment say to him or any of the other people with whom I have on these sides such huge disagreements that anybody is in any way being undemocratic tonight in voting against this deal, because I know, although I don't agree with many of their reasons, that they are voting because they feel it's the right thing to do, they believe it's in the national interest, and that must be right, Mr. Speaker. It must also be wrong for anybody to vote in favour of this deal because they have in effect been blackmailed into thinking that the alternative is no deal. That is simply not the case. We've heard the alternatives that are available, whether it be a people's vote, whether it be this bill that has been put forward. But it also can't be right, I gently say to dear friends on this side, to vote for this deal on the basis It's a terrible deal. How on earth does that make sense? How does one explain that to one's constituents? It can't be right to vote for this deal on the basis that it's so bad you've actually got some cunning plan of an alternative to it that when it fails you're going to put forward. And it can't be right, and I say gently to dear friends on this side, to vote for this deal on the basis that, as one said to me, my association would tear me to pieces if I didn't. Mr. Speaker, this is a bad deal and we must vote against it. Nobody voted to be poorer. It's also a terrible leap in the dark, and I say with great respect to my right honourable friend for Rushcliffe, it absolutely doesn't provide the certainty that British business is crying out for. It is a deal that must be rejected. We're meant to be the party of business, and it's bad for business, the party of the future, and it's bad for young people. Let's all come together and vote against this deal.
Frank Field.
Over the last weekend, as it was clearer and clearer how the political traffic was moving, I changed my mind on how to vote tonight. Before I was going to vote against the government motion, I will now vote for it, and I wish to explain that. But for all the problems that we've had, my very honourable friend Wigan said about the nastiness in this debate, the nastiness comes because we've indulged in a referendum because we thought the people would agree with us. And we found it impossible to and to me in the House, it will offer us frictionless trade for our manufacturing industry. We have some manufacturing industry left in Birkenhead. We have Vauxhall's manufacturing down the Wirral towards, I call it the mainland. But I take heart that the Car Manufacturers Association said that this was the best deal that they could accept, and that the car industry, as far as Brexit goes, will actually be safeguarded. But I want to end on the note that my very honourable friend for Wigan mentioned. It hasn't been one person who's been roughed up. We're all pushed and poked and, by enthusiasts, let's call them, on the outside. All of them wishing to stop those views which they do not wish to hear from being heard. And one of the things that representative government has done, not delegate, referenda government has done, has always given us a chamber where people can listen to views and that they're not somehow held to account, as we are, by a group outside who's actually given us instructions. We may not like it in this House. We may have misjudged our electorate. We may think they were foolish to actually give us those instructions. We asked for instructions and they gave us instructions to leave.
Thank you. Sir Edward Lee.
Speaker, I beg to move Amendment B in my name and other honourable friends, which you have selected to be voted on tonight. It's obvious that one of the main problems with this agreement is, of course, the Northern Ireland backstop and the fact that there is no ability by ourselves to end it unilaterally, and there is no end date set on it. And therefore, my amendment addresses this problem by saying that if it becomes clear by the end of 2021 the European Union will not agree to remove the Northern Ireland backstop, the United Kingdom will treat the indefinite continuation of the backstop as a fundamental change of circumstances and will therefore abrogate those parts of the withdrawal agreement. This is a vital point because under international law, if you sign a treaty saying that under the treaty something will be temporary and it turns out to be permanent or semi-permanent, you surely have the right to abrogate those parts of the treaty. And when people say that Amendment B is defective in law, I ask them to look at my Amendment R, which sets out international law in this regard, and it would be perfectly possible, allowable, and in accordance with precedent under international law for the government, when they sign this treaty, to issue what is called a letter of reservation, making it clear. So will the Honourable Lady allow me, because there's so many others? Less people get in. So I believe that what my amendment is trying to do is to achieve a compromise, to try and unite as many people as possible around a deal. I have to say that having done my level best to try and help the government to achieve this compromise, I am somewhat disappointed that the Attorney General appears to have slapped it down following my intervention on him. And therefore I do reserve the right, if the government are not prepared to support this amendment, in fact to vote against the main motion. Why? Because I believe that the fundamental problem with this withdrawal agreement is, and therefore I think I speak for many Conservative members of Parliament, it is the fear that the Northern Ireland backstop will become permanent. And therefore we have to find a way of solving this problem. And I have no doubt that if the main motion is lost tonight, that the government will go back to Brussels and will try and get some movement on this issue. But actually, you do not need to unpick the withdrawal agreement. You can do this unilaterally under international law. And I think it is perfectly possible, feasible, that if the government went back to Brussels, if they informed them of their right to issue a letter of reservation making clear that we cannot allow this backstop to be permanent, I don't believe that that would actually destroy the whole deal. I agree that we have to try and get a deal. You know, I want there to be a deal with the European Union. That's what I've been arguing for. I do not want to risk Brexit. And I follow the words of the Right Honourable Member for Birkenhead. I'm aware that this might be, in many respects, the best deal that we're going to get. I don't want to walk through the same lobby as members of the opposition. I don't want to please Tony Blair, who wants there to be chaos so he can argue for a second referendum. I want to bind this party together and find a compromise. And the compromise is staring us in the face. That this one last issue needs to be resolved, then we can unite, get a deal and move things forward.
Order. After the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Halton, who is the next speaker to be called, the time limit will have to be reduced to 3 minutes on account of the level of demand. It's a pleasure to welcome the Honourable Gentleman for Halton back to the House, Mr Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, over 57% of voters in Halton voted to leave the EU. And I do find it condescending and disrespectful for those who say that they didn't know what they were doing. it was pretty clear, the overriding message I had from my constituents who voted to come out of the EU was that they wanted to end free movement of labour and they wanted to take back control and have more control over our laws. Now, whether rightly or wrongly, people genuinely feel that is the right thing to do, to leave, and that it would be a better future for us out there. But I also recognise that a large number of my constituents who want to stay in, and like me believe passionately that Brexit is not in the UK's best interests. But we have to also listen to their concerns. But I made it clear at the general election in 2017 that we must get on with Brexit and secure the best possible deal. I do not think it should come as a surprise to anyone that it was going to be difficult. The Prime Minister could have reached out from an early stage to Parliament and the opposition, but chose not to. And included, she could have reached out more to the country as a whole, to the public. She cannot command a majority, or acts as if she has one. She wanted to keep MPs at arm's length. The Prime Minister must take a great deal of responsibility for the mess we are now in. I should also add, Mr. Speaker, that I've had constituents, including those who voted to remain, complain to me about the arrogance and the behaviour of the EU in the negotiations as well. So it's not just the Prime Minister that has a share for the blame. It's only now that the deal is in trouble that the Prime Minister has wanted to have discussions with a wider set of MPs, including opposition MPs. The idea that we should just accept the first deal the PM puts to the House and not challenge it just smacks of the arrogance I referred to earlier. She expects that Parliament should just roll over and accept it, and then try and use the threat of a no-deal Brexit just to insult our intelligence when we know there's not a majority for that in this House. And I might add at this stage that the Leave campaign said during the campaign that they wanted to see a negotiated settlement. So I do not believe there's a majority in this country for leaving the EU without an agreement, Mr. Speaker. In this deal, we're neither fully in or fully out. And we have to abide by the rules, but we have no say in what others will be making decisions with. While we look on, we are rule takers. We are in a weaker position than what we are now. There are too many unresolved issues of great importance to our national interest. The Prime Minister has asked us to take a big leap into the dark. 90% of those constituents who have either written to me or have spoken to in recent weeks believe this is a bad deal, and that is both Leavers and Remainers. If the deal is rejected, I believe it will send a strong message back to Brussels that we must find a better way forward and a better agreement, and that this Parliament will not be deterred from demanding a better deal. I will be voting against this deal because it is bad for my constituents in Halton and bad for the UK as a whole. I believe we've got to find a way forward. We've got to cooperate and work together in the national interest to find a solution that the people want us to have. And that means talking more to people. It means getting across the issues and the difficulties that they envisage. But we must have that cooperation in order we can move this forward. There may be a number of ways of doing that, Mr. Speaker, and indicative votes has been one of the things being talked about during the debate tonight. But the fact is, we have to listen, we have to cooperate, we have to find a better way of moving this forward because it cannot continue the way it is.
Thank you very much indeed. The 3-minute limit now applies. Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be called in this important debate. Defeat of the withdrawal agreement is a near certainty tonight, so we're being told, as a result of the entirely predictable coming together of the no-dealers with the no-Brexiteers, but also, crucially, Mr. Speaker, because of the failure of the government to build a critical mass of centre-ground support for the deal. And given the overwhelming numbers, voting against this deal tonight feels almost like the easier thing to do. But what if you are someone who genuinely believes in respecting and implementing the outcome of the referendum result? But if you also believe that Brexit was always going to be a process rather than a one-off event, and if you believe that leaving the EU should be done in a way that's responsible and orderly, and that certain vital economic and constituency interests should be taken into account, and if you also believe that squaring off Brexit against the Northern Ireland peace process was always going to require incredibly sensitive handling, and if you believe that compromises were always going to be inevitable because the theory of a perfect Brexit was always that, a theory, then what is the right approach then? Not the easy approach, what is the right approach? And I'm clear that as somebody who believes all of those things, voting for the deal tonight is the right thing to do. And we have a serious responsibility in this House today, and particularly that responsibility weighs most heavily on this side of the chamber, because it's we as the party in government who made this referendum happen. We triggered Article 50. We're responsible for the timetable. We helped shape the Prime Minister's red lines in negotiation. So it's not the Prime Minister's deal that's on the table for discussion, it's our deal. It's got all of our names already attached to it. And the question for us tonight is whether we are responsible enough to come together and pragmatically support this, to provide a way forward and direction for the country, or whether we abdicate our responsibility and disown the very deal that we as a party in government helped to shape. And I say respectfully to those colleagues of mine who for a long time have fought the battle for Brexit, were there right at the very beginning. We've heard a number of good speeches from them this afternoon. The question I would put to them is Brexit always going to be some oppositional insurgency that's forever saying no to things, a vehicle for permanent discontent? Absolutely. Or can Brexit ever be seriously implemented as a programme for government? And I say, Mr. Speaker, I was serious when I promised my constituents that I would implement Brexit as a programme of government. And that's why I'm voting for the deal this evening, because I believed what I said. I took seriously the promises that I made to my constituent. It's too easy now to walk away. The responsible thing to do is back this deal tonight.
Angus Brendan McNeill.
Fabulous, Mr. Speaker. It's 6 long weeks since this process began on the 4th of December, and I'd just like to start with a book recommendation, Mr. Speaker. You find it very good reading, in fact. Fintan O'Toole's Heroic Failure, Brexit and the Politics of Pain. It's a great read, Mr. Speaker. It tells about the psychology behind Brexit, exactly why they got themselves in this situation. The colonialism, the will we be a colony, the juxtaposition of every emotion, but it's really the madness of Brexit as well, catalogued by the Irishman Fintan O'Toole. And he starts off with a great Turkish proverb saying an Englishman will burn his bed to catch a flea. And that's exactly what Brexit feels like. So I would appeal to you, please don't burn your beds, please revoke Article 50 for your own good. You probably won't listen, but anyway, I've said it. How did we get here? Well, the Prime Minister went and triggered Article 50 on March the 29th. She had not much of a thought on March the 29th, 2017, and then I remember I was fencing my potatoes a few weeks later, Mr. Speaker, and round came the news that she was now holding a general election. I was a bit surprised. I thought maybe the Prime Minister had a plan, but clearly from that moment on, fencing my potatoes, I knew she didn't have a plan. It was very obvious. And then, 6 months later, she went to Florence, of all places. No idea why she went to Florence, to beg the European Union for 2 more years. They gave her 21 months, and this is what she's now fighting about. Her whole strategy without any foresight whatsoever. It was only beaten by the right honourable leader of the opposition who wanted to trigger Article 50 immediately, meaning the disaster would have already happened. It goes on without any cognisance to the needs of the Falkland Islands or Gibraltar, who don't want any of this nonsense, and I know this is damaging to them. If you speak to any of their representatives, you will understand that. Yeah. Now, when I spoke to the Prime Minister last week, when she eventually engaged with MPs, it was pretty clear that she was at sixes and sevens. She wanted frictionless trade, but had no idea, or seemed not to acknowledge, that she'd need to be in the customs union and the single market to achieve that. I saw today the Attorney General being bamboozled by the idea of fish as a commodity. I don't blame the Attorney General from being bamboozled. His own Prime Minister in July couldn't answer that point. She couldn't see the difference between fish quotas and then once the fish were landed as a marketable commodity. And this is very important for my constituency. In the islands of Lewis, Harris, North Hewitt, Benbecula, South Hewitt and Barra, not to forget, of course, Battersea, Eriskay, Scalpay, Bernera and Grimsey. These are all very important matters. But the Prime Minister is not listening. She acknowledges the damage to GDP. She said so at the meeting. And yet the Prime Minister is only wanting this deal to buy herself 21 months. She is again playing the Gloria Gaynor card, kicking it all down the road and hoping she will survive. She is running out of road now, and she knows she's running out of road. But one thing I'd like to say, earlier it was all blamed on David Cameron, but of course the Liberals were the ones who started this game in the beginning, and that should be remembered. Many in the UK have played the game of Europe. This is why we want to get out of Europe. I want to get out of the Kingdom as Scotland. We want... Checking you're paying attention, check you're paying attention. We in Scotland will want out of the UK to stay in Europe. We see what Ireland's doing, we'll do the same.
We're all immensely grateful to the honourable gentleman. Dr. Julian Lewis.
Because Brexit should mean Brexit, and no deal is better than this bad deal, I shall vote no, no, and no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rachel Reeves.
It's a pleasure to follow the right honourable gentleman.
Look, Mr. Speaker and members of this House, this isn't about what happens this evening because that is a foregone conclusion. This is now about how the Prime Minister responds to the defeat tonight and where she takes us and where the government takes us next. My Select Committee on Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy has taken evidence back in November and December on these issues, and I just want to give members from all sides a sense of that evidence and what businesses said to us. Paul Everett from the Aerospace, Defence and Space Business Trade Body told us that the withdrawal agreement is not as good as the deal we have today and won't ever be as good as it is today. Nestlé gave evidence to the committee and they said that leaving the EU is like ripping all the wires out of the back of a huge mainframe, and then when you are standing there with all these wires, it will take an awful lot of time to rewire us into a different trading system. The chair of the American Pharmaceuticals Group said we are trying to rebuild what we may have taken apart. And of course there is now the news from Jaguar Land Rover where they describe the perfect storm of which Brexit is one fierce element, resulting in 4,500 job losses. Mr. Speaker, we are in a position where the government says that the deal that they have negotiated is not as good for our economy as the one we have today. We have businesses telling us that the deal the government has negotiated is not as good as the one we have today. And yet tonight we have the situation, we're in the place where the government are asking us to vote for a deal which we know will make our constituents poorer, our economy weaker and our security arrangements less secure as well. I can't in good conscience, Mr. Speaker, vote for that deal. And I did not come to this decision lightly. My constituents voted the way the country voted. They voted to leave. But I don't think that there is a single person in my constituency who voted for the deal that we have before us this evening. And I don't think that by voting for the deal that we have before us this evening that we will heal the divisions that we have in our country. Since the referendum, nearly 1,000 young people in my constituency have turned 18. They are probably the people most affected by the decision that we are making this evening, and yet they had no say in it. I hope that in the days ahead, the Prime Minister will start to listen, as she has not listened so far, Mr. Speaker, to the voices in this House and to the people in this country. I hope that she will rule out no deal in the interests of our country and in the interests of our economy and building a better future for us all, and then allowing the people to have a say on the deal that she has negotiated.
Heidi Allen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by addressing the issue of our divided country, something repeatedly emphasised by commentators. I disagree. They are totally united. United by a pride in their country and in a determination that their nation deserves the best. Regardless of which side of the argument we're on, it's because we all care passionately about the future of our country and our citizens. Although there is clearly disagreement, like in any family, about the path to get there, we are united in demanding nothing short of the best. I believe, therefore, that this shared determination and sense of national dignity means we will find a way to navigate these times and come out stronger on the other side. But we have to find a way of uniting this place and the people. When I decided to become an MP, it was for one reason. I wanted to play an active role in assisting and serving our country. It wasn't for the job title. It wasn't because I had a sudden urge for my friends and family to think me honourable. Indeed, they're regularly quick to dispel me of this myth. It wasn't because I wanted a job for life. It was because I wanted to play my part for as long or as short as my party and my electorate wanted me to. As a Member of Parliament, you're a custodian for a short time with a responsibility to do the singular best for your constituency and your country and nothing else. So I've approached my role by applying analysis, the consideration of facts, constant and changing, and by listening to and representing my constituents in South Cambridgeshire as best I can. So it angers me greatly when I hear MPs say they will reluctantly, or with a heavy heart, vote for this compromise. Not because I don't believe the Prime Minister has done her best, I have no doubt that she has. But MPs, none of us, should be voting for something that might make the economy weaker and risk jobs. How on earth can we purport to be representing this country at a national level if we are prepared to advocate that? Not good enough, I say. Absolutely not good enough. If we're doing it to protect ourselves, our own jobs, our party, or our own reputation within our party, then we should be ashamed.
Hear, hear.
And if that sense of pride and unwillingness to compromise in our nation's future were to result in me losing my position, then I am prepared for that. Because, Mr. Speaker, I will look back at my time as a Member of Parliament in this country's hour of need and say, I did my bit. Because lest we forget, we are elected to carefully consider all the options, all the risks, to read those lengthy documents and to make the tough decisions when required, and I exercise those duties with the utmost seriousness. I recognise, of course, I cannot please all the people all the time, but from the thousands of emails, letters, tweets and conversations I've had with my constituents, it appears they are content with my approach.
Will she give way?
I will.
I'm sure that many young people in her constituency who particularly want to make sure that their views and concerns about Brexit are listened to will be particularly pleased to hear her talking about how she approaches this very important long-term decision that affects them the most.
Because that is the most important point, because this is about the future, not here today and certainly not yesterday. So here we are today with a non-binding political declaration that will inevitably, and indeed already has, become a negotiating tool for other EU leaders, France for access to fish, Spain for game playing with Gibraltar. And the biggest risk for me, the possibility that our next Prime Minister may not honour the negotiating principles in that declaration. With this Prime Minister's position assured, I would perhaps have more confidence, but there is a very real danger that the government may be led by someone who wants a hard, no-deal Brexit. In that instance, the political declaration, non-legally binding, would not be worth the paper it is written on. So I ask myself if this deal will definitely improve opportunities for my constituents. Will it really safeguard jobs? Will it guarantee scientific and medical collaboration? No, no, no. Will it support our services industry, which make up 80% of our economy? No, they're not even part of the deal. So, Mr. Speaker, I have no regrets, I have no reluctance. For me, the decision is as clear as day. This is not good enough for my country. So let us harness what unites us in Great Britain and Northern Ireland, that pride and determination to demand the best for the future. Let the people be part of the serious decision, let them vote on this deal, and let's ask them, is it good enough?
David Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are coming to the end of a long process, of which today is the final day of the debate. Like the Prime Minister, I voted Remain in the referendum. Like the Prime Minister, I voted to trigger Article 50 because my constituents voted to leave in that referendum. And like the Prime Minister, I want to see a deal which meets the aspirations of our business and our community of the referendum, but also to bring our country together. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that having reviewed this deal is not it. I speak as a former Justice and Security Minister in this House when we had Labour governments. I cannot see any proposals in this withdrawal agreement that gives any comfort on the issues of Europol, on Eurojust, on the European arrest warrant, on cooperation on SIS-2, sharing information on criminals across Europe. No contact at all on those issues for the future. I can see no deal on trade in this deal before us today, which will secure the future of employment across the United Kingdom or in my constituency. I had the very great privilege of serving as a Northern Ireland Minister, and I can see no justification whatsoever for treating Northern Ireland as a different part of the United Kingdom, given the history of the difficulties in Northern Ireland with the Irish Republic, and colleagues here today share that view. And I understand why that can also not be a deal. The Treasury's own figures show that the Prime Minister's deal will reduce the economy by at least 2.5%, and therefore I cannot support it. But I can't also, Mr. Speaker, support no deal. In my constituency I have Toyota, who are going to cost £10 million per day for the cost of a no-deal Brexit. I have Airbus nearby employing thousands of people who depend on free and frictionless trade that no deal will destroy. I have farmers in my constituency who need to export their goods, which no deal will destroy. I have Vauxhalls in my constituency who even the Prime Minister's 2-year period will mean that decisions about the next generation of vehicles in Vauxhalls at Ellesmere Port nearby will be taken with the shadow of no frictionless trade being held over them. So I can't support no deal. But I say to the Prime Minister, echoing what my honourable friend for Leeds Central said, there is scope for a deal. If she looks again at her red lines, if she looks again at what I stood on in my election 18 months ago now, for access to a single market, for strong rights at work, for strong environmental activity. There is scope for a deal. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 48 hours. There may be a vote of confidence, it may be won, it may be lost. But whenever that dust settles, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister and this government, or another Prime Minister and the same government, will need to contact the opposition to find a way through this. It can be done, it should be done, and I want to make sure that I defend the interests of my constituency. We will not be poorer because of a decision that we can work our way through.
Thank you. Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June 2016, after 40 years, a generation, my constituents, along with the rest of the country, were given a voice on the European question. My constituency overwhelmingly voted to leave the European Union. And tonight I will honour their views, honour their voice, and to paraphrase my right honourable friend, the member for Loughborough, I will represent them despite the fact that I voted to remain. And setting aside the details of the withdrawal agreement for just a moment, a legally binding agreement, I want to address conversations I've held with my constituents rather than with distinguished right honourable and honourable colleagues and friends in this House. And my constituents' vote to leave did not suggest any fear of foreigners or concerns about wage deflation or immigration, but it did reflect an understanding of that universal and overarching principle and principles of freedom, sovereignty and independence, so ably put by my right honourable friend, the member for Esher and Walton, earlier on. And my constituent support for Brexit is not inconsistent, Mr. Speaker, with a fond affection for Europe, shared European values, a belief in the rule of law, high environmental and employment standards, freedom of speech, and, dare I say it, democracy. Their decision is also not inconsistent with recognising the huge contribution of EU citizens to the NHS, to UK farming, particularly in Shropshire, to car, food and defence manufacturing. In all these sectors, EU citizens continue to make, and I hope will continue to make, a highly valued contribution to our economy and our society. Brexit was not a vote against Europe, but it was a vote for Britain, a free and independent Britain. And I will not be supporting the withdrawal agreement this evening because it puts the United Kingdom in a weaker position than our current status as a full member of the European Union. It makes us, as we've heard, rule takers but not rule makers. It does not set Britain free to implement bilateral trade deals with other countries around the world. 30. So, Mr. Speaker, much has been said over many weeks in this place about those that voted to leave the European Union. And I want to say it is a higher principle rather than some of the low commentary that we've heard in this place from both sides of the House. It is a higher principle that my constituents have voted to leave the European Union on, and that is the freedom of this country, the independence of this country, and the sovereignty of this country.
Thank you. Gregory Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first of all commence by saying that this withdrawal deal, as we read it at the moment, keeps us as an annex of the EU, not in a Brexit from it. What I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is this, that in the past 2 years there has been a narrative that has developed both within the Chamber and across the nation, and the narrative is a completely and utterly false premise. That narrative is that the EU, as it is constituted, is a place of safety, a place of security and a place of certainty, and to leave that is like a ship in a storm. And many people have portrayed the United Kingdom as we leave the EU as being that vessel that is facing an unfortunate and untimely departure from a port or a harbour. And that completely and utterly negates all that has been going on within the EU over the course of the past couple of years. And what do we see is the seedbed of that in the EU, whether it is national populism in Italy, in Germany, in Hungary, in Sweden, France, Poland. It is a sense and a feeling of frustration, of isolation, of a sense of political establishments not listening, not paying heed to what the people say and what the people want. And that is what I detect in this country, Mr. Speaker. A sense of frustration, a sense of alienation, allowing an expansionist empire to keep us embodied as a side annex to that EU is not going to be a good future. It's not going to be a way to show our children and our grandchildren that this is the future. This is a future that we can look forward to and aspire to. What we need, Mr. Speaker, is after today, assuming this vote is carried in the way most people think it will be, the Prime Minister to go back to Brussels and to say this is not going to win. We need to have an agreement that I can get past the House of Commons, and above and beyond that, our people in the United Kingdom will be demanding, not just aspiring to, but demanding that above and beyond a good trade deal, above and beyond that, they aspire something greater, something beyond that, and that is a sense, an ultimate sense of freedom beyond the EU.
Damien Collins.
Against the withdrawal agreement, which I will not be voting for this evening. I believe the deal is not what people voted for in the referendum, and I believe it will leave us worse off, and in terms of having less control in our relationship with the EU than we have today. I believe there is a lack of faith, a lack of good faith, and that is why so many members across the House have spoken against the deal. When the negotiations started, we were told there wouldn't be an agreement on anything until there was an agreement on everything. We were told that the future arrangement and the arrangement on trade would be part of the negotiations and the deal. We were then told that an agreement on the amount of money we would need to pay during the period of transition would unlock the process of discussing the future trade agreement. We are now told that we must pay the money as part of the transition with no obligation or requirement on the part of the EU that we should agree a trade deal. We will not get any of that money back if the negotiations fail. But my concern is not just that. My concern is the immediate future, what we are voting for to happen now. And to use the analogy of the Attorney General of his key into the airlock room, which really is the backstop. He is right, we can turn the key, we can go into the backstop. But what became clear through his remarks, which he didn't necessarily express when he used this analogy, is that when we go into that room, our key is taken off us. We neither have a key to go back to where we were, nor one to go through the door into the next space. We are trapped in the backstop. And the EU have got lots of good reasons to want to keep us there. They have us by default committed to largely the rules of the customs union. They have us shadowing the rules of the European single market with no say in how they're made. They can sit back and wait for something more favourable. And maybe they would like something more punitive too, but it leaves them holding all of the cards in any negotiation on our future relationship. That is not a situation this country should put itself in. That is not the basis to negotiate a good deal for the future, which gives us a good trading relationship and protects the interests of this country as well. We should not give that away. We are being asked to do something now which we were promised would never happen. We're being given a fait accompli. We're being told you have to accept this deal, otherwise there's no Brexit or there's no deal at all. I do not believe that. The German Foreign Minister has said today that if the deal is voted down, that talks can resume, and they must do. And it would, of course, be a betrayal of the people of Northern Ireland to lock them into a different economic and political status without ever having asked them whether that's what they would accept and that's what they wanted. We have to reject this deal today. We have to go back to the negotiating table. We have to make sure that whatever option we choose gives us the freedom to choose our future direction, does not lock us into arrangements we have no power to get out of. That would be a betrayal of the interests of this country and something that I could not accept.
Stephen Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of paramount importance is the notion that democracy is a process, not an event. It is our duty to defend and deliver the will of the people. From Portsmouth to Pickering, Penzance to Peterborough, it is essential the referendum result is respected. However, it is clear that no one in the referendum voted for this half-baked deal put forward by the Prime Minister. This deal is a galaxy of uncertainty. The Treasury Select Committee highlighted this, explaining that the government analysis did not assess the short-term impact of leaving the EU. When this fact was put to the Chancellor, he agreed. If the Chancellor himself agrees that the deal is uncertain, how can the Prime Minister expect MPs to gamble with the lives of their constituents? So what does this government's deal mean for Portsmouth? For QA Hospital, it would mean staff shortages induced by the Prime Minister's continuation of the hostile environment, a reduction in shared research and international cooperation, and it threatens prosperity needed to fund a much-loved local NHS. It rules out a permanent customs union with the British say, which is vital to support Portsmouth's businesses, local jobs and the manufacturing supply chains they depend on. It also threatens Portsmouth's international port, which generates £7 million directly to council coffers to fund local services in an area where a third of children live in poverty and a city forgotten for too long by government. Will all this continue under Mrs May's deal? Whilst I've asked, unanswered questions remain. Mr Speaker, it is inevitable that there are multifaceted challenges posed by exiting the EU. In my constituency, we've seen a 12% swing towards Remain from a Leave vote. Uncertainty perpetuated by this government's deal has left many others with unanswered questions. That's why 70% of people in Portsmouth South want some kind of final say when it comes to Brexit. The people need clarity. The people need control. The people need a final say. A no-deal scenario, Mr Speaker, would see those most vulnerable bearing the brunt of decisions made by the few. If no-deal Brexit was imposed, there would be a 29% increase in average food import costs, affecting people on the lowest incomes disproportionately. This palace in Westminster is the birthplace of democracy, where so many decisions have been made to shape not only our great country, but our world. One thing we can all agree on today is that Brexit is the most important decision this country has taken since the Second World War. My grandparents grew up in Portsmouth. My parents grew up in Portsmouth. I grew up in Portsmouth. The importance of this deal is not just for us here today, but for generations that will inherit consequences of our actions. It is a privilege to stand here and represent a constituency that contributed so greatly to our nation's success. I cannot jeopardise Portsmouth's future by voting for a deal that will make my home city poorer.
Thank you. Robert Halfon.
Thank you. I voted Remain in 2016 because I felt it was better for Britain to belong to the alliance of democracy. However, in my heart, I felt that the EU was both undemocratic and bureaucratic. I understood why people wanted to take back control and the pressures that ordinary people face in their daily lives, particularly with the cost of living. And it was clear to me after the referendum that the public had had enough. My own constituency of Harlow voted 68% to leave, and I made it very clear to the residents of Harlow that I would do all I can to ensure that the wishes for Brexit was followed through. And it's why I'm strongly opposed to a second referendum, which would divide the country once again and disenfranchise 17 million people who voted to leave and potentially cause political unrest and extremism, as many who voted to leave would feel that their wishes had been ignored. I do not for a moment believe that the people were not informed or were too stupid. Far from it. In fact, it was us, politicians, who were the foolish ones for not listening to the anguish of many working class communities over many years, struggling with the cost of living and the pressure on our public services, doing the right thing, working hard yet facing obstacle after obstacle after obstacle in their daily lives. So my view was that any withdrawal agreement needs to ensure that it follows the wishes of the British people. And the problem for me with the Prime Minister's deal is this. How do I go back to my constituency of Harlow and say we don't have money for our libraries, our hospital and our community groups, but we can give 39 billion of hard-earned taxpayers' money to the EU without even getting a trade deal at the end of it? When the House of Lords said there was no obligation to pay the 39 billion, should the government at least not have published a cost-benefit analysis of the money we'd have to give to the EU under the withdrawal agreement? And we're tied to the EU structures via the transition and the backstop, a spaghetti junction of EU bureaucracy that potentially could be infinite. I have never rebelled against the current Prime Minister in this Parliament, but I will be voting against the deal tonight for those reasons, because we create two different regimes for Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom, which has the potential to weaken our union. We're in this spaghetti junction without a vote, a voice or a veto. And that's why I'm also trying to offer alternatives with a colleague on the opposite side of the House, the Right Honourable Lady from Manchester, a common market 2.0. A common market would actually take back control by removing us from the CFP, from the Community's Agricultural Policy, take back control of our fish and our farms, take us out of the European Court of Justice, offer us a break on freedom of movement, but safeguard jobs, safeguard our communities, safeguard business and our economy.
Shabana Mahmood.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said this morning in setting up today's vote that we, that is to say Parliament, mustn't, and I quote, let the country down. But the real tragedy is, Mr. Speaker, that ever since the Prime Minister assumed her position and began the process of implementing Brexit, her way of handling this process has done exactly that. It has let the country down, because a vote won by 52% to 48% required the language of compromise from the government and the Prime Minister herself at the outset, and not the language of red lines. We are, Mr. Speaker, a divided nation. Not surprising if we ask of our citizens to answer a binary question in a highly polarising and toxic debate. And no attempt has been made to reach out, no genuine attempt has been made to reach out to the 48%, to bring people together and to tell those that found themselves in a minority by a very small margin on that day of the referendum result that this is still their country too, or by stating unequivocally that all those citizens who have been exercising their British rights and their British freedoms to dissent and to hold an unpopular or a minority position, still arguing for Remain, is not the act of a saboteur or a traitor, but it is in fact as British as it gets. Instead, we have allowed the toxic language and rhetoric to take hold, poisoning not just our politics but our wider society. And just as there has been no reaching out to the rest of the country by this government, Mr. Speaker, there has been no reaching out to the rest of this House either. The Attorney General said, it feels like a very long time ago now at the outset of his speech, that we have reached this point today reluctantly. That is not true, Mr. Speaker. All of these choices that have been made along the way, choices willingly and indeed willfully made by the Prime Minister, they have led us not reluctantly to this place that we are in today, but inexorably to the place that we find ourselves in today. And it is unforgivable that we have lost a whole month, a simple running down of the clock, because the Prime Minister was afraid of what will happen inevitably this evening anyway, that is to say, she will lose a vote. I cannot support the withdrawal agreement or the political declaration for many of the reasons that members have already set out, not least because it ignores 80% of our economy and the services sector on which so many thousands of jobs depend. I will, though, Mr. Speaker, support all and any measures that allow Parliament now to do what the Executive has so demonstrably failed to do, and that is to commence the search for a consensus. I believe that we should move to some indicative votes to find what will command a majority in this House. We must take all and any steps to rule out a no-deal Brexit. The real tragedy, Mr. Speaker, is that Brexit on any terms will not solve many of the reasons why Brexit took place in the first place, but at the very least we as a House must make the best of it and find a consensus way forward.
Thank you. Richard Bacon.
Speaker, a constituent of mine who voted leave recently said, I am sick and tired of being told I didn't know what I was voting for. I knew exactly what I was voting for. Recently on Bloomberg, Mervyn King, the former governor of the Bank of England, said Britain is not facing an economic crisis, it is confronting a deep political crisis. Parliament has brought this on the country. It voted overwhelmingly to hold a referendum. The people were told that they would decide. Indeed they were. On the 10th of November, David Cameron said at Chatham House, ultimately it will be the judgment of the British people in a referendum. You will have to judge what is best. Your decision. Nobody else's, not politicians, not parliaments, not lobby groups, not mine, just you. You, the British people, will decide. It will be your decision whether to remain in the EU on the basis of the reforms we secure, I emphasise, Mr. Speaker, or whether we leave. In February 2016, David Cameron at the EU Council then secured his reforms. There was the so-called red card, where enough national parliaments combining together might be able to block a Commission proposal. There were temporary limits on access to in-work benefits for newly arriving EU workers. There were some limits on child benefit and a vague commitment to reduce regulation. That was the deal. It wasn't very impressive, but that was the deal. And that was what people voted on, whether to stay in the EU on that basis or whether to leave. And they voted to leave. The question in the Scottish referendum was, should Scotland be an independent country? If the vote had gone the other way and unionists had then said, well, you know, it depends what one means by an independent country, or did the people really know what they were voting for? This will make Scotland poorer, I can't possibly support it. There would justifiably have been outrage. Yet that is exactly what is happening here, where the question was straightforward. Should the United Kingdom remain a member of the European Union or leave the European Union? That was the question, and the people voted leave. The problem is that some people have no interest in respecting the result of the referendum, and they think they know better. The present situation recalls Bertolt Brecht's poem, The Solution. After the uprising of the 17th of June, the Secretary of the Writers' Union had leaflets distributed in the Stalinallee stating that the people had forfeited the confidence of the government and could win it back only by redoubled efforts. And as Brecht put it so devastatingly in the final stanza, would it not be easier in that case for the government to dissolve the people and elect another? I will be voting against this withdrawal agreement because it will not deliver Brexit. It gives the EU the right to impose law on us indefinitely and a veto over whether that would ever change, while breaking up the country by requiring Northern Ireland to treat GB as a third country and making us pay £39 billion, even though without a withdrawal agreement we're not legally obliged to pay a penny, and while the former Chief of the Defence Staff and the Chief of SIS both say the withdrawal agreement will fundamentally affect our national security. People voted for change. What we want is a self-governing country where we rule ourselves. We don't need this deal, we just need to leave.
Thank you. Hannah Bardell.
Mr. Speaker, at the heart of this debate are opportunities and rights. The opportunities and rights of the next generation of young people across the UK. And the 16 and 17-year-olds who didn't get to vote in this referendum because the government didn't think that they were responsible. Now, it's hard to believe, I'm sure, but it's some 13 years since I graduated from university. And when I was at the University of Stirling, I studied alongside Erasmus students. I studied alongside Erasmus students who came from across the EU, who enriched our life, who enriched our country, who enriched our education system. And I had colleagues and friends who went across the EU and had exactly the same experience. That we are going to deny those opportunities to the next generation of young people is a human tragedy. And that we are treating the EU nationals across the UK with such contempt is also a human tragedy. And when the Scottish Government and the First Minister of Scotland put the hand of friendship out in the first few days after the referendum, unfortunately the Labour Party were calling for Article 50 to be triggered. And when we put the hand of friendship out again in recent months, saying that we would pay the ridiculous fees the EU nationals were being asked to pay, this government has tried to block it. And the Scottish Alliance for Children's Rights and Concerns set up a committee, and they highlighted some of the concerns like EU funding, opportunities to work, to study and travel abroad. And so much of what we hold dear about the EU has been about our rights. And as a gay woman, I know that this Parliament and the Scottish Parliament has done a huge amount for LGBT people. But as Mark Townsend wrote in The Guardian last year, the Westminster Parliament has played its part in making amends, but without the carrot and stick of European institutions would we enjoy the level of protections from discrimination that we now possess. And I think that is a reasonable point to make when you look at this government's track record on trade union rights. What happens? What happens when we don't have those protections anymore? Where does that leave us? And in 2017, John Walker at the UK Supreme Court had his pension rights instated so that his husband would have the same pension rights. It was an 11-year battle against this government.
And we must not forget the big boys that did it and ran away. Those who got us into this mess, who are now nowhere to be seen. Yeah. And we also must remember, Mr. Speaker, that my constituents and the people of Scotland voted to remain within the EU. And when the circumstances change and politics moves forward as it inevitably does, people should be allowed another choice.
Baron. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to move my Amendment F in my name and that of other right honourable and honourable members. Very briefly, the amendment would give the UK government the unilateral right to exit the backstop at a time of its choosing. It's very straightforward. The UK could not find itself indefinitely suspended in a backstop. If this amendment is passed, it would allow the UK to choose the time, if it did enter the backstop, the time to exit, and it would not have to seek EU approval to do so. Mr. Speaker, I rise with some sadness. I think the negotiations to date have been approached as a problem to be solved rather than an opportunity to be seized. I, for one, do not like the transition period. But in any negotiations, particularly after 40 to 45 years of integration, there has to be an element of compromise, and I'm willing to accept that. But the backstop, I would suggest, is the real problem for many on these benches.
Spot on.
The government cannot answer this very simple question at the moment, and it directly addresses the indefinite nature of the backstop, and that is, without any legal certainty with regards our ability to unilaterally exit the backstop, what certainty is there then that the EU could not play a very long game, drag out the negotiations, and by further extending the transition period, which it could do, could then, we could be having this discussion in 3, 4, 5 years to come. That is not honouring the result of the referendum. We need to leave the EU. We need to be quite definite about this. And the backstop is not the answer because it is indefinite. We could be there for a very long time. I'm sorry, others need to come in. I do apologise. But the backstop, by giving a passing Amendment F, it also encourages both parties to negotiate constructively when it comes to the transition period and the trade deal. Because if the EU knows that it can't trap us in the backstop, then it is more likely to constructively negotiate a trade deal for the benefit of both parties, I would suggest. The Prime Minister, could then go back to the EU. The EU has a long track record of 11th hour deals. I think it would go a long way, the amendment, to help unite our party, which is terribly, terribly important. So, Mr. Speaker, if the amendment is not passed, unfortunately, I will have to reluctantly vote against the withdrawal agreement.
Richard Burden.
Deputy Speaker, can I first declare an interest? I chair the All-Party Motor Group, which receives support from the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders, the Motorsport Industry Association and the RAC Foundation. And yesterday I attended the first meeting of the development partnership that has been established by the Business Secretary in response to the announcement that Jaguar Land Rover are cutting 4,500 jobs this year. Now, this isn't a company in crisis. Indeed, in addition to the job loss announcement, the company were able to tell us yesterday about the really exciting forward investment plans they have going forward. But it is still a time of great uncertainty for the employees involved, and there is a big role for that development partnership in standing by them. I also don't claim that the job losses at Jaguar Land Rover are only to do with Brexit. The downturn in the Chinese market is an important part of the picture, as indeed has been the depression of sales of cleaner diesel engines. And shortage of time means I can't go into that today. But Brexit is part of that picture too. And yesterday's meeting reinforced to me my belief that whatever else happens beyond all other things, the important thing now is to rule out crashing out of the EU without a deal. It's not something that can be mitigated. You know, whether it's a ferry company with no ships or converting an airport runway into a lorry park, it's no answer for motor manufacturers or to their companies in the supply chain to have somewhere to park their trucks when they cannot get those trucks to or from the channel ports to deliver the parts needed every day to build 6,600 cars and 9,000 engines here in the UK. They need to be able to get the 1,100 trucks that carry these components across the channel every day to keep their plants going, not just only on time, but in the right order to keep production lines going. And it's the same for the £3.4 billion worth of components going the other way, coming from suppliers in the UK into the European Union to build vehicles over there. And the only way to keep that production going is not to make forlorn efforts to try to mitigate the chaos, it's to stop the chaos happening in the first place. Investment decisions are now on hold. If we want to guarantee those and secure those, we have got, above everything else, to rule out no deal. And to do that, we have to decide what we do after the Prime Minister's deal is defeated tonight, as it surely will be. We've got to buy ourselves some time to do that, because any other option will not be able to be completed by the 29th of March. So if that means extending Article 50, that's what we should do. We need to prevent a no-deal Brexit by default. That is now the overriding priority.
Jones.
This House gave the people a vote in 2016. The people had their say, and the majority voted to leave. I did not vote to leave, but the majority did, and that must be respected. Now, there are lots of views as to how we should leave the EU. I take the view that I want to stick as much as I can to our 2017 manifesto that I was last elected on, and that did form the basis of what we have in front of us today. Is the deal perfect? No. Does it get us out of the EU on the 29th of March? Yes. And it gives us the basis for having a situation where we do take back control of our laws, our money, our borders, our fishing, our agriculture policy, and the basis of a trade deal. I accept totally the challenges that honourable members across this House have raised in relation to the backstop. And I've had to take a view and balance that view against the wider imperative. I must admit I am drawn to the honourable gentleman for Basildon's amendment, and I was certainly drawn as well to my honourable friend for South West Wiltshire's amendment. And I do hope that if this vote fails tonight, that we may look at the situation in the context of those types of proposal and whether or not we can make further agreements with the EU. Because I fear that if we do not work along those lines, we have two distinct groups in this Parliament, one that want a no-deal Brexit and one that don't want Brexit at all. And I do fear that both of those groups are going to want to race to the 29th of March. Both of them think they are going to win, but only one group can win. I think if we looked at it in terms of race, the favourite is probably no deal, because we have the legislation already in place to work towards that. But I would not rule out, following the events that we had last week, that the people who want to stop us leaving the EU will do everything within their power between now and the 29th of March to stop us leaving. So, Mr. Speaker, I will back the deal, but I just want to say to the House and to my constituents, and I'm interested in supporting this deal because I think it's good for jobs, I think it's particularly good for manufacturing industry in my area, but I will not renege on the referendum. I won't support anything that extends Article 50, a second referendum, or doing anything that will stop Brexit. We must leave on the 29th of March. I'm committed to that, and I hope the House will do that if we do not ratify this deal in the coming weeks.
And Liz Kendall.
Much of this debate has been dominated by questions about the Northern Irish backstop. Whilst these are vital, we must not lose sight of the fundamental question we should be asking ourselves tonight. Is this agreement right for our country? Will it make us prosperous and stronger and help us deal with the challenges of the future? Mr. Speaker, it will not. The agreement doesn't secure our future trading relationship with the EU, as people were promised in 2016. We haven't even begun those negotiations, and despite what many businesses hope, they face huge uncertainty for years to come. But the truth is, there is no free trade agreement that will deliver the same benefits as our current relationship with the EU. There will inevitably be barriers to trade, which will inevitably make us poorer than we would otherwise have been. At the same time, during the transition, we'll be giving up our say over many of the rules that govern our lives, a say which, whatever the Brexiteers tell you, Britain has always exercised to powerful effect within the EU. How is that taking back control? Neither does the agreement provide answers to the reasons why people voted to leave in the first place. As my right honourable friend, the member for Wolverhampton South East, has said, in many parts of the country, the Brexit vote was driven by a deep sense of loss of the industrial jobs and the pride and purpose they brought, and a rejection of what has come in its place. I know from my own constituency that many people are angry, and above all, they want change. But the EU and immigration have not caused the very real problems people face, and Brexit will not solve them. Britain is actually better able to cope with the problems created by globalisation when we're part of a strong group of like-minded countries. And most of the powers to transform people's lives lie within our hands. We should be offering people the chance to succeed, not something or someone to blame. And we should be making the changes to our economy and public services so people in every part of the country can thrive in an inevitably uncertain world, rather than pretending we can somehow stop the clock and make the rest of the world go away. Mr. Speaker, I'll be voting against this agreement tonight, but time is running out. We cannot wait any longer to provide the leadership we need to get us out of this hole. I will support moves to try and build consensus across this House and to rule out the threat of no deal and the chaos this would bring. But I believe the best way to break the logjam is to put the question of where we go next back to a public vote. Because what's on offer is so very different from what was on offer in 2016. Because it's right in principle to say this is the reality of Brexit. Do you want to go ahead or stick with the deal we have? There is no jobs first or sensible Brexit, and we, particularly on these benches, should have the courage to tell it like it is.
The 2-minute limit now applies. Andrew Selous.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People had wanted to have their say on the European issue for very many years. When we gave them the referendum on the alternative vote, the main question in my constituency is why aren't you giving us a vote on our membership of the European Union? So 17.4 million people voted to leave, 58% of my constituents, more people voted for this than have voted for anything. And importantly, 403 constituencies in this House voted to leave. And those people were promised that their vote would be honoured. It was the people's decision. It wouldn't be overturned by politicians or by Parliament. And I don't think it would be right to say to those people that we're now going to have a second vote when we haven't delivered on what they voted for the first time. Now, I think what has become clear in the last month or so is that there is a majority in this House against no deal. So if there is a majority against no deal, and if we then vote down this deal, the alternatives that are left, Norway or some version of it, I think are so far from what people voted for that we will have broken faith with the British people. So what I say to my friends across the House, pragmatic Brexiteers and democratic Remainers alike, we must stop an alliance of people who want to stop Brexit, an alliance of people who want an even stronger Brexit, actually denying what the people voted for. We know that business does not want a second referendum. That would lead to even more uncertainty. And I heard from trades unionists today, trades unionists who wanted to leave, saying it will unleash an unprecedented level of disillusionment in British politics, which will be unparalleled in our history if we don't deliver Brexit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This isn't a deal, to be honest. The withdrawal agreement means we pay £39 billion for the right to obey EU rules without the right to sit at the table when they're being drawn up. And the political declaration is so woolly, it could mean whatever you want it to mean. Or for that matter, and more importantly, whatever the next President of the European Council and the European Commission wants it to mean. We have no idea whether we shall have open trade with our closest neighbours. We have no idea whether we shall continue to share information about dangerous international criminals, or take part in Europol, or be able to extradite criminals to face justice across European Union borders. So it's bad for British jobs, and it puts our national security at risk. I'm angry, Mr. Speaker, that we've wasted so much money on Brexit, money that could have been spent in my constituency on decent services. But what pains me most of all is that we British, who have always been proud to welcome strangers from other countries, we who have travelled across Europe to build great British companies, we who followed Churchill's injunction to build a Europe of peaceful cooperation, we who prided ourselves on the rule of law and our robust parliamentary system, have utterly squandered 2 years on a massive distraction from the real subjects that matter: inequality, poverty wages, the state of our public services and low productivity. And in the process we have become an international laughingstock. Anxious, angry, uncertain, divided, death threats to our constituency offices. I have not heard a single member say that this deal is better for Britain than our present deal. Not even the Prime Minister. So how on earth could we possibly vote for it? Consensus, frankly, is a delusion in here. Party politics has failed. The Prime Minister must build a new coalition, and the people must have the final say.
Thank you very much. Craig Tracy.
Again, it's no secret that I voted to leave the EU, as did a majority, 67% of my constituency, and nearly 17.5 million people across the UK. And I know the reasons for leaving were varying across the country, but I've spoken to thousands of my own constituents, both before, during and after the referendum, and they were very clear in what they voted for. They wanted to see an end to free movement and control of our borders. They wanted sovereignty for our Parliament, and they wanted the ability to trade freely around the world. And those are sentiments that I very much share. I was keen to see an agreement delivered that I could support, and critically, the one on offer doesn't meet two of those criteria set out by my constituents: returning of our sovereignty and the ability to trade freely. And my personal concerns on the deal are similar to many in this House, mainly around the backstop and the future legal agreement. As it stands, the deal on the table potentially gives away our sovereignty and £39 billion worth of our money, with absolutely nothing guaranteed in return. As I've said, getting agreement is the most favourable option, but not at all costs. And I believe with this deal that we have, we're giving too much away. But I don't believe it's too late to change course. We can secure amendments which deliver wholly on the referendum result. And those changes need to include getting rid of the Northern Ireland backstop and having guarantees on our future relationship, which are things that are likely to command a majority in this House. And importantly, deliver on the democratic will of the British people. And it's important that that is delivered, because people are so frustrated at the games of some politicians who are seeking to frustrate the result that was given. So I implore the PM to go back to the EU. I know they've said the deal was final, but they've moved on other things, and we've seen that they are able to change the goalposts when they suit, and come back and give a deal that we can get behind.
And before I start my speech, I would like to take the opportunity to pay tribute to the Plaid Cymru Assembly member, Steffan Lewis, who very sadly passed away on Friday. At just 54, he still had so much to contribute. He was, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the party's best minds. His inspirational vision for lifting Wales' status in the world reached across the political divides. His influence and legacy will endure beyond our political lifetimes, and we miss you, Steffan. The Prime Minister and her inner circle have reached endgame, run out of road in the project of misinformation, arm-twisting and semantic chicanery, of my way or no way, of partnership proffered as the gateway to the future of her precious union. She says she's reaching out across the party boundaries, but it's just too little, too late. It is, sadly, that the spirit of acknowledging another vision, of the respect implicit in the sweet moderation of compromise, such politics are beyond her. Her gaze has a way of swivelling back to the Brexiteers fossilised in the strata of her own party. The rest of us, and especially the voices of Wales, have been invisible and unheeded. Here is a concept of parliamentary democracy in the age of devolution reduced to the absurd. Mr. Speaker, she claims no solutions other than hers have been proffered or are indeed possible. This tired political gambit now looks desperate. It has neither credibility nor veracity. Mr. Speaker, when we plead with her to give the people the final say, as many of us had, on the biggest question of our generation, the Prime Minister commands us to honour the result of the Brexit referendum. Yet, in 1997, she voted against legislation to establish the National Assembly for Wales, and in 2005 stood on a manifesto calling for another referendum with the option to overturn the result. History has shown that she's very much prepared to go back to the people of Wales. And so I would ask her today, why not Europe?
Thank you very much indeed. Nigel Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard time and time again today in this chamber that the people should have a final say. Well, people did have a final say, and it was in 2016. Just because people in this chamber can't quite come to terms with the fact that the public weren't sufficiently scared witless that they voted to remain in the European Union is no excuse for us not to listen to what they had to say. 57% of the Ribble Valley voted to leave. 75% of Conservative seats voted to leave. 61% of Labour seats voted to leave. And at the last election, Labour Party and the Conservative Party both stood on manifestos that said we would deliver leaving. So therefore, that's what we have to do. I know democracy can be difficult at times, but that is no reason at all to deny the democracy that this Parliament gave to the people, the sovereignty going back from this House to the people, and they had their final say. I've got problems with the deal as it currently stands, particularly on the backstop. Basically, the European Union have an opportunity to actually chain us to the European Union, but of course they haven't got the handcuffs. So what we are doing is deciding to offer them the handcuffs and the key. And I think that would be hugely dangerous indeed. I look forward for the opportunities when we do leave to do trade deals throughout the whole of the world, including the European Union. We buy £341 billion worth of goods from them. They buy £95 billion less from us. It's in both our interests for us to come to some form of trade deal. We've got a 20-month transition period when that can start. But the important thing is that we leave on the 29th of March. It's almost like Christmas Day, I've got to tell you. It's the 25th of December. That's what people look forward to. And if we deny people the opportunity to leave on the 29th of March, they'll never forgive us.
To Rosanna Rallington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, working in my emergency department as a doctor, I looked around the waiting room and saw it all on display. People's pain, their hopes, their fears, their courage. Whether you are a mother relying on food banks to feed your malnourished children, or you are a father waiting too long for a cancer chemotherapy operation, this deal does nothing to improve lives. Just as the NHS is tasked with healing and prevention, so we are too in this House. We have politicians and commentators who continue to fuel the rhetoric and fan the flames of hatred. Parliament, once a symbol of hard-won rights through democratic discourse, is seeing voices forcibly suppressed by fear and intimidation. People questioning the very character of our culture in order to tear apart the fabric of our society. This deal, the language around this deal, and the empty threats used to force us into supporting it are doing nothing to rebuild Britain. We can start the journey to rebuild Britain by looking at the rising use of food banks, the numbers of operations cancelled, the number of police on our streets. Now, more than ever in this place, we need to take a long, hard look at ourselves and ask ourselves, who are we? British people are tired of rhetoric, political games and uncertainty. And in the absence of a government which leads this Tory government, it is imperative that this House sets an agenda which looks to repair the deep wounds that now exist within our society. We need to dig deep over the coming days and question not only what sort of leaders we want to be, but what we are going to do and how we are going to force our country to heal once all is said and done.
Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amazed to make it into the top 50. I'm going to try and make three points. The first is to agree with the Honourable Gentleman for Halton and my Honourable friend for South Norfolk about the attitude towards the Leave vote. It wasn't some cry of anguish or an expression of concern. It was a decision. We gave the people the decision and they took it. The second point I want to make is about the preparation for no deal, and I'm obliged to the anonymous civil servant who concluded his piece in the Telegraph on the 28th of December as follows. An enormous effort by thousands of hard-working civil servants has been made to ensure that if we leave the EU without a deal, crashing out over a cliff edge is simply not going to be an option. And it is purely a political decision not to make this clear to the public and nervous backbench MPs. But if the government was frank with Parliament and the country, and we have authorised £4.2 billion of expenditure on this, by the way, what justification would be left for its disastrous withdrawal agreement? What would Remainers do without a Project Fear? They would need to think up convincing positive arguments for staying in the EU, something that has so far proved beyond them. And the final point I want to make is about defence and intelligence. Now, I know that my right honourable and gallant friend, the member for Mid Sussex, has taken an extremely dim view of a noble friend, Lord Guthrie and Sir Richard Dearlove in the letter they have written to Conservative Association chairman, and he's perhaps quite right to have the expression of an outraged Bateman cartoon for their behaviour in that way. However, there was a real concern that even my right honourable friend was not able to address when he didn't have time-limited remarks last Friday about the substance of what they are warning about in the detail of all the issues over CSDP and the rest that is contained within the European acquis, and we would do well to pay attention.
Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I first spoke in the meaningful vote debate, I spoke of the shambles of this government's handling of Brexit, of my alarm at the historic mess of their making, of my anger at the contempt with which they have treated this House and the people we represent. I spoke of my constituents' outrage at the turmoil the government is inflicting on the economy and of the threat to workers' rights, environmental standards that this Brexit deal represents. I spoke of the danger the government's approach has towards EU citizens' rights that must be guaranteed, no ifs and no buts. Now, 5 weeks later, what has changed? The Prime Minister said she was going back to the EU to get reassurances to appease her disgruntled backbenchers, but she has returned with nothing. Nothing has changed, as her saying goes. We are now being asked to accept the same botched deal as we were then, a deal that fails to protect jobs, rights or people's livelihoods, a deal that the government's own analysis shows would reduce GDP by 3.9% and make every region worse off, a deal that provides no guarantees on maintaining key rights such as the rights of disabled people, which are protected and found under the EU Charter for Fundamental Rights. All that has changed since the Prime Minister poured the vote is that we now just have 73 days left until the 29th of March, and it is clear the Prime Minister is trying to run down the clock and hold this country to ransom. She is using the prospect of a catastrophic no deal to threaten this House into accepting her botched deal. This is unacceptable, and I know the people of Battersea and the people across this country are disgusted at this attempted blackmail. That is why I will be voting against her deal, and I encourage all members across the House to do the same.
Jeffrey Clifton Brown. Speaker, I intend to change my mind. I am a Brexiteer by DNA through and through. We gave the British people the opportunity to vote in a referendum on the 23rd of June last in 2016. I intend to vote to honour that in full. But in return, I expect my colleagues on the front bench to pay very close attention to my concerns about this particular deal. I actually happen to believe we have a very bright future outside the EU, and the current position is, legal position is, we are leaving without a deal unless this House overturns that legislation. Therefore, the ultimate irony is, all of those people who are voting tonight
against the deal are more likely to end up with a no deal. I do not want to see that happen. I want us to leave with an agreed deal that is acceptable to the British people. I have two main reservations. One is on the Northern Ireland backstop. I think we do need to get legal clarification as a withdrawal from that backstop in a specified time, preferably no longer than 2 years. The second major objection I have to the backstop is that it ties us in to a customs union with the EU. I want to see us get out of that customs union so that we can have an independent trade policy, because I think the best future we have for this country is outside the EU, trading with growing nations around the world. We cannot do that while we're stuck in the backstop. I therefore intend to vote for this deal tonight. I intend to sort this matter out for my constituents, as I promised. I intend to give businesses certainty, but in return, I want the government to come back with a better deal.
Tim Farron.
On the day of the 2016 referendum result, I called for a vote on the final deal. This didn't instantly meet with wild approval. My motives may have been misunderstood because, you see, I am used to losing elections. I have never called for one of those elections to be rerun. I am a very good loser. I have had bags of practice. You see, there is much talk about the legitimacy of our democracy and trust in Parliament being tarnished if we don't enact Brexit on the 29th of March. But what does it do for trust in politics if we force the people to accept a deal that most of them clearly do not want? Let's not fool ourselves. Nobody here speaks for the majority. There is no majority of the people anymore. The Brexiteers in this place are voting both ways today. The out on the streets, peacefully protesting, are calling for votes in both directions today. I had the joy of stopping for a few minutes. Good quality banter with many of them last week. We should do more of that, by the way. But some were asking me to vote for the deal. Most were asking me to vote against. So the minority of my constituents who favour Brexit, most are asking me to vote against the deal. Some for. The 17.4 million figure is now divided into at least two opposing camps. Referendums are an awful means of sorting out any issue. They are divisive, they are dangerous, unless, of course, it's an issue that nobody cares about, like the alternative vote. But we have reached the place where the only democratic, legitimate, peaceful and consensual way through this appalling mess is to give the people the final say. Let our future not be one that anyone can claim was foisted on Britain, and not by politicians, by this Prime Minister's Whitehall, Brussels stitch-up. Let our future be one that is owned by the British people, that was endorsed by the British people, that has a legitimacy that brings the unity and the healing that only a final say can bring.
Thank you. Ranald J. Wardener.
Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman who talks about winners and losers. But this is not about winners and losers, it's about what's right. And the Prime Minister has repeatedly said that no deal is better than a bad deal. I believe a deal is possible, but this is not it. This is a bad deal. Now, I know that some, both in this place and beyond, have expressed their wish to agree it anyway. People who continued to campaign for Remain after the referendum in order to guarantee that we avoid no deal, or people that believed in Leave, but out of party loyalty or fear of Brexit, seek to support the deal in front of us. I respect that others will vote as they see fit. It's important for every member to act in good conscience, but it is for that very reason that I cannot support this deal. Trust in politics remains at an all-time low. To pretend that this deal delivers on the referendum only continues to foster the distrust we've seen out there. Let's be honest with people. This deal doesn't deliver on the referendum. It retains the worst parts of the European Union without the real benefits of Brexit. So I happen to agree with the vast majority of constituents who've contacted me, both Leave and Remain voters, who've urged me to vote against this deal. Nonetheless, let me be clear. I do want to secure a deal with the European Union. I continue to believe that we can still agree one. And I do believe that the negotiation now, sadly, does potentially need to continue, even after a no-deal departure from the European Union on the 29th of March. We must be bolder if we wish to strike the best deal for Britain, whether before D-Day or beyond.
Mr. Speaker, this should be a historic day for the future of our country and Parliament.
This was once the chamber of Winston Churchill and Clement Attlee. Instead, it is a day of high farce and self-delusion. The government pressing ahead with the deal they've known for weeks is dead. The leadership of my former party offering the illusion of an election when they have no chance of winning a no-confidence vote. The no-deal camp, who have no regard for the impact this would have on our constituents. In the last chance saloon, it's incumbent on us to seek a pragmatic compromise which can secure a majority in this House and in all political parties. I don't care whether this is presented by the government or facilitated by this House. Putting Brexit back to the people would be an abdication of our responsibility. It has nothing to do with breaking a logjam and everything to do with seeking to reverse the result of the first referendum. It will further divide our country when we should be leading and healing. I cannot support this worst of all worst deals, and I genuinely believe that the only option which can secure now a majority in this House is a common market too. At its core, a very simple idea that we can be out of the political structures of the EU, but maintain our economic and security partnership. This will require a radically reworked political declaration based on EEA and EFTA. After tonight, this should form the basis of the Prime Minister's new negotiating position. Or alternatively, the House will have to take control and seek a pragmatic compromise. Common market 2 or something else. Our duty, Mr. Speaker, is to lead and to heal this divided nation.
Damian Moore. Pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, and it's an honour to be taking part in the debate at a crossroads in our history. In 2016, the British people voted to leave the European Union, and the government and this Parliament needs to respect those wishes. I accept, Mr. Speaker, that there are passionate views on both sides, and speaking for myself, I've always treated those with differing views with respect. But it is wrong for some to suggest that most people didn't know what they were voting for. Many of those that espouse those views really think that the people of this country should not have been given that decision in the first place. It is my belief that those are calling for a second referendum are seeking to damage our democracy, as no decision by the British people would mean anything anymore, because once a decision was reached, those that were not happy would try to undo it, and this might go on again and again and again and again. Now, division is healthy in a democracy and in our political process, but a second referendum, I believe, would take our country to breaking point and undermine the dignity in our democracy. The withdrawal agreement does allow for some control to be taken back. And Mr. Speaker, I do respect that the endeavours of the Prime Minister. She has made a major commitment to this. Her perseverance is commendable and her diligence unquestionable. There is only one point I wish to make on this withdrawal agreement, and that is on the Northern Ireland backstop. The inclusion of the backstop is perhaps the most potent aspect of this agreement, given the fact it poses a real threat to the integrity of our United Kingdom. While some have tried to allay the fears with optimism, more concerning are those that have displayed a parochial indifference that fails to recognise our role as United Kingdom Members of Parliament, acting in the interests of the whole United Kingdom. The British people did not vote to have the foundations of our nation to be undermined in any way. And Mr. Speaker,
I'll never forget Warren, who I first met as an apprentice, moving into the house, a little Victorian terrace house with his partner, saying that as a consequence of having got a job in the Jaguar plant, good and well-paid job, he was moving into the house of his dreams with the woman of his dreams. The plant and the success of Jaguar Land Rover has transformed the lives of thousands, including in my constituency, Erdington, rich in talent but one of the poorest in the country. The company producing 108,000 cars a year at the heart of the Midlands economy. Now, absolutely key is the relationship with Europe. Half their market is in Europe. If they had to fall back on World Trade Organization terms, it would put up prices of cars they sell between £3,000 and £5,000. The millions of parts every day, the thousands of lorries, the frictionless trade, that relationship which has been absolutely key to the success of the automotive industry in our country. And Ralph Smith, the inspiring chief executive, together with the whole industry, have warned of the consequences of what happens if we don't get it right. What was the response of some of the honourable members opposite? Honourable member for Uxbridge, F business. Honourable member for Harwich and North Essex, he's making it up. Honourable member for Uxbridge again, not sure that Ralph knows more about the automotive industry than I do. And the honourable member for Chingford saying not one job will be lost as a consequence of Brexit. What planet do they live on? Yeah. And that's why two things are key. This is not a good deal, but first we have to get to a good deal that works for Britain. We have to get to that, honouring the obligation that we gave to the people of Britain at the time of the referendum. But secondly, in the meantime, there can be no question of a no-deal Brexit. In the words of Ralph Speth, no to no deal, because to go over the cliff on the 29th of March without a deal would be utterly catastrophic for our country.
Andrew Murison.
Percent of my constituents voted to leave, and so did I. It may be unfashionable, but I will be supporting the government tonight, because after the sophistry, chicanery and obfuscation of last week, I genuinely feel that we may not have Brexit at all. The Attorney General is absolutely right to say that there is risk in the backstop. We need to de-risk the backstop. My amendment would have done that had it been selected, as would the amendment tabled in the name of my right honourable friend, the member for East Devon. The amendments B and F had pretty much the same effect, since they would introduce a time limit. I commend them to the government. Mr. Speaker, in 2006, people weren't being thick or stupid or ignorant. They weren't overwrought. They weren't racist. They weren't prejudiced. They were not needing to be given a second chance, and they were not anguished, in the words of the right honourable gentleman, the member for Leeds Central. They just wanted to leave. They are sovereign. We serve them. Let's get on with it.
Adrian Bailey.
Speaker, the Attorney General opened this debate by saying this debate was ineluctable. The fact is, it wasn't. It only became ineluctable when the Prime Minister, failing to recognise the need to build a consensus across the country and in Parliament, started to adopt language which was inflammatory about the EU, red lines which ruled out much needed conditions for any settlement that would help our manufacturing industry and indeed the situation with the Irish border, and also opposed any parliamentary involvement in the process. By doing so, she alienated a body of people in this House and across the country which she would need to build the necessary consensus to get a deal that would be acceptable both to Parliament and the country. Mr. Speaker, I represent a constituency which voted 70% Brexit. I'm a Remainer. I don't pretend it's a comfortable position to be. I voted to trigger Article 50 because I felt I had to honour the referendum result. And I've been lobbied heavily to say that as a representative I should do what my constituency wanted. The problem is, I'm also being lobbied on people who want a better health service, access to the doctor. They're worried about their jobs with Jaguar Land Rover. They're worried about policing and the rise of crime in the locality. And I know that all these, which I am equally obliged to deliver, will be jeopardised by voting for this particular settlement because it does not give us what we have now. What we need is for this to be defeated, the Prime Minister to extend Article 50, and for a consensus to be reached in the ensuing months.
I would have liked to have been able to support the government's motion this evening. I voted Remain, and certainly I have deep concerns about this whole process. But I have looked at the whole issue of the backstop, and I have been consistent in this respect, which is why an amendment was tabled in my name, which was not selected, and indeed a similar, rather better amendment, building on mine, from my right honourable friend, the member for Westbury, chairman of the Northern Ireland Affairs Select Committee, but that wasn't selected either. And I just cannot reconcile myself as an MP in this House that I can vote this evening to effectively commit this country into a backstop from which it has no unilateral right to withdraw. So it is with a heavy heart that I shall not be supporting the government this evening, because I believe there is still a deal, a fair deal, to be done with the European Union. There is a good deal which respects all our peoples and all our industries and all our businesses. There is a deal to be done, but, Mr. Speaker, this is not that deal.
Neil Gray.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to set out why I'm to vote against the Prime Minister's deal. I start from the position of respecting the result of the EU referendum in Scotland. The people of Scotland resoundingly rejected the idea of Brexit, and according to the polls, continue to reject Brexit and the Prime Minister's deal in greater numbers. And no wonder. It has all been about self-interest for this Prime Minister and the Tory party. She triggered Article 50 without a plan. She held a snap general election for her own self-interest but lost her majority. She ignored the Scottish Government's offer of a compromise which would have carried the House. She set herself red lines aimed at satisfying her extreme Brexiteer backbenchers but boxed her into an impossible corner and left her facing a no-vote confidence vote anyway. Failing to prepare is preparing to fail, and that's why I think the biggest mistake was triggering Article 50 when she hadn't done her homework. She tipped the hourglass with no plan, no idea, no backing, and today, 2 years on, as the sands start to run out, nothing has changed. She has no credible plan, no idea and no backing. And now she is trying to make it a Hobson's choice in order to deflect from the politically inconvenient choices that do remain open to us. She should request an extension to Article 50 to allow the people to have their say. But the Tory leadership aren't the only ones to have acted purely out of self-interest in this process. The leader of the opposition wants to renegotiate Brexit, but won't say what he would renegotiate. He wants a general election, but doesn't have a plan to achieve one, and won't say what his Brexit policy is going to be. He can't decide whether to back another EU referendum and doesn't know if he would campaign for leave or remain. In conclusion, it could have been so different. On Radio Scotland this morning, the Honourable Member for East Renfrewshire rightly encouraged the Prime Minister to ignore the extreme Brexiteers. Sadly, his very sensible advice was 2 years too late. The sands of time have moved on. Instead, the warnings of Brexit leading to a greater chance of independence are becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I voted to leave, my constituents voted to leave, the country voted to leave, and leave we must. Which country? But I say to my fellow Brexiteers in this House that we must accept that we are a majority in the country, but we are not a majority in Parliament. If I give an analogy, we are 10 players on a pitch playing a team of 11. The odds are now even further stacked against us since the referee has demonstrated he is prepared to change the rules. This deal is not perfect, and I am concerned particularly about the indefinite nature of the backstop. But the risk of not supporting this deal, as demonstrated last week, is that members of this House will seek to water down even this Brexit or to stop it altogether. I will support this deal because once the withdrawal agreement is signed, the door to remain will shut firmly and we can all come back together and focus on delivering the best future for the UK outside of the EU.
I haven't changed any rules of the debate. What I have done is I've chaired the debate from start to finish, facilitating every honourable and right honourable member of every conceivable hue of opinion to have every opportunity to put his or her view. It's a point so blindingly obvious and so transparently fair that all reasonable people would, I think, accept it. Karen Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency of Bristol South voted 53 to 47% to remain, and the closeness of that vote is something I have sought to represent and understand since. But the Prime Minister can't say that they will be better off. The best I've been told, even in private by Brexiteers, that there will be a period of uncertainty for some 15 or so years, and then we will perhaps know we've made the right decision. That is a monumental leap into the unknown that I will not make for my family, and I will not make it for my constituency. And it is a shocking dereliction of responsibility by the Prime Minister that she asks us to do so. I want to talk briefly about our precious union. Mr. Speaker, the word precious means of great value, not to be wasted or treated carelessly. But this government has treated this union carelessly. Not only have the last 2.5 years done nothing to heal the 48-52 division, but they have done nothing to bring together the views and interests of people across this union, and only let out the destructive nationalist and separatist genies out of the bottle and caused great uncertainty across our land. The Prime Minister has not even done what her predecessor said and involved the devolved executives, the government and the regional powerhouses properly in her negotiations. There seems to be a glimmer of hope from last week. The latest Brexit Secretary started talking about targeting regional assemblies and the governments. That's not the sort of tone or approach we need. That is more of the same. If the government is to salvage anything from the last 2.5 years, then they must recognise the mutual interests of all our people across the constituent parts of the United Kingdom, and they need to start treating the English cities and regions with a modicum of respect. They have to start healing this country.
Leo Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to support this deal, and I do so as someone who voted to leave the European Union, like 58% of my constituents, because, Mr. Speaker, in my judgment, this deal is the only sane and sensible path to an orderly Brexit that will allow us, Mr. Speaker, to reset our relations with the European Union, not as an unwilling member of the federal club, but as a close friend in ally. And when we do this reset, Mr. Speaker, we must bear in mind the positive vision laid out by Sir Winston Churchill in Zurich in 1946, when he implored a Europe that had been ravaged by war to unite for the sake of peace. And he famously exclaimed, Mr. Speaker, that we should let Europe arise. The role of Great Britain, he said, Mr. Speaker, should be as a friend and sponsor of the new Europe, and we must be its champion and champion its rights to live and to shine. That positive vision, Mr. Speaker, still applies today, and that should guide our relations with our European friends in the future. And more than that, Mr. Speaker, it should guide our relations with countries beyond Europe, and it should guide our role on the world stage. More than ever before, in the new era, Mr. Speaker, we must be more confident, more positive, more international and more global than ever before. And we should be confident in the ability of British commerce, British culture, British diplomacy and British law to have a far-reaching, highly positive impact around the world. But to do that, Mr. Speaker, we must make the first step of achieving the prize of Brexit. And the first step, Mr. Speaker, is passing this withdrawal agreement, and I will be supporting this tonight.
Thank you. Joanna Cherry.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister wondered what the history books will make of all of this. I'd like to venture a few suggestions. She will be remembered as the Prime Minister who has presided over the biggest failure of government and leadership in the United Kingdom in modern times.
Hear, hear.
Instead of having the moral courage to face up to the fact that the EU referendum was won on the back of lies and fraud, she has instead set out to achieve the unachievable, a deal better than the deal we currently enjoy. In doing so, she has ignored the weight of expert evidence. She has ignored the economic assessments of her own government and advisers. And she has presided over a regime so incompetent and questionable that no deal government contracts are being awarded without competitive tendering to dubious entities without any legal justification whatsoever. And she spent hundreds of thousands of pounds on taxpayers' money trying to prevent us from knowing the answer to the question of whether Article 50 could be unilaterally revoked. She barely has the confidence of her own party, and they only put up with her because none of them have the gumption to step up to the plate to sort out this mess.
Correct.
It's likely that she soon won't have the confidence of this House, and in Scotland she's never had our confidence and she never will. She should not take the Scots for fools. The majority of us voted to remain, and the majority of Scots now realise that they were lied to during the 2014 independence referendum. Those lies, Mr. Speaker, were that Scotland was an equal partner and that the only way to guarantee staying in the EU was to vote to stay in the UK. The results of referendums won on the back of lies cannot stand. and that's why I'm voting down this deal. I want a second EU referendum, and there should also be a second Scottish independence referendum.
My word! Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I plan to support Amendment Q this evening because the safeguards sought on the backstop are necessary and supported by a substantial number of members. However, I shall now be voting for the similar amendment tabled by my honourable friend for Basildon and Billericay. I arrived in Westminster yesterday expecting to resign today as a PPS to vote against the motion. Whilst there is much to support in the withdrawal agreement and future partnership, under a prolonged backstop, we couldn't take back the control that I campaigned for in the referendum and the 71% of my constituents in Dudley South voted for. That hasn't changed. It still worries me. However, I've concluded that there is now a much greater threat to Brexit that my constituents voted for. Events over the past week show that there are some in this House who will stop at little to frustrate Brexit, leaving no convention and no established practice of this House safe. I cannot risk those who have never accepted the referendum result stealing the Brexit that my constituents and voters around the country voted for in record numbers. My constituents aren't stupid, they weren't misled. They knew that they were voting to take back control over our laws, our borders, our trade and our money. They knew it wouldn't be plain sailing, but they knew it was a battle worth fighting. They expect us to deliver. I don't expect this motion to pass tonight, and so the government must listen to genuine concerns across this House, and the deal that it comes back to this House with must genuinely take back the control that people voted for in 2016. I will support that work starting tonight in this evening's vote. It's the last chance and our best chance we have to deliver on the promise of Brexit, and our democracy desperately needs it to succeed.
Thank you. Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the last day of my 20s, and as I reflect back on the last decade, I have to wonder, how did I end up here? And how did the country end up here in this almighty fancle, frankly? And it seems to me that the root cause of a lot of our problems in this country is one of economic alienation. Economic alienation caused by a crisis of neoliberalism, one that has failed the poorest people in our society. And we try to identify the root cause of a lot of the problems that erupted in the vote of so many people in this country to leave the European Union, and also looking back as a veteran of 2 referendum campaigns of so many people voting to leave the United Kingdom as well. It can only be, in my opinion, put down to the fact that the established structures in this country have failed to deliver prosperity and security for so many people in our country. When I look at my own constituency, where only 51% of people participated in the EU referendum, it seems to me that many people have disengaged with the political process entirely. And that is something that we have to take cognizance of in this House if we're really going to repair the trust in our political system between those who vote for us as representatives in this place and the body politic at large in this country, who in many cases have disengaged with our political process. Simply by talking about a deal, talking about no deal, isn't going to heal that rift in our democracy. We have to have a much greater and more thoughtful approach to how we heal this division in our society and how we do it. And I don't think that the Prime Minister, who has just joined us, is equipped to do that, and she's failed miserably in her efforts and her partisan approach in delivering this deal. We must adapt and deliver for the young people of this country, including myself, who have to face the future of the consequences of this action of this House and this Prime Minister. She must rise to the occasion, and so far she has failed miserably to do so.
Kirsten Hare.
The British people directed us to take the United Kingdom out of the European Union, and it is our duty to put that to effect. We must not tell them to vote again until they give a different answer, or deliver a non-Brexit that keeps in the EU in all but name. There are clear opportunities and we must embrace them. No parliamentarian is 100% comfortable with what's in front of us. That was inevitable for a whole host of reasons, including no clear direction for the outcome of a Leave vote.
but too often self-interest takes over the decision-making process, with the SNP determined to force a no-deal situation in the hope that that would accelerate their case for independence. Myself and my fellow Scottish Conservative MPs and I have always been robust when it comes to our support for the fishing industry. No one can say that that industry has not been pragmatic when it comes to our departure from the EU. Whatever happens today, let me be clear that I will not accept any extension of the transition period beyond December 2020 because we must embrace the sea of opportunity that Brexit presents to them.
Right.
I also had concerns around the Northern Irish backstop, and it's with deep disappointment that we have not really reached a technological solution to date. I would have also felt much more comfortable with an end date on the establishment of a future economic partnership. But, Mr. Speaker, this decision for me is about my businesses, my constituents, those that I represent. A deal is a negotiation with a large dose of pragmatism, and having spoken to many of my largest employers, my constituents knocked on their doors and stood in the supermarket, what they want is uncertainty removed. Mr. Speaker, the withdrawal agreement may not be perfect, but it does deliver on the decision. Does it deliver on the decision taken by the people of our United Kingdom in 2016? Yes. Does it return full control of our borders, as so many people wished? Yes. Does it provide long-term stability for businesses, our farmers and our fishermen? Yes. And of all the options on the table, this agreement is the one with the most in the national interest. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is, and that's why I'll be supporting the deal tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Angus for a thoughtful speech, albeit one whose thrust I must say I cannot agree with. Over 2,000 of my constituents in Oxford East have contacted me about this deal, and only a handful say they support it. And I agree with them. I can't support it for 4 reasons. First of all, it gives inadequate protection for our EU citizens, who are our neighbours, our friends and our workmates. I see the Prime Minister looking at me, but she will know that I have had a repeated communication with her and the Secretary of State over many, many weeks trying to get confirmation over the exact criteria for settled status. We still don't have that clarity that we need, and that's now coupled with an arbitrary salary level for those coming to our country for the EU, which will starve our hospitals and our universities and many other employers of the staff they desperately need. I can't support it because of that. Secondly, I can't support it because of inadequate plans in that deal for research cooperation into the future, so essential for the 2 universities and my constituency. Third, I can't support it because of insufficient certainty on customs. Huge firms, very important manufacturers like BMW Cowley in my constituency, they don't just need certainty for 2 years, they need it for 20, and they certainly don't get it from this deal. And finally, there are no legally binding guarantees in this deal to stop a race to the bottom on environmental standards or working rights. This deal has got to be voted down, and after such a failure of leadership, this government must go. If it won't, then all options should be on the table, including a 3rd public vote to find a way forward for our country. But whatever the process, all of us parliamentarians here need to remember we're the ones who have power. We have power, not those vulnerable people affected by the politics of hate out in our country. We have that responsibility, and we must always reject that hate. The onus is on us. Thank you.
There's a peculiar irony, Mr. Speaker, isn't there, to the fact that today marks the anniversary in 1535 of Henry VIII styling himself supreme head of the English Church. 500 years on, here we are arguing over the same questions of who rules, on what authority...
Just stop the clock. Order. Order. The unseemly atmosphere. The honourable gentleman must and will be heard. Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 500 years on, we find ourselves still arguing about our relationship with Europe and who rules. I have little confidence that 500 years from now we will have resolved these questions. Tonight, and in the weeks to come, the House has 3 choices it can make. There can be a deal, there can be no deal, or we can stay in the European Union. If it is not this deal, then it must be another deal, and by all the rumours going round, that deal will be worse than the one on the table. It will keep us more closely aligned to the EU and give us less say. In fact, it will be worse than staying in the EU. Those people who in the House who want to stay in the EU hide behind the idea of a second referendum. Well, those honourable members who think the first referendum was divisive Goodness me, they haven't seen anything yet. Absolutely. It is time, if those members in the House who want us to stay in the EU believe it, they should call on this House to have a vote to revoke Article 50. But they won't do that. So the deal before us is what we have. And this is a deal which, treated right and taken in the right direction, will give us control of our borders, our laws, our waters and our trading opportunities. We have had time enough to go over these issues. It is time now for the House to make a decision. I will vote for the deal for tonight, and let's move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't come into Parliament to spend my time working on the future of the European Union. It's not what my constituents, when they elected me first in 2010, intended me to spend my time on either. They wanted me to concentrate on their living standards, their security, the future for their children and grandchildren, and a better planet for the future of our world. But actually, all of these things are encompassed in the decision we make tonight about whether or not we accept the deal that is before us, and about our commitment to our ongoing relationship with our European Union neighbours. And I will not vote for a deal that will make my constituents poorer, that will make them less secure, that will mean that we have less influence in decisions that are taken that will affect them, and that will reduce our standing, our highly respected and highly regarded standing in the world. I am distressed, as all honourable members are, at the divisions that this Brexit story has revealed, opened up in our country. But our duty now is to concentrate on healing them. And I do not believe it will ever be possible to do that if we deliberately make our country poorer and more unstable and less influential than it would otherwise have been. We need to concentrate on building a positive, prosperous, powerful future for this nation. Voting to leave the EU and voting for the Prime Minister's way of leaving tonight will not enable us to do so.
That woman! Mr. Speaker, mine is the constituency that voted more than any other to leave the European Union in 2016. If we do not give back control of our laws, borders and money, it will be hard to say that this country is a democracy. The people in 2016 heard all the apocalyptic predictions that we now hear about WTO, and they made a choice. And in part, the country did that because Parliament had, rightly or wrongly, come to be seen as out of touch with the people on a host of issues. If we don't deliver what the people voted for, we will prove them right, and we will damage a democracy further in which people already lack faith. So how do we get there? It is clear that this House does not want to back a no-deal departure. It has already been clear that people on both sides of this House will vote to stop it. So I say to those of my constituents who have called me a traitor and worse, that when I vote with the Prime Minister tonight, I do so because I am committed to Brexit, and voting against this deal puts winds in the sails of those who seek to stop it. Those people have had too much success already. Voting against this deal will not bring about a harder Brexit. It will bolster this House's dangerous attempts to undermine it. Those who say no deal is in law and will happen, I say to them, this House will rewrite that law. I am voting tonight for the only way out of this conundrum, a necessary gateway, however painful it might be. There is a risk that we get stuck in the backstop, but it is now smaller than the risk of not leaving at all. We in Parliament are better than letting the people down. We deserve to get on with it, to deliver this Brexit, and we should, like it or not in many cases, support this deal tonight.
I am going to be incredibly parochial. In the general election of 2017, my personal manifesto to the voters of North Dorset said, and I quote, "I am working for a Brexit right for North Dorset that will support business, protect jobs and workers' rights, promote local farming, safeguard the environment and give opportunities for our young. Having reviewed the deal, I am confident that it meets those commitments and the referendum decision to leave. We live, as we know, in a representative democracy where the voters of North Dorset send me to Westminster to exercise my judgment and support the policies of the Conservative government. I do not, and none of us do, possess the judgment of Solomon. All I can try and do is to assure them that I am trying to do my best for them and for our country. And I am conscious that in so doing I will not please everyone, but I do not think that is the purpose of politics. I'm a Democrat. I voted Remain and my side lost. The referendum was not, as we know, our finest hour. The majority of the House has made clear that it would support the decision and Parliament would deliver it. I maintain that view. A second referendum is fool's gold. Our country's use of referenda is on constitutional issues, and Brexit is now an issue of domestic policy. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, has worked, if I may say so, her fingers to the bone to get this deal right. It has my full and unequivocal support. To deliver Brexit, to maintain and build the faith in our democracy, this House should stop the posturing and support my right honourable friend in the lobby tonight.
Peter Bottomley!
The UK is to leave the EU. That decision was taken 2 years ago. The question is whether we crash out or support the withdrawal agreement, be followed by the period of transition and the future arrangements on trade and relationships. Assuming we're not trying to reverse the referendum, and there isn't a majority, I think, either in the country or in the House for that, the majority of us support the Prime Minister's deal. The majority of Conservative supporters support that. I suspect the majority of Labour supporters support that. And other parties, given a choice, including Northern Ireland, would as well. Our responsibility is to find where there's an overlap between what's possible and what's right. I believe that the negotiated agreement on withdrawal is that position. For the opposition, to be reasonably polite, they seem to resemble members of the Scarabaei family who are upside down, pushing in the wrong direction, don't quite know where they're going. If the choice for the country is between chaos and compromise, I think this agreement is the right way of being sensible, and I back the plan in the national interest.
Thank you. Jeremy Corbyn!
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been a vitally important debate for the future of our country and our future relationship with the European Union, following the decision of the people in the 2016 referendum. The debate today is the culmination of one of the most chaotic and extraordinary parliamentary processes I've ever experienced in my 35 years as a member of this House. Parliament has held the government in contempt for the first time ever for failing to publish their legal advice. Then, for the first time in a generation or more, on the 10th of December, a government failed to move its own business in the House. The government has been defeated on a vote in its own finance bill for the first time since the 1970s. The Prime Minister opened the debate on her deal more than 1 month ago, a debate that was due to end on the 11th of December, but she pulled it in a panic. As she herself conceded, it would have been rejected by a significant margin. She has run down the clock in a cynical attempt to strong-arm members into backing her deal. Despite her promises, she's failed to negotiate any changes to her deal with Europe. No wonder the Prime Minister has suddenly discovered the importance of trade unions. She voted to clip their wings in the 2016 Trade Union Act, and she's utterly failed to convince them she has anything to offer Britain's workforce. And this, Mr. Speaker, is the heart of the matter. The Prime Minister has treated Brexit as a matter for the Conservative Party rather than the good of the country. But she's failed to win over even her own party. Many Conservative members who voted Remain are opposed to this deal, as are dozens of Conservative members who voted leave. After losing her majority in the 2017 general election, the Prime Minister could have engaged with members across this House. She could have listened to the voices of trade unions. And if she had been listening, both businesses and trade unions would have told her they wanted a comprehensive and permanent customs union to secure jobs and trade. The decision to rule out a new customs union with a British say and the lack of certainty in the deal risks business investment being deferred on an even greater scale, threatening jobs and threatening living standards. Or even worse, it risks many companies relocating abroad, taking jobs and investment with them. Mr. Speaker, many workers know exactly this situation because they are facing this reality now. Their jobs are at risk, and they know their jobs are at risk. Both the First Ministers of Wales and Scotland have also made clear to the Prime Minister their support for a customs union to protect jobs and the economy. This deal fails to provide any certainty about future trade. It fails to guarantee our participation in European agencies and initiatives. Losing this cooperation undermines our security, denies our citizens opportunity and damages our industries. Mr. Speaker, the withdrawal agreement is, in short, a reckless leap in the dark. It takes this country no closer to understanding our post-Brexit future, and neither does the future partnership document. Under this deal, in December 2020, we will be faced with a choice: either pay more and extend the transition period, or lock us into the backstop. At that point, the UK would be over a barrel. We would have left the EU, have lost the UK rebate, and be forced to pay whatever was demanded. Alternatively, the backstop would come into force, an arrangement with which there is no time limit or endpoint. It locks Britain into a deal from which it cannot leave without the agreement of the EU. And as my friend, the member for Holborn and St Pancras, has pointed out on so many occasions, this is unprecedented in British history. The last 2 years gives us no confidence that this government can do a deal in under 2 years. So at some point before December 2020, the focus would then inevitably shift from negotiations on the future relationship to negotiations on an extension to the transition period, including negotiations on what further payments we should make to the European Union. The vague partnership document says, and I quote, "It can lead to a spectrum of different outcomes as well as checks and controls." That doesn't show to me any clarity whatsoever in that document. And there is not even any mention of the famed frictionless trade that was promised in the Chequers proposals. The former Brexit Secretary, that's one of the former Brexit Secretaries, promised a detailed, precise and substantive document. The government spectacularly failed to deliver it. So, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm this, that Labour will vote against this deal tonight. And, Mr. Speaker, Labour will vote against it because it's a bad deal for this country. And as we have heard over the past week, members in all parties, including many in the Conservative Party, will join us in rejecting this botched
and damaging deal. And I welcome the fact there is a clear majority to reject any no-deal outcome. The amendment to the Finance Bill last week demonstrated the will of the House on rejecting the danger, and it is a danger, of a no-deal outcome that would cause such chaos to so many people across this country. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not enough for the House to vote against the deal before us and against no deal. We also have to be for something. So, Mr. Speaker, in the coming days, it is vital that this House has the opportunity to debate and vote on the way forward, to consider all the options available. The overwhelming majority of the House voted to respect the result of the referendum and therefore voted to trigger Article 50. So I say this to our negotiating partners in the European Union. If Parliament votes down this deal, then reopening negotiations should not and cannot be ruled out. We understand why, after 2 frustrating years of negotiations, this I'm saying to the European Union, you would want this resolved. But this Parliament, our Parliament here, has only one duty: to represent the interests of the people of this country. And the deal negotiated by the government does not meet the needs of the people of this country. The people of Britain, including many European Union nationals who have made their lives here, these are people who have contributed to our country, have contributed to our economy and to our public services, including our National Health Service. And those people are now anxious and have no faith in this government to manage the process of settled status fairly or efficiently. And the early pilots of the scheme are very far from encouraging. The Prime Minister claimed that this is a good deal. And so confident was she of that she refused to publish the government's legal advice. But her government's own economic assessment clearly tells us it is a bad deal. It's a product, Mr. Speaker, of 2 years of botched negotiations, in which the government spent more time arguing with itself and in its own cabinet than it did in negotiating with the European Union. It's not only on Brexit that they have failed. Under this government, Mr. Speaker, more people are living in poverty, including... Mr. Speaker, I'm talking of the poverty of 500,000 more children who've been moved into poverty while this government's been in office. I'm also talking of those that have been forced into rough sleeping and homelessness, which has risen every year. Too many people are stuck in low-paid and insecure work. Too many people are struggling to make ends meet and falling deeper and deeper into personal debt on credit cards and loan sharks. Nothing in this Brexit deal and nothing on offer from this government will solve that. That is why Labour believes that a general election would be the best outcome for the country. If this deal is rejected tonight, we need, Mr. Speaker, to keep in mind that the vast majority of the people of this country don't think of themselves as Remainers or Leavers. Whether they voted Leave or Remain 2.5 years ago, they, all of them, are concerned about their future, and it's their concerns this House must be able to answer and meet. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that tonight this House votes down this deal, and then we move to a general election. So the people, Mr. Speaker, so the people...
Order. Nobody's going to shout the right honourable gentleman down, just as nobody will shout the Prime Minister down. All they're doing, by causing me to intervene, is taking time away. Not necessary, rather foolish, thoroughly counterproductive. Jeremy Corbyn.
So, Mr. Speaker, the people need to be able to take back control, and a general election would give them the opportunity to decide who their MPs were, who their government was, and who was negotiating on their behalf. And it would give that new government a mandate, and the mandate that is needed to break the deadlock that has been brought to this House by this government. But first, Mr. Speaker, I ask this of the House. Vote against this deal. Vote against this deal because we've had a very long and very detailed debate in this House. More members have spoken in this debate than almost any other debate I can remember. They've given a heartfelt analysis of this deal. And a very large number have said why they will vote against this deal. Quite simply, Mr. Speaker, this deal is bad for our economy, a bad deal for our democracy, and a bad deal for this country. I ask the House tonight to do the right thing. Reject this deal. Reject this deal because of the harm it would do, and show that we as MPs are speaking up for the people that we represent, who recognise this deal is dangerous for this country and bad for them, their living standards, and for our collective future.
Mr. Speaker, this debate has lasted some 8 days, over 54 hours, with speeches of powerful sincerity from over 200 honourable and right honourable members. It has been historic for our Parliament and for our country. We have heard contributions from every perspective, looking at all aspects of this complex and vital question. We've seen this House at its most passionate and vigorous, and I thank everyone who has contributed. No one watching this debate can be in any doubt about the strength of this House of Commons as the fulcrum of our democracy. This is a debate about our economy and security, the livelihoods of our constituents, and the future for our children and for generations to come. It goes to the heart of our Constitution, and no one should forget that it is a democratic process that has got us to where we are today. In 2015, my party stood on an election manifesto that had as a centrepiece the promise of an in-out referendum on the UK's membership of the European Union. The British people responded by electing a Conservative government to follow through on that promise. That is what we did when this House voted overwhelmingly to hold the referendum and put the choice in the hands of the British people. Indeed, 470 current members voted in favour of it, and only 32 opposed it. That campaign was keenly fought. It caught the public imagination like few campaigns before it. Turnout was 72%, higher than for any national poll for a quarter of a century. And while not overwhelming, the result was clear and it was decisive. Something this House accepted when we voted overwhelmingly to trigger Article 50. 436 current members voted to do so, only 85 opposed. Parliament gave the people a choice. We set the clock ticking on our departure. And tonight, we will determine whether we move forward with a withdrawal agreement that honours the vote and sets us on course for a better future. The responsibility of each and every one of us at this moment is profound, for this is an historic decision that will set the future of our country for generations. So what are the alternatives that present themselves? First, we it's all too difficult and give up, either by revoking Article 50 or passing the back buck to the British people in a second referendum. But I believe we have a duty to deliver on the democratic decision of the British people, and to do so in a way that brings our country together. A second referendum would lead instead to further division. There'd be no agreement to the question, let alone the answer. It would say to the people we were elected to serve that we were unwilling to do what they had instructed. Now, the second possible outcome is that we leave on the 29th of March without a deal. But I don't believe that's what the British people voted for, because they were told that if they voted to leave, they could still expect a good trading relationship with the European Union. And neither would it be the best outcome. Our deal delivers certainty for businesses, with a time-limited implementation period to prepare for the new arrangements of the future relationship. No deal means no implementation period. Our deal protects the rights of EU citizens living in the UK and UK citizens living in the EU, so they can carry on their lives as before. No deal means no reciprocal agreement to protect those citizens' rights. Our deal delivers the deepest security partnership in the EU's history, so our police and security services can continue to work together with their European partners to keep all our people safe. No deal means no such security partnership. And our deal delivers the foundations for an unprecedented economic relationship with the EU that is more ambitious, that is...
I said earlier it was becoming really rather a noisy and unseemly atmosphere, and that has now resumed. It must stop. The Prime Minister must be heard. The Prime Minister.
Our deal delivers the foundations for an unprecedented economic relationship with the EU that is more ambitious than anything they have ever entered into with a third country. It will give us the benefits of trading with the European Union and the ability to forge new trade deals in our own right. No deal means those new trade deals come at the expense of a trade deal with Europe, not in addition to it. So while it is categorically wrong to suggest that our country could not ultimately make a success of no deal, it is equally wrong to suggest that this is the best outcome. Now, third, there is the path advocated by the Leader of the Opposition, and we've heard it again, of calling a general election. But today's vote is not about what's best for the Leader of the Opposition. It is about what is best for the country. And at the end of a general election, whatever the result, the choices facing us will not have changed. It will still be no Brexit, leaving with no deal, or leaving with a deal. And there's no guarantee that an election would make the parliamentary arithmetic any easier. All it would gain is 2 more months of uncertainty and division. In 2017, the two main parties both stood on manifestos that pledged to deliver the result of the referendum. They got over 80% of the vote. People had the opportunity to vote for a second referendum by supporting the Liberal Democrats in 2017. Just 7% of voters did so. It is the job of Parliament to deliver on the promises made at the last election, not to be seeking a new one. Now, some suggest there's a fourth option, to agree that we should leave with a deal on the 29th of March, but to vote this deal down in the hope of going back to Brussels again and negotiating an alternative deal. But no such alternative deal exists. The political declaration sets the framework for the future relationship, and the next phase of negotiations will be our chance to shape that relationship. But we cannot begin those talks unless or until we agree the terms of our withdrawal. and the European Union will not agree to any other deal for that withdrawal. So, having ruled out all of these options, we're left with one: to vote for this deal tonight. One that delivers on the core tenets of Brexit, taking back control of our borders, laws, money, trade and fisheries, but in a way that protects jobs, ensures our security and honours the integrity of our United Kingdom. One that strikes a fair balance between the hopes and desires of all our fellow citizens, those who voted to leave and those who voted to stay in. And if we leave with the deal I'm proposing, I believe we can lay the foundations from which to build a better Britain. And as Prime Minister, I would not stand at this dispatch box and recommend a course of action that I do not believe is in the best interests of our country and our future. And there are differences in this House today, but I believe we can come together as we go forwards. And let me reassure anyone who's in any doubt whatsoever, the government will work harder at taking Parliament with us. And as we move on to the next phase of negotiations, we will be looking to work with Parliament to seek that consensus. But, Mr. Speaker, let me turn to the most contentious element of our deal, the Northern Ireland Protocol.
My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, knows that what concerns many of us is the possibility of the permanent nature of the Northern Ireland backstop. May I refer her to my Amendment B on the order paper, which sets a deadline for that backstop, and may I ask her what is the attitude of the government to my amendment?
Can I thank my right honourable friend for the question he's asked and for the work that he has been doing to try to find a way through on this particular issue, and I know he's spent a long time consulting with international lawyers on this issue. The government isn't able to accept the amendment that has been selected, that my right honourable friend has put down, that has been selected tonight, because we have a different opinion and a different interpretation of the Vienna Convention. But I note that my right honourable friend has put down an alternative proposals in relation to this issue. The government is willing to look at creative solutions and will be happy to carry on working with my right honourable friend in relation to that particular issue. I said I would turn to the Northern Ireland.
Order. The House must calm itself. Zen. Restraint. Patience. Hear the Prime Minister.
I set out the government's position in detail on my statement yesterday, so I'm not going to go over it again. But the key thing to remember is this isn't a commitment we're making to the European Union. It's a commitment to the people of Northern Ireland and Ireland that they will be able to carry on living their lives as they do today. It's about saying that whatever happens when we leave the EU, we will honour the Belfast Agreement. Its success has been built on allowing people from both communities in Northern Ireland to feel that their identities are respected under the principle of consent. For many people in Northern Ireland, that means having a seamless land border between the UK and Ireland, which is also essential for their economy. For others, that means fully respecting the fact that Northern Ireland is an intrinsic part of the United Kingdom. No one wants to see the return of a hard border, and as a proud unionist, I share the concerns of members who are determined that we do not undermine the strength of our United Kingdom. But it is not enough simply to make these assertions. We have to put in place arrangements that deliver those ends. And it's not just as simple as some would like it to be. So, as Prime Minister for the whole UK, it's my duty to provide a solution that works for the people of Northern Ireland. The answer lies in agreeing our future economic relationship, but we need an insurance policy to guarantee there will be no hard border if that future relationship is not in place by the end of the implementation period. I'll give way to the Leader of the Democratic Union.
Very, very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way. And would she agree that whatever one's view on this withdrawal agreement and whatever arguments the people deploy, that we should not be using the peace or the political process in Northern Ireland as arguments for voting for this deal or voting against it? Would she agree that is completely and utterly out of order. Make that clear to all of our Cabinet colleagues as well.
To the right honourable gentleman, I think everybody across this House is committed to ensuring that we maintain the arrangements of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, that we also ensure that we maintain the many benefits that have come from the peace process in Northern Ireland. And that should not be disrupted, and that should not be affected in any sense. But I also say that whatever future relationship is going to be negotiated, or people want to see being negotiated, that insurance policy is essential. Any of the other proposals, Canada, Norway, any number of variations of those models, all of them require the insurance policy, and that is the so-called backstop. And no backstop simply means no deal now and for the foreseeable future. And I don't want to see anybody being able to exploit no deal and bringing doubt about the future of our union as a result of that. And let's remember, if I may say to this House, what the Withdrawal Agreement does deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. An implementation period, certainty for businesses. Protection of citizens' rights, certainty to thousands of families. No hard border, unfettered access to British and EU markets. Protection of the single electricity market across the island of Ireland, securing energy supply in Northern Ireland. Continued security cooperation with our European allies that the police service of Northern Ireland say is essential. And above all, the protection of the historic Belfast Good Friday Agreement. The deal we have puts our union first. Now, let me turn to the contribution of the Leader of the Opposition. Characteristic of his whole approach to Brexit, long on criticism and short on coherence. He's claimed that he'll be able to renegotiate the deal in a matter of weeks, get a drastically different outcome, and despite the European Union making clear that's impossible. But everything he does is designed to avoid taking any difficult decisions, saying one thing to one group and another thing to another. In the general election, he said in his manifesto, freedom of movement will end. On Sunday, he said, I'm not against the free movement of people. When asked about Brexit in a German newspaper, he said, we can't stop it. The referendum took place. Article 50 has been triggered. In his speech at Wakefield last week, and again this evening, he said a second referendum was an option on the table. He says Labour would run an independent trade policy, but he wants to join the customs union. He says he's opposed to no deal, but he says he's opposed to withdrawal agreement and the backstop without which there is no deal. So the question is, what is his position? Because he has failed in his responsibility to provide a credible alternative to the government of the day by pursuing from the start a cynical course designed to serve his own political interest and not the national interest. He has forfeited the right to demand loyalty from those of his MPs who take a more pragmatic view, because he doesn't care whether we leave or not, with a deal or not, as long as he can maximise disruption and uncertainty and the likelihood of a general election. And I hope that members opposite, who faithfully pledged to their constituents that they would respect the result of the referendum, that they think carefully before voting against a deal which delivers Brexit. And I hope that those who fear leaving without a deal, whose constituents rely on manufacturing jobs, think very carefully about rejecting a deal that is the only guaranteed way to take no deal off the table. Mr. Speaker, this is the most significant vote that any of us will ever be part of in our political careers. After all the debate, all the disagreement, all the division, the time has now come for all of us in this House to make a decision. A decision that will define our country for decades to come. A decision that will determine the future for our constituents, their children and their grandchildren. a decision that each of us will have to justify and live with for many years to come. We know the consequences of voting for this deal. They are laid out in black and white in the pages of the withdrawal agreement. But no one who votes against this deal will be able to tell their constituents what real-world outcome they voted for, because a vote against this deal is a vote for nothing more than uncertainty, division, and the very real risk of no deal.
I'm very grateful for the Prime Minister for giving way. Prime Minister, on any of the analysis of Brexit, economic growth will be lower than staying in the European Union. Will the Prime Minister not realise, on the basis of the knowledge and on the fact that people are going to lose opportunities as a consequence of Brexit, the alternative is to extend Article 50, go back, give the people the say. Let's act in all our interests on the basis of the information that we now have.
I say to the right honourable gentleman, Parliament gave the British people a choice. Parliament, the government of the time, all parties, all those campaigning in that referendum were absolutely clear that whatever the decision of that referendum, it would be respected by government and by Parliament. And I believe that we have a duty to deliver on that referendum vote, and to do so in a way that does protect people's jobs and protects our security and protects our union. A vote against this deal is a vote for nothing more than uncertainty, division, and the very real risk of no deal or no Brexit at all. And it doesn't have to be that way. Tonight we can choose certainty over uncertainty. We can choose unity over division. We can choose to deliver on our promise to the British people, not break that promise and endanger trust in politics for a generation. Because as members of Parliament, we have a duty to serve not our own self-interest nor that of our parties, but the people we were elected to represent. It is the people of this country that we were sent here to serve. The people of this country who queued up at polling stations, who cast their ballots so they might put their faith in us. It is the people of this country who entrusted us with the sacred right to build for them and their children and grandchildren the brighter future they expect and deserve. And if we act in the national interest and back this deal tonight, then tomorrow we can begin to build that future together. If we act in the national interest and back this deal tonight, we can build a country that works for everyone. Together we can show the people we serve that their voices have been heard, that their trust was not misplaced, that our politics can and does deliver, that politicians can rise above our differences and come together to do what the people asked of us. That is the test history has set for us today. It will determine the future of our country for generations. We each have a solemn responsibility to deliver Brexit and take this country forward. And with my whole heart, I call on this House to discharge that responsibility together, and I commend this motion to the House.
Under the order of the House of the 4th of December and the 9th of January, I must now put the questions necessary to dispose of proceedings on the European Union withdrawal motion. As I explained the sequence earlier, it should now be familiar to colleagues. I begin by inviting Jeremy Corbyn, the Leader of the Opposition, to move Amendment A.
Mr. Speaker.
Not moved. I turn now to the second of the amendments, that in the name of the Leader of the Scottish National Party, Mr Ian Blackford, Amendment K.
Not moved, Mr. Speaker.
Moved. Thank you. I turn to the Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Gainsborough, to move, if he so wishes, Amendment B.
In view of the positive response from the PM, not moved.
Moved. Very well. And finally, I invite Mr. John Barron to move Amendment F.
I beg to move.
The question is that the amendment in the name of the honourable gentleman and of others, Amendment F, be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. No? Is the honourable gentleman persisting? No? Persistence in order. I know what I'm doing. The key point is persistence. If the honourable order. If the honourable gentleman wishes to press his amendment, he is entitled to do so. Oh, yes, he is. Oh, yes, he is. I'll be the judge of that. The question is that the amendment be made. I'll say it once more. As many as other have been, say aye. Of the contrary, no. Clear the lobby.
Good evening and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland's special programme on Brexit. You will just have seen there in the Parliament that the votes have just started. So the process today was that 14 amendments were put forward and the Speaker decided to provisionally accept 4 of them. What we've just seen happened is the first 3 votes were not moved, which has now left that the final amendment from John Barron has been moved and the Parliament are now going to be voting on that as we speak. I'm joined this evening by Day Tucker. Welcome, Day. And we're just going to have a talk about what's been happening. I think it was a surprise there that all these motions weren't moved. Obviously, the people in Parliament must know stuff that we don't know.
Yeah, or they had planned it beforehand.
Maybe, yeah. It just seems. So really, what's going to happen is this first vote will be voted on, and then it'll go to Theresa May's main deal, and that I'm wondering if that feels like an indication that she's going to get her deal through.
Oh yes, yes. It just feels like we're being played.
Yeah.
There are things going on in the background that voters don't know about, and it's a game amongst the politicians of all parties.
Well, we heard earlier on in Corbyn's speech, he was trying to tell us that Theresa May's deal was a bad deal, that it would cause harm, it was dangerous for the country. But it begs the question, his alternative is not to stop it altogether anyway.
Yeah.
So it seems bizarre that that's the tax that he's taken.
Yes.
When he could have the opportunity to actually put a halt in this, either people's vote, general election, put it to the country and say, if I'm in charge, we'll stop all this nonsense now and we'll have a clean slate. It seems strange that he's not.
Is it not all to do with these weird parliamentary procedures? And he's frightened to put it to the vote in case he doesn't get, therefore he's going to lose out anyway.
Yeah. But I mean, in generally, if he was talking to the public, he's not given the public any alternative really to Brexit. We've taken 2 years to get to this point, and he thinks that he could still do Brexit but renegotiate between now and March. For a completely different deal. I mean, I'm not sure that's realistic.
I don't think it's realistic either. And even Theresa May has been told that there will be no further negotiations. Well, we're told that the EU will always take it to the wire. Perhaps they will this time, but I really don't. I think they're all fed up with us.
Yeah. Well, I think it's easy to blame the EU for what's not happening within this deal, but if you look at it from their point of view, there are 27 nations who are looking out for their own agenda, if you like,
Yes.
which is kind of what you would expect them to do under the circumstances.
Yes.
And I suppose the danger is that if the EU offered the UK special circumstances in some way, then potentially you've got another 27 countries that are going to say, oh well.
The domino effect.
Yeah.
Yes. That has always been the danger, and we were alerted to that right at the start. So you'd think with that knowledge that Theresa May might have gone into negotiations using a slightly different tactic. But no, she hasn't. But I mean, I've been told by several people, when she was first elected, she is not a team player. She only communicates with a very few close cohorted friends. And here it is all playing out because she's not inclusive, not even in terms of her cabinet. So, why would she be inclusive in terms of reaching across the party? She won't be.
Yeah. I think some can argue that the behaviour's been a bit arrogant in as much as up until this point in history, the British Empire has always gone everywhere else as the bigger body. They have gone and they have instructed what's going to happen. They've taken control, they've done whatever. But this time, they're the small fry within this big organisation that they're trying to negotiate, and I'm not sure they've ever known how to be in that position.
No.
So they kind of almost started from the wrong foot.
Yes, but I think that goes way back in that when Britain entered the EU in the first place, the Commonwealth was fragmenting and all the colonies were fragmenting and they were getting independence, unlike poor Scotland. But anyway, they got their independence. So they became more and more insignificant. And they just, like Theresa May, they have not been team players. They've always been in the past at the head of the game until they became less competent or people became more competent and said, look, hang on, we can't go on like this. So their power has got smaller and smaller, and they've not really addressed the reasons why. They could have brought people around them and worked with them, but no, they just ignored it and tried to pretend that they were something that they no longer are.
Yeah. Do you think as well that the narrative we've seen about leaving the EU, and a lot of that has been based around migrants and immigration and that sort of rhetoric, but do you think that there's too many people who either don't know or have forgotten why we joined the EU in the first place?
When you say too many people, you're talking the voters? The voters?
Yeah,
oh,
people.
absolutely, yes.
I mean, there's a whole generation out there, a couple of generations that are voters.
Yes.
They weren't around when it happened, so they won't remember pre-being in the EU.
Yes. Or indeed why you joined the EU.
And if all your decision making is based on what's in the mainstream media, then you're kind of not getting a proper view or the proper information really to make that informed choice.
Yes, that's absolutely the case, and we're not educated in the schools as to how the EU works, what its role is, even what our own Parliament's role is. The schools are failing the people, but then maybe that's the agenda. If you keep people in ignorance, you've got a lot more control over them.
Yeah, we saw Theresa's speech just before we went to the votes there, and she was trying to tell us that her deal is all about the economy and the security of the country, and stressed that it was the democratic process, that they had it on their election manifesto, which allowed them to carry out this. She was trying to tell us what the benefits were, although she didn't actually tell us what the benefits were, and reiterated that a no deal, whilst could be managed, was her words, is not the preferred option. And then went down to say that a general election, obviously, which is what Corbyn's calling for, would cause even more uncertainty, which again I think is a bit ironic. I'm not sure we could have any more uncertainty. And then come out with the usual things of taking back control. And she accused Corbyn of trying to maximise disruption. Yes. I mean, it feels like a lot of this stuff, between the two of them, it's just words.
Yes, absolutely.
Meaningless words. There's not a lot behind the words and the rhetoric, and which is a real danger for the democratic process.
Well, the democratic process has been let down by the descent of politicians into this culture of lying with impunity. And even the press are now beginning to, clock that certain things that are being said, for instance, the last speech that she made, where she said that the UK had a good record on referendums and following it up and respecting it, etc., forgetting that that actually wasn't the case with the Welsh referendum or the Scottish referendum. But people nowadays know what happened then. It didn't happen that many years ago that people have forgotten. So it's the lies that I find hard to bear.
And it seems that these lies are not held to account. They're not. No. And actually, the more wrongdoing that happens, and I think a really good example of this is this seaborne ferry contract stuff. You know, the government awards a contract to an organisation that doesn't have any boats, and it doesn't matter. I think, is that us going back? We're going back to Parliament now because I think that's the result of the first vote in. And I think, Day, that this process of voting in the first place is just so outdated and ridiculous. I mean, it's on average about 20 minutes per vote. There isn't enough seats in the whole of that chamber for all the MPs for a start, which begs the question of democracy in the first place. If you can't even have a seat in your own parliament that you're elected to. But it just seems, ridiculous that we've not even. I mean, all these MPs are issued with iPads. So there's obviously huge security on the iPads. So there's no reason why that couldn't be a voting system at the same time. You could be sitting there and voting instantly.
But there is a reason. It's just that it's a museum. It's and heritage has trumped common sense. The protection of a heritage.
And we saw that recently when I can't remember who the MP was that went and lifted the mace. And there was more of an outcry about that than there was the fact that we're heading off a cliff with Brexit. And you find it quite bizarre that
really bizarre
that can happen.
I remember when we were being trained as rural leaders, and we were taken to Brussels to the Parliament there and watched the proceedings. And in fact, we saw Baroness, I can't remember her name, but she was the British lady who was sworn in as a commissioner. And we watched all that, and we watched them placing votes and what have you. And then we went to Holyrood, and we saw the same sort of thing, the procedures, and they pressed a button to vote. And it was all just neat, tidy, quick, efficient. And then we went to Westminster, and we were shown up a wee rickety back stair to a room that didn't fit all of us. And the gentleman who was looking after us and sponsoring us, I think that's the phrase they used, he sponsored us. he told us at the time, he said, you know, it's like a three-legged stool. You've got Westminster, you've got Holyrood and Brussels. He said, you can forget Westminster. They've not got the power. We really need to focus on Brussels and Holyrood. And if you want to influence, you work with those MEPs and your MSPs. And funnily enough, throughout all those years, at the time I had a Labour MP who was a lovely MP, but always voted the party line. And it didn't matter what we wanted, what we tried to persuade, otherwise she voted with the party line. And now we've got a Tory one, and it's exactly the same, but worse.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, from the point of view, it's the situation is obviously different in Scotland. Scotland overwhelmingly voted to remain. So the problem is that you know, Westminster's rhetoric is it was a UK-wide vote. It wasn't, you know, and that's very convenient for them. But
that comes back to the democratic deficit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The fact that we are 4 different countries or regions, as whatever you call them, but the ratio of the different, you know, numbers of voters in each country isn't accounted for. And it just isn't democratic, because English votes will always win because it's a numbers game.
And obviously we see the Boundary Commission review that's going on at the moment. So potentially at the next general election, as long as there's not a snap one, the borders, the constituency will change again. And actually Scotland gets less MPs yet again, and I think so does Ireland and probably Northern Ireland, Wales and Northern Ireland.
So it's going to increase the democratic deficit.
And you know, again, they just seem to get away with changing the goalposts. I mean, we've seen manipulation of constituencies for decades now, and they just continue to manipulate that for the benefit of Westminster, not for the benefit of constituents or you know, the voters, and it can be really frustrating. When they can get away with that. Well, at least it looks as if nearly everybody's through and back in. I think there's 2 of the tailors up at the front already, so it shouldn't be.
But I mean, how outdated is this
system?
Procedure?
I know. And I think this is another thing that's caused a few issues in terms of the Speaker's role, and Berco's very precious about his systems, but we're in uncharted territory. This has never happened before. So, and I think one of the guests that were here on Sunday was talking about the Parliament setting precedents, you know, and the problem is we don't have anything to fall back on, and he's kind of trying to be fair to him, trying to make sure that the process is fair, and certainly some of the Conservatives are not too happy about what's been happening, but I think it's a difficult job to try and navigate your way through this when we don't know.
I seem to remember when he was appointed there was a huge hoo-ha within the Conservative Party. They didn't want him. They probably knew that he was going to try and be a reformer.
Well, my understanding is, since he came on as the Speaker, that he certainly has tried to be more fair across the chamber. He tries to let people in, and there's a matrix for who speaks first, and you know how that goes down. And I mean, you could be in the chamber for 6-7 hours and never get called to speak. But he does try to make sure, specifically the kind of main 3 parties and all the rest of them as well get a chance to speak. And apparently that didn't happen before. It was literally the Speaker decided who was going to speak, and you know, that was it. And quite often, you know, the smaller parties would know it, which again, that's not democratic. Because you know, the reality is that every single person in that chamber there has been voted in to do their job, and I think Theresa alluded to earlier on that this is the most significant vote they'll probably ever take in their parliamentary career, and it's true. But you just wonder what's going through some of their minds, you know, in terms of, do they do some of them actually really understand what the implications of Brexit are going to be, whether it's this deal or it's no deal?
I don't believe they do. I really don't. After all, they're just ordinary human beings. And I know even from dealing with my own MSPs, they're always looking to us to give them information because they aren't experts in everything. But they're honest about it and they look to us to get the information. Whereas I'm not so sure that that's quite as is what happens down south. Maybe I'm wrong. I'd like to think I was, but from what some of them are talking about, you think, where did you get that information from?
I mean, it's even, some of the stuff that's going on with the universal credit. And we spoke about it on Sunday in the show, the I, Daniel Blake film was on television on Monday. And even now the Tories are still saying it's a story and there's no real, truth to it. And we spoke about it on Sunday, and my question was, well, do they not have casework? But in some cases, some of these Tory MPs will come from very rich constituencies where unemployment is incredibly low, so they probably don't have the same casework as other MPs, which means that they are not getting exposed to the trauma that this system is causing people. And that's a worry. As you say, I think one of the main things about being an MP is you have to be open to finding out the information, because you don't know everything, you don't know all the information, and whilst you have
Order! The ayes to the right were 24. The noes to the left were 600.
The ayes to the right, 24. The noes to the left, 600. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Thank you.
One more heave.
Order. I now put the main question to the House. The main question in the name of the Prime Minister. The question is the main motion in the name of the Prime Minister. As many as are opinion say aye. 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 Of the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby.
So that motion has fallen there, and that was the one for John Barron, which was asking to be passed, that says that UK must be given explicit power to terminate the backstop without the permission of the EU. So it's not really a surprise that everybody voted against that. So now we will go to the main motion, which is Theresa May's deal. And we'll see what the outcome of that is. But it's interesting, and he was shouting, unlock there and stuff, and it just what we were talking about earlier on, that whole process. You go through the chambers, and then the doors are just locked. And you can't. The people stand there to stop you. Doorkeepers stand there to stop you getting through, and they won't. You have somebody sitting in that chamber with a sword, and the whole thing just seems.
I watched Mary Black's video of the procedures,
and it's incredible.
I mean, my daughter and she passed it round all her young friends as well, and they were absolutely in cahoots about it. Not cahoots, giggling about it. They've never seen anything like it. And when the camera went up to how much they were getting for wasting all this time, and you think, what? I mean, it's indefensible.
Yeah, but I think what's really interesting is, and I'm not sure that Westminster are completely aware of this, but obviously since the referendum in Scotland there's been much more engagement, people are much more switched on, and although it could be argued that people are fed up with referendums and general elections and voting and whatever, I still think there is a level of engagement that isn't in the rest of the country or countries.
Informed engagement.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. And I don't think that they realise that there is many people in Scotland who, oh, we're going back to the vote. All right, that was quick.
Wendy Morton and Ian Stewart. Tellers for the nose, Vicky Foxcroft and Nick Smith.
No, he's just announcing the tellers. Okay. No, it was he was just announcing who the tellers are for the two parties. But yeah, you know, I think in terms of they don't appreciate the number of people who are probably watching you know, what's going on here.
Yes.
I mean, actually, it would be interesting to see the viewing figures, because I think, you know, there'll be a lot of people in Scotland switched on to this. Maybe not so much in England, because I don't think they have that informed decision. They do think Brexit's the best thing that's going to happen to them, and probably don't realise. Some of them, yeah. But you know, when you see the polls and stuff, it doesn't. People's opinions don't seem to have changed, and I think they worry that things like, you know, the army in the streets and stockpiling food and medications is just a scare tactic from the kind of opposition parties to Brexit, and so they're just ignoring potentially that possibility.
Some of them are. Have the polls not veered towards Remain, though?
Yeah, I mean, there has definitely been a swing. But there's a train of thought that even if we had a people's vote, that it might not actually change the outcome, and it might just
because it needs that bigger swing to make it much more credible and acceptable, and it's the narrowness of the win that is causing so much of the problem. Actually, not that much different from our own Scottish referendum. It wasn't that big a win for them.
No, absolutely.
Which is why the Yes movement is buoyed, ready to just go in a much more focused way, a much more professional way, I think, than they did the last time.
What's your thoughts then, Dee, of regardless of the outcome, whether it's you know, or it's voted down, because then it will have to go back to Parliament, but what's your thoughts on what the impact on Scotland that's going to be? Do you think we're going to see a referendum, or is it going to be a number of months till we see what happens, or what's your thoughts?
I honestly don't know. I don't think, whatever the outcome, I don't think it'll change the forward momentum towards a referendum in Scotland, another referendum, because Scottish people have seen what has happened, and there's no doubt that it's been a shock to an awful lot of people who believed what they were told in 2014. And everything has been proven wrong. They've been cheated, they've been lied to, they've been let down, and they see through an awful lot of these false promises that were made, and I don't think that they'll allow that to happen again.
In terms of you know, Brexit, there's much debate around the cost of Brexit for the UK, and what the long-term costs are, which actually nobody really knows. And obviously the EU want the UK to settle any of its outstanding bills before it leaves. And as I say, really nobody knows exactly what that figure is. But it potentially it could include pension payments to EU officials, costs for relocating London-based EU agencies back into Europe, outstanding EU budget commitments, etc. And obviously that comes under the so-called divorce bill, and there's even a train of people saying, well, we just walk away and we don't pay, which is a real worry that somebody would think that was an alternative.
Yes, and it's not just ordinary voters. Brexit voters are just saying that. It's some of her cabinet have actually said that. And given what we were told when I think Alex Salmond suggested that we may not have to pay anything because it wasn't us who incurred the debt, the British debt or the UK debt. There was a huge furore from the Better Together campaign. Oh, you know, you can't do that. Nobody will ever trust you again. Nobody will do business with you again. And yet now they're saying, yeah, we can do it, as if they think that we don't remember these things that were said to us.
And obviously one of the other things that they're muting about is the possible compromise of spreading the cost over several years. What a legacy that's going to be to any future governments. It's kind of a bit like the PFI, you know. It's like, yeah, that's okay. We'll do the best deal the now, but it really doesn't matter.
Shunt it on to the next generation.
It doesn't matter what the future holds. I mean, I think it's a shocking way to behave.
Yes, but you know, was it Milton Friedman who said that OPM, which is the abbreviation of other people's money, operates in a parallel universe and bears no comparison to the money that you've got in your pocket that you've earned.
Yeah. And if there's no agreement, if there's no deal, and that's what the outcome of this is, and then we end up with no agreement on trade, and we operate within, that would leave us operating within the EU under the WTO rules, which would basically mean custom checks and tariffs and goods, as well as border checks for travellers. That seems
crazy.
Quite a worry.
Yeah. So you've got the practical on the one side with the customs checks and all the paperwork and actual physical checking that entails, and then on the other side you've got the actual tariffs. And in my case, lamb, the WTO tariff, I believe, is 40%.
Wow.
So, you know, and beef, I think, is more. But it's not good. It's not good. And certainly, if that was to be the case, then we are absolutely gubbed in Scotland, because in fact, the UK produces, I think, the most lamb in the whole of the EU. And the only competitors we have really are the New Zealand lamb. And it's hard to compete with a country who actually supports their farmers. Okay, they don't give them subsidies, but there's many a different way of producing support for your farmers without calling it a direct subsidy.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously that must be incredibly worrying for businesses, because the reality is nobody has the answers. We don't have the answers because we don't know what's going to happen here. It's a complete unknown, and you know, you can't run a business on a complete unknown, because you know, part of good governance is preparing for the future, thinking about what you want or you need to do. And it must be an incredibly difficult time for business, particularly small businesses as well, that are in food production. And you kind of wonder what that's going to look like for them going forward.
Because whether it's a small business or a large business, the same effects are there. You know, okay, for the small business you might say, well, they're only going to lose a certain amount of money. But the impact of that small amount of money can be as hard on that business as losing a large amount of money on a big business.
But I think what I was trying to get at was that a big business has probably got more of a cushion.
You think?
That they can maybe, if they've got a wee bit behind them, they can maybe last that bit longer. Whereas often a small business is going from invoice to invoice, and you know, and if that money's not coming in, or it's costing money and people aren't buying their produce.
Yeah, I think though there are an awful lot of businesses that are living just in time, and you know, you've heard them talking about these goods that are travelling just in time. You know, it's only going to hold, you know, one lot being held up, and then you've got no product to sell. It's like the farms that have to have their cattle slaughtered because they've come up positive with a TB test. Well, you know, that could be a whole year's income gone. Like our hill farmers with this last winter that we had, And I know several of them who had no lambs at all this year, and that's their one form of income, other than the money, the support money that they get from the EU. So it's, you know, and people will say, oh, well, they can't be very efficient, but, you know, that is where they are. They farm on hard ground. The island boys, that cost them £80 more to import straw and hay and stuff over to the island than it does for me to get straw and hay, because I can get it direct from the Cars of Stirling, half an hour away.
So all that adds up.
Everybody's different, yes.
And I think that probably highlights it, is that it's such a complex situation. One thing doesn't fit all, and it's really difficult to manage how that's going to work in practice across the board.
Yes.
Because it's and obviously some of the the implications of no deal are things like what would happen to Britain's position as a global financial centre.
Yes.
And I find it strange that London's don't appear to be that concerned about what's going to happen if they crash out with a no deal. And obviously the big one is the border in Ireland. And we saw John's amendment earlier on. It was just wanting to say, well, we don't need to get permission for MD. We can just terminate a backstop when we want it. And again, that highlights to me a real lack of understanding of the situation.
Well, it does
over there.
Yes.
And you just wonder what their idea is.
But the British politician has never understood Ireland. They've never got close to it. I mean, only recently the BBC put on a programme about, was it the Ballymurphy murders?
Yes,
I'd never heard of that. And when I was of an age when we were having all the bombings going on, the impression I got through the BBC was that the IRA were really bad, and I thought, well, hang on a minute, we came over there to help you because the other guys, the police force, were being horrid to you, and now you're turning on the Irish, on our soldiers. But the Ballymurphy murder programme showed us a completely different story, and probably the truth of what actually went on.
I mean, I think what is getting more and more highlighted to us is just about this mainstream media impact and rhetoric, and how you are fed what agenda they want you to have. And there's a spin on everything, and I find it quite interesting that people will often still say to me that journalists can't write stuff that's not true, but they can write a version of things. Absolutely. And they've got very clever of putting a spin on something, or a story about a story, or getting a kind of subtle message out there that they seem able to do.
That's right.
But I think the ironic, I think this is us going back now for the vote.
The ayes to the right, 202. The noes to the left, 432.
The ayes to the right, 202. The noes, order! The ayes to the right, 202. The noes to the left, 432. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlocked. On a point of order. The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the House has spoken, and the government will listen. It is clear that the House does not support this deal, but tonight's vote tells us nothing about what it does support. Nothing about how. Nothing about how or even if it intends to honour the decision the British people took in a referendum Parliament decided to hold. And people, particularly EU citizens who've made their home here, and UK citizens living in the EU, deserve clarity on these questions as soon as possible.
Order! There's no good people shouting. There will be an opportunity for other points of order, but the Prime Minister must and will be heard. The Prime Minister.
Those whose jobs rely on our trade with the EU need that clarity. So, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to set out briefly how the government intends to proceed. First, we need to confirm whether this government still enjoys the confidence of the House. I believe that it does, but given the scale and importance of tonight's vote, it's right that others have the chance to test that question if they wish to do so. I can therefore confirm that if the official opposition table a confidence motion this evening in the form required by the Fixed Term Parliaments Act, the government will make time to debate that motion tomorrow. And if, as happened before Christmas, the official opposition decline to do so, we will, on this occasion, consider making time tomorrow to debate any motion in the form required from the other opposition parties, should they put one forward. Second, if the House confirms its confidence in this government, I will then hold meetings with my colleagues, our confidence and supply partner, the DUP, and senior parliamentarians from across the House to identify what would be required to secure the backing of the House. The government will approach these meetings in a constructive spirit, but given the urgent need to make progress, we must focus on ideas that are genuinely negotiable and have sufficient support in this House. Third, if these meetings yield such ideas, the government will then explore them with the European Union. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by offering two reassurances. The first is to those who fear that the government's strategy is to run down the clock to the 29th of March. That is not our strategy. I've always believed that the best way forward is to leave in an orderly way with a good deal, and have devoted much of the last 2 years negotiating such a deal. As you confirmed, Mr. Speaker, the amendment to the business motion tabled last week by my right honourable and learned friend, the member for Beaconsfield, is not legally binding, but the government respects the will of the House. We will therefore make a statement about the way forward and table an amendable motion by Monday. The second reassurance is to the British people who voted to leave the European Union in the referendum 2.5 years ago. I became Prime Minister immediately after that referendum. I believe it's my duty to deliver on their instruction, and I intend to do so. Every day that passes without this issue being resolved means more uncertainty, more bitterness and more rancour. The government has heard what the House has said tonight, but I ask members on all sides of the House to listen to the British people who want this issue settled and to work with the government to do just that.
I will come to other colleagues, but first of all, point of order, the Leader of the Opposition, Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The result of tonight's vote is the greatest defeat for a government since the 1920s in this House. This is a catastrophic defeat for this government. After 2 years of failed negotiations, the House of Commons has delivered its verdict on her Brexit deal, and that verdict is absolutely decisive. I hear the words of the Prime Minister, but actions of her government of the past 2 years speak equally clearly. She is only attempting to reach out now to try to keep her failed process and deal alive after it's been so roundly rejected by Parliament on behalf of the people of this country. Labour has laid out our priorities consistently. No deal must be taken off the table. A permanent customs union must be secured, and people's rights and protections must be guaranteed so they do not fall behind. At every turn, the Prime Minister has closed the door on dialogue. Businesses begged her to negotiate a comprehensive customs union. Trade union leaders pressed her for the same thing. They were ignored. In the last 2 years, she's only had one priority: the Conservative Party. Her governing principle of delay and denial has reached the end of the line. She cannot seriously believe that after 2 years of failure, she is capable of negotiating a good deal for the people of this country. The most important issue facing us is that the government has lost the confidence of this House and this country. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, inform you I have now tabled a motion of no confidence in this government. And I'm pleased I'm pleased that motion will be debated tomorrow, so this House can give its verdict on the sheer incompetence of this government and pass that motion of no confidence in the government.
First of all, just come to the leader. I will come to the right honourable gentleman, of course, but a point of order, the Leader of the House.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I should like to make a short business statement regarding the business for tomorrow and the remainder of this week.
I'm extraordinarily grateful to the right honourable lady, and I accept that she can't be psychic as to what I'm thinking, and I can't be psychic as to what she's thinking. I think the smooth and orderly way to proceed with this matter is to deal with points of order first, and then to come to the right honourable lady's statement, which would be entirely proper and doubtless helpful to the House. Point of order, Mr Ian Blackford.
Mr Speaker, we should be aware of the situation that we're in. The clock is ticking. We have got very little time to resolve this. The fact that it has taken us so long to get to this point, frankly, is shameful. This is a humiliating defeat for the government. When I listen to the Prime Minister, it sounds like everybody else is at fault rather than her. She has to accept responsibility for what has happened this evening. Mr Speaker, I'm delighted that the Leader of the Opposition has come round to a motion of no confidence. This should have happened before, but of course we will support it. Mr Speaker, as I mentioned, it is clear the clock is ticking. The government needs to secure the safety of all our nations and should immediately postpone the Article 50 process and should immediately have talks with all the leaders of the opposition parties. Let's work together in all our interests, but let's listen to the voices of the parliamentarians that have been sent here. There is no support for this deal. It mustn't come back again. The obvious thing to do, the right thing to do, suspend Article 50, put this to the people and a people's vote.
I know the right honourable gentleman won't take offence when I say he was using the device of a point of order, as is entirely understandable in these circumstances, to say what he wanted to say, but he was more interested in what he had to say to the House than in anything that I might have to say to him. It's not a matter for the Chair. The right honourable gentleman has registered his view, and these are the sorts of issues that can quite properly be aired in debate and quite conceivably in discussions that take place with the Prime Minister and other party leaders. But he's made his point with force and alacrity, and it's on the record for colleagues to study. I will take the honourable lady first, right honourable lady first, and then others. Point of order, Jo Swinson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With this result of a scale that is unprecedented in recent times, it is clear that this deal, nor any tweaks to it, will get through the House of...
We have the result there was that the ayes were 202 and the noes were 432. Now, Theresa May's reaction there, she appeared to be challenging Corbyn to a confidence motion and said that she would be happy to debate that or any other motion brought forward by opposition parties tomorrow. And then it kind of felt a bit like, I think you said, Dave, that she was calling his bluff there. She also said that she would hold meetings with MPs across the House to identify what was required to get this through. That is just too little, too late.
Too late.
We've been 2 years.
Yeah.
You'd think, you know, if she really wanted to get this through the Parliament, that we should have been doing that working together stuff way before tonight.
Yes.
It's a pretty damning situation, I think she's in.
But if you looked at how she's treated the other 3 regions, countries, and Mike Russell and the others, it's just par for the course. She doesn't work with other people. She's like a headmistress who's, you know, it's my way or the highway.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, I think part of that bravado at the beginning was a bit of not losing face, and she said that there would be a statement coming back to the Commons on Monday. But she finished by reassuring the British people that she will deliver on the referendum. So whilst there's talk of let's get together and see how we can make this work, in the same breath she's saying, you know, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly.
So then obviously we saw Corbyn coming in, and he reiterated that this is the greatest defeat for the government since the 1920s, and he called it out for only reaching out now, which is what we've said,
yes.
After all this time.
Yes.
And he confirmed that he will be tabling a no confidence motion tomorrow.
Yes.
And because Ian Blackford would probably not have been called for his thoughts on it, because that's not the parliamentary process, he used the process of a point of order to be able to get in there and say what he was thinking. And he highlighted that the clock is ticking, and it absolutely is. We are running out of time here. And he said that he was disappointed that it's taken so long to get to this point,
yes.
which is kind of what we were saying.
Yes.
He talked about it being a humiliating defeat, and he said that Theresa May needs to accept the SNP, I think it was accept the MPs that were in the House to do their job. And he was proposing that Article 50 process is halted or extended, and was asking to work together, and he called for a people's vote. What are you thinking about what's just happened there, Dave?
It's evidence that the SNP MPs decided some time ago that if you can't beat them, join them. And this is in terms of using the parliamentary procedures that I just find anathema. But if that's the way they're going to play the game, then the SNP decided some time ago that's exactly what they would do. And they've been very successful at doing that. And here's another classic case of him using the parliamentary procedures to be able to stand up and say what the opposition leader should have been saying a long time ago, but he was able to, because let's face it, the SNP have been the effective opposition all these years when Labour have just sat in their thumbs and abstained and abstained and abstained.
I know, I mean, it does seem a bit ironic that Corbyn's, calling for all this now when actually, I mean, what was it, 3-4 weeks ago, he did a no confidence motion in Theresa May and lost that. It was like he had the opportunity then, which would have been 3 or 4 weeks ago, and again, that with the clock ticking, that is just leaving us less and less time. And I suppose people kind of say, why is it taking so long to get to this point? But when you think about it, you're unpicking 43 years of treaties and agreements. And that's covering thousands of different subjects. So it was never, ever going to be straightforward. So I suppose the worry is that with the little time we've got left, and as I think you said earlier on, Dave, the EU's made it perfectly clear, they've come as far as they can go. They've said, here's what we're proposing, this is what we'll agree to. So I'm not sure what can change within the next couple of weeks.
Well, the people's vote. If it's a wide enough gap, but that's the danger. And I think an awful lot of people are terrified that it actually won't be any wider. But I can't, I've got a bit more faith in human nature, and I think that the English voters have been more educated in recent times, and it has been in very recent times, but they're now a lot more aware as to the consequences of the different things that have been proposed. And certainly, I'm a great Twitter buff, and from what I'm seeing on Twitter, we saw, months and months ago, we started to get tweets of English people saying, can I come up to live in Scotland? Now that never used to happen. That didn't happen last year. This is only very recent. And they're full of admiration for what the SNP are trying to do and bring some common sense to bear.
Well, those in the north of England are asking for the border to be lowered so as that they can. But I think equally though, there's all this stuff going on, this right-wing rhetoric that's going on down south in these yellow vest protests and stuff, and they're not being reported up here in the news. We are seeing it through Twitter and social media, but we're not, again, the media's doing their own agenda, and they're not telling us what's happening down there. And I think You know, that kind of ugliness. First of all, you know, this idea of that you can abuse both, you know, verbally and physically MPs of any party's wrong, because nobody that's elected should have to suffer any kind of abuse. But it's this, you know, idea of what's been happening the last few months with normalising this right-wing rhetoric, and it's like, you know, again, everything's either immigrants' faults or it's benefits grinders. It's all these labels they label people. And what would worry me in a people's vote is there a significant amount of people that have changed their mind in England that would make that result different next time round?
It would be one heck of a gamble. I think if there was a way that the parties could agree to look at redesigning the democratic deficit that exists at the moment to make it fairer, and that would mean, I suppose, 1 or 2 UKIP MPs. But, you know, is that a bad thing? You know, if we've got a wider breadth of views, people standing for other people's views, then it might diffuse the polarity that is going on in politics at the moment.
But I mean, you know, the UKIP party are...
They've got worse.
They're in a disaster, really, area, because, you know, all their main people, I mean, one of their leaders lasted, 11 days or something.
That's right.
I mean, they don't seem to be able to agree on anything within the party and pull that together. But I think, you know, do you think that one of the reasons Theresa May is so against a second vote in a referendum is because of the rhetoric that the establishment put out about a second referendum for Scotland? So almost if she says, because remember that was we had to, it was a once in a lifetime, and you had to accept the respect the vote is what they keep saying, and they say that in Parliament almost on a daily basis. So obviously if they allowed a second people's vote referendum, then that would leave an opening
legitimise a Scottish one.
So do you think that's part of our worry?
Undoubtedly, I think that is part of it.
And she also says that a people's vote would be an undemocratic breach of trust, which I think is a bit ironic, given that, you know, they asked people to vote on a referendum with giving them very little information other than something on the side of a bus that wasn't even true.
Exactly.
You know, it's you kind of wonder what they're... I mean, they were lied to.
Absolutely.
In that referendum. So it kind of begs the question, what would a second people's vote look like?
Yes.
Who would be in charge of that? What would the information be? And would it give us another decision at the end of it? Would it change? And even if it did, if that was going to, you know, halt, obviously the ECG come back and said that we could halt Article 50 and we didn't need permission from the EU. You know, would that be an option? But, you know, it just worries me that people, again, would not know what they're voting for.
Yes, because there will always be a large number of people who just don't want to know or aren't interested, or, you know, or just can't be bothered learning and understanding. Yeah, that is the big fear from a lot of people.
I just think people, you know, we've talked about the Westminster processes there. It's too complicated to get your head round. So for most people, they're just getting on with their lives, and in a lot of cases just trying to survive themselves.
Absolutely.
So I'm not sure you've got the capacity to start working out what that process is in Westminster that's going to affect all the things that happen to you in your life. And I think you said it earlier on, that's quite deliberate.
Yes, it is. And in Scotland we had the benefit during our referendum campaign when Alex Salmond stuck to his guns about allowing 2 years for the process to take place. Down south they were against it and said this was him just stretching it out. But he knew that we needed 2 years to speak to each other. And what happened? We had loads of meetings in village halls. You had people talking to each other and discussing things. We became really well informed. And it was totally opposite to the kind of referendum that we had just recently. Was Scotland not congratulated by the rest of the world for internationally for holding such a fair and competent referendum?
Yeah. But I think also internationally people are surprised it's the first country that ever voted against self-determination.
Oh
my
goodness.
Which caused a few raised eyebrows abroad. Like, how does that happen?
Well, it happens because of fraudulent electoral procedures. And that's exactly what is now being uncovered by some of our own amazing journalists like Adam Ramsey, who's uncovered the whole thing. Along with Carol Cadwallader and all these others. Peter Gagan, he's doing brilliant work as well. And that is going to get out into we've known about it for years on Twitter, but down at the other levels of the public's understanding, it will come out eventually.
Yeah. So what do you think? We said earlier on that this is uncharted territory, but obviously now she's lost the vote again. Yeah. We're in uncharted territory. Do you think she's going to resign?
No, I think she's one of these stiff upper lip English Tories that will see it through to the end. She will have to be forced out, and probably by her own party, when they realise that they either have to split and the ERG lot go one way and the more moderate Tories go another way, and then she will be told to go, I'm quite sure. But the Lib Dems did that, didn't they?
Yeah. In terms of split, though, I mean, you could say the same thing about the Labour Party.
Yes, but I think that'll happen with them as well.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And that's. Do you think that's part of the issue around that? In England, you just you've got a bit of Lib Dems, you've got a bit of UKIP or whatever, but actually you've really just got two main parties.
Yes.
But these two parties have evolved and changed so much, and there's this group that believe this and this group that what we've seen over the last few months is that, and even the last couple of years, that it's more and more difficult for them to have a consensus within their own party and therefore work together. There doesn't appear to be any common goal. There's a lot of kind of self agenda and kind of what I want to happen and what I think's good. There isn't a kind of bigger picture. I think in contrast what I'm thinking is in terms of the SNP, it's often said that although you've got people within the SNP that don't necessarily agree with each other on a variety of issues, they have a common goal of independence, which allows them to gel together and compromise and come to the arrangements because that's the way they want to go. These other parties don't have that goal. They don't have that focus.
That's right. But what they do have is within, say, Labour, you've got the two groups. You've got Corbyn and his Momentum lot, who are very socially minded, and you've got the other group who they're socially minded, but they also realise that they have to work with businesses as well to create the wealth that will support people socially. I don't think Corbyn and his Momentum group give that a thought. They really are limited in their thinking as to how we're going to support people who are needing support. Where does the money come from? I don't know, maybe he's right. Theresa May's magic money tree, there is such a thing. Government can print money.
Yeah. So do you think we're heading for a general election, and if so, what does that solve and what does that look like?
I would like a general election rather than just a people's vote, because that way they will say what they're standing for, and it'll give people an opportunity to vote for a party that is standing on a manifesto of A as against a party that's standing on a manifesto of B.
But the polls tell us that Theresa May or the Conservatives would be likely to win that general election again. And what
I'm not so sure.
what would the public be voting for if Corbyn's saying he will still deliver the Brexit outcome.
Mm-hmm. Well, both of them are delivering the Brexit.
Yeah,
she would say she's doing that as
yeah.
well. So there's no difference between the two.
What are people? Do you think that could lead to people being even more confused about what they're supposed to vote for?
One lot will vote for the so-called business party, which is Conservatives, who are trying to ruin our businesses just now. But I mean, they've always had the reputation of being a party of business. Mm-hmm. And people who, will walk past homeless people and not give them a thought. Whereas for Corbyn, you'll get an awful lot of people who are they're just not interested in businesses at all, and they want to take as much money off businesses as they can. And I'm afraid, much as I dislike him, Tony Blair was right. You need that middle consensus, which, let's face it, the SNP is so all-encompassing. It actually does cater for the business side as well as the social side.
Mm-hmm. But do you think that goes back to the agenda thing, that obviously they've got to compromise to get the agenda that they want at the end of the day? And I suppose but there was a recent survey done, and it said that I think was it Scotland or kinder people or something along that lines. I think
more socially aware
or something like that. Do you think it is that we up here just tend to care more about our community and our country, more about people and wanting everybody to A, be okay, and B, just have the same equal opportunities, sort of? I suppose that's where the kind of baby box and all the early year stuff comes in. If you can have everybody having the same opportunity at that level, then it should potentially give them a grounding, and it won't do it for everybody, but potentially give them a grounding to be the best that they can be.
Yeah. Well, I know I'll get knocked down for saying this, but I do believe we are different in Scotland. We have a different mindset to life, possibly because we live in a harsher climate, a more challenging climate, more challenging geographic areas. So you have to work together. And we're much more Scandinavian than we are, Southern Europe. And since being part of the EU, we've also embraced the European countries, but probably more the Northern European countries than the Southern European countries. But I do believe it's, because we have to fight to survive nature and the way it's doled out to us in Scotland, we probably do care more about people in general. And I know that will not go down well with a lot of my unionist colleagues, because they think that we're the same as everybody else, but I know we're not.
So finally, before we wrap up, Day, what's your thoughts on what the Scottish Government are going to think about today? Are they going to make a statement, or?
You mean in terms of another referendum?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, the First Minister's been quite clear that she thought that the Leave vote, was democratically unacceptable, given that Scotland voted to stay in. So, and she was calling for an extension.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see what their response is.
Yes. Well, I think we're still not at the stage yet where she can say, right, that's it, because there's still another couple of steps to go, isn't there? And this has been the problem, that we've got this vast number of people who are determined that we should be going now, let's go now. And it's been jolly hard for the First Minister to say, well, just carry on, steady. We need to make sure that every opportunity has been given for them to solve the problem down south, and if they cannot solve it, then we'll go, but not until then. Because you've got all the people who voted no the last time who have yet to be convinced. A lot of them have already changed their mind, but there's still vast numbers that need their minds changing quick.
Anyway, that's all we've got time for tonight. Thank you, Dave, for coming in, and I hope the viewers at home enjoyed this, and we just have to watch this space for tomorrow, see what happens next.
terms of some of the penalties. The other issue facing my constituents, Mr. Speaker, is the issue that when trains are cancelled, clearly the trains that do turn up are then overcrowded. Now, it is only a short distance, small distance commute, but we've had situations where people have been unable to get on later trains. I also had a constituent who was travelling further afield to York and had booked his journey some 3 months in advance and booked an actual seat, but suffering, and he did that because he was suffering from a bad back and travelling with a friend for a day out in York who was suffering from cancer and had to stand all the way from Chester Street to York, and that, I've got to say, cannot be acceptable. Now, in terms of the issues that have been affecting the regularity of services to Chester Street, yes, some are directly related to the timetable, and there has been quite rightly a lot of publicity around the issues in Manchester and Leeds. But what's happening is a lot of the congestion and issues there are having a knock-on effect further north, because the companies are then cancelling trains and ensuring that they may go to York but go no further north, and likewise cancelling them all together. And the chaos around the Manchester and Leeds area has been well publicised. But what I ask of the Minister, and I certainly ask of the operators, is the north is further north than Leeds and Manchester, and you know, the community, the people that rely on this service in my constituency shouldn't be sacrificed for just making sure that they can get their times right in Manchester and Leeds. The other, I think, frustration on my constituents' part is being TransPennine's appalling way of dealing with customers. Certainly in the evenings when trains are cancelled in travelling south from Newcastle to Chesterley Street, there's no information given to the stranded commuters, no alternatives offered in terms of other ways of getting home, and a situation whereby people are just left to make their own way or make alternative provision. But when that's on a regular basis, and if you have got childcare responsibilities, or, as I know one constituent in particular has got an elderly mother she has to care for, then that is not acceptable. Arriving home after 7 o'clock in the evening when you're expected to be there at 5:15, I don't think is very... And that lack of information, and I've raised this with TransPennine, but they again seem to be... There's even no staff, for example, at Newcastle to give information to or provide alternative forms of transport, whether it be replacement buses or alternative train options. The other, I think, issue is around compensation. Now, clearly in terms of compensation, there is a compensation scheme, but again, TransPennine are not good at advertising the fact that people are entitled to compensation. And I think as a one-off goodwill gesture, TransPennine should offer all regular travellers a month's free travel, because people like to put up for this for far too long. And I'd be interested to know whether the Minister has any powers to intercede in making sure that TransPennine do pay a reasonable compensation to people. But I can kind of come back to the point raised by my honourable friend from Gateshead, is the issue is about this franchise. It is clearly not working, and certainly I think TransPennine either need to up their game and start acting like a organisation which is caring about its customers, or this franchise should be taken off them. And it's certainly, if we are going for refranchising, it should be looked at in detail how appallingly they've operated it so far. Now, the situation of where Chester Street is located should be travelling by train should be an ideal opportunity for people to access jobs, as I say, around our region. But if you've got inconsistent service, then this is not going to endear people. And certainly in terms of attracting people to live in Chester Street, it's obviously not going to be a great selling point if people can't rely on what should be an easy commute. The other issue is, and I've raised this for many years now, is why later in the day the service goes to a 2-hourly service. And I think in any future franchise we should be looking at a more regular service, because I do think there is capacity here to grow the usage of Chester Street Station, and you know, to reinforce the point made by the Honourable Member for Strangford, you know, take people off the roads and actually you know, onto the railways. Can I also take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to raise the issue around the cross-country service, which does stop at the Chester Street railway station. Now, there is a consultation at the moment about reducing the number of stops that cross-country do, and one of those proposals is to stop is to remove the service stopping at Chester Street to obviously increase the connectivity between major cities and towns on the cross-country route. Now, if that does happen, I have made representations on this, and I know the County Council have as well. It is important that those stopping services that are taken away are replaced. And I would like to ask the Minister if he could ensure that that is taken into account in terms of the consultation, that if those stopping services are taken away, that somehow we have a replacement service to replace that loss of, especially in the evenings, of the cross-country which stops at Chester Street.
On that point?
Briefly.
Very, very grateful. There is speculation within the industry that cross-country are actually proposing for the future that some, if not all of the services which come from the south coast of England would actually terminate at York, and never mind not serve Chester-Lee Street, which is obviously between York and Newcastle.
Well, if that happened, that would be a detrimental step for the North East. But again, I think it reiterates the point I made earlier, Mr. Speaker, that many people look at the north and perhaps think you know, it goes as far as York, Manchester and Leeds, and no further. Finally, can I just raise the issue around investment in Chester Street Station? I've raised with Network Rail the issue around investment in the station. The footbridge over the station is an appalling state of repair, and I've been told that any repairs will only take place or be painted by 2020. And again, I'd ask the Minister anything he can do to try and get Network Rail to address that. That would be very important, because again, if we are going to encourage more people to use the station, facilities need to be improved, and Networks Rail leaving it till 2020 to paint a bridge I think is not acceptable. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, can I say that my constituents have had an appalling experience in a poor rail service through no fault of their own. But can I make this point? This is obviously about raising their concerns and the terrible way in which they've been treated. But for me, it is an important point about the economy and the economy of my constituents and the future of my... I'm sorry, I was about to finish. About the economy...